Alrighty, good morning and welcome to day one of the SA Rowing State Championships. We'd like to start by a welcome to country. We begin today by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather and meet today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. So welcoming back to racing for the summer season. We start off with our PR3 men's single scull. In lane 4 we have Sam Stunnell from Prince Alfred College, and in lane 6 we have Simon Albury, who rows for Torrens Rowing Club but out of the South Australian Sport Institute. So Sam's out in front there. So Sam's a PR3 athlete, which means in the old category that's legs, trunk and arms. And Simon is actually a PR2 athlete, so he races trunk and arms. So he uses his body and his arms to row. Sam uses his legs as well. So both of these athletes have some level of impairment, which means that they are racing this para category. They're doing an awesome job making the most of the conditions out there. They're both athletes well past the 1,000 metre mark now. Sam's out in front doing a really good job sculling along cleanly, beautifully. So Sam Stunnell, he is in the PAC Zudi there. He usually races in their inter squad, their Schoolboy Year 9-10 squad. But he's come out this morning doing a bit of sculling. Simon and Sam here, both of them coached this morning by Christine McLaren, who coaches out of Sassy. And Simon, of course, is a Tokyo 2020 Paralympian. He raced in the PR2 mixed double with Kat Ross over in Tokyo. It's awesome to have him around the course this morning. Sam coming through, past the rocks now. Starting his wine for the line. Trying to put down a really good time this morning. We've got beautiful flat conditions today. All of our competitors rocking up this morning, looking at the flat water. Very grateful for it. Some days it's not so nice. Sam just comes into the Red Boys there. The Red Boys, if you're not familiar with rowing or how the course is set up, the Red Boys are 100 metres to go. So the athletes know where they are in the course without having to look behind them. Sam's just coming to the finish line now. He's giving it a red hot crack to the finish, trying to put down a fast time. Awesome work, Sam. There he goes. And Simon coming through behind him. Just as a reminder too to everybody, Rowing SA has a presence on Instagram, plenty of social media, lots of regatta updates, all the links, any redraws that happen, any weather updates that happen, they'll all be up on the Rowing SA Facebook and Instagram page, so head there to follow along with the day's events. So that is the conclusion of the PR3 men's singles scull. So that's Simon and Sam doing their race for this morning. Well done, boys. Moving on now to the under-19 women's singles scull. This is heat 1 of 2. So there are 2 heats here. We've got heat 1 coming down. Lane 2, Imogen Graham from Torrens. Lane 3, Eva Harris from Nord Morialta, coached by Ali Smith and Brenton Terrell. Lane 4, Grace McLeod from Torrens. Lane 5, Claire Rogers from Pembroke, coached by Susie Ross. Lane 6, St Ignatius, Rosie Kavanagh, coached by Sophie Radford. Lane 7, Lottie Prow from Port Adelaide. And Lane 8, Charlotte Illman from Loretto Marriotteville, coached by Tom Dornbos. So from this race here, we've got the 2 heats of the under-19 women's single. The top 4 place getters from this event going to the final, and the rest are eliminated from the event. So we're trying to make the final as fast as we can. So the top 4 rowers from each of these 2 heats will progress through to the final. If you have a program in front of you, you'll see it says gold time. The gold time is, I think it's last year's winning time from this event. So that's the time that the girls need to be looking to hit if they want to be successful in this event. They're starting to come past the 1,000 metre mark now. I'm just trying to have a look and see who's out in front. I think we've got maybe Rosie Kavanagh from Ignatius. Out in front, Emmy Graham doing a really good job there too in lane 2. And we've got probably Charlotte Illman from Loretto Marriotteville on the far side there, giving it a red hot crack as well. Looks like a race there for those top 3 placings. Emmy Graham, Rosie Kavanagh, Charlotte Illman. And then I think back in 4th place, I think we might have a good tussle between maybe Grace McLeod from Torrens and Claire Rogers from Pembroke. Lottie Prow from Port Adelaide, looking pretty level with Eva Harris from Nord Morialta to bring out the back of the field there. So again, we're looking for the top 4 to go through and progress to the final later on today. Those top 3 girls making their way down the course. We might have Rosie and Charlotte a little bit with their nose in front. In a heat, your strategy might be, if you've got the top 4 going through to the final, your strategy might be to just get out in front, secure your position, make sure you're in the top 4 there, and then just cruise home without expending too much energy. Or your strategy might be to race it, full send, full energy, and trying to practice racing really hard through your heat. Depends on your experience, depends on what your coach thinks, depends how the race unfolds. We may have Imogen Graham out in front. It's a bit tricky to see from here. I think Imogen Graham doing a really good job sculling there in lane 2. Oh, Charlotte Illman from Loretto and Rosie as well as we pull back into that wide shot. So a good race from those top 3 girls there. Then we've got Claire Rogers from Pembroke challenging as well into that 4th position, progressing through to the final. It's not always easy for these schoolgirls to get out in single sculls. They spend a lot of their time rowing in crew boats in 8s and 4s and quads as well. Not a lot of them get a huge amount of time in single sculls, so when they do get out here and race, it's an awesome opportunity for them. Looks like a good race here from Rosie Kavanagh and Charlotte Illman for the lead. Emmy Graham, maybe just a boat length back, but still very safely in that top 4. So all of the scullers there, rating nice and low, looking like they're conserving some energy. We've got a 2-day regatta here, so there's lots of racing to come. These girls will have a lot on their schedules. And then we've got, I think, Claire Rogers from Pembroke School. It looks like she'll be securing that 4th spot. So we've got Rosie Kavanagh crossing in 1st place, Charlotte Illman in 2nd, Emmy Graham in 3rd place. So that's St Ignatius, Loretto and Torrens. Emmy Graham rose at Ignatius as well. And then we've got for that 4th spot, Claire Rogers from Pembroke, coached by Susie Ross. Grace McLeod coming through in 5th, unfortunately missing out on the progression to the final there. But this is Grace's 1st season of rowing. She's coached by Christine McLaren, Jed Altschwager out of the Sassy Shed, as well as rowing with us at Torrens. She's across in 5th. Lottie Prow from Port Adelaide there, crossing the line too. We've got Eva Harris bringing up the rest of the field from North Morialta. All of these girls doing a really good job sculling this morning, making the most of the beautiful conditions. Good job, girls. Couldn't ask for better conditions today. Blue skies, flat water. We're all very grateful to have racing experiences given the unpredictableness of the last couple of months. So the next race that we'll see coming down will be the 2nd heat of this under-19 women's scull. So the camera's brought us into view here with the 2nd heat of the women's under-19 single sculls. This is heat 2, race 3 of the day. Lane 2, Amelia Duval from Murray Bridge. Lane 3, Mariah Murray from Loretto Marriotteville, coached by Tom Dornbos. Lane 4, Louisa Wagner from Torrens. Lane 5, Paulina Piccola from North Morialta. Lane 6, Sophie Butcher from Torrens. Lane 7, Hannah Kelly from Torrens. And in lane 8, Emma Newhouse from Pulteney Grammar, coached by Anthony Patterson. So by the looks of things, Mariah Murray from Loretto probably out in front there, keeping her rating nice and low and doing what she can to be really efficient every stroke and keep her position in that top 4. So the same thing here, top 4 progress through to the final, and everybody else in the race has the rest of the day off. Then we've got Sophie Butcher in lane 6 there. She's probably coming in 2nd place at the moment, and then we may have Emma Newhouse from Pembroke over as well. Oh, sorry, not Pembroke, Pulteney Grammar. My bad. Then looks like we've got Amelia Duval from Murray Bridge and Hannah Kelly from Torrens. Probably looking for that 4th place. And then through the middle there, Louisa Wagner and Paulina Piccola. So Louisa from Torrens, also rowing at Adelaide High School, racing with them today, and Paulina from Norwood. So we've got our 3 scullers out in front. That's Mariah, Sophie and Emma. Mariah cruising through here. Sophie doing a bit of good racing over there as well. So it looks like our top 3 pretty safe to go through to the final. But that 4th spot, Amelia Duval and Hannah Kelly looking like they're going to tussle for the line. I think Amelia has her nose in front. And as the camera pans back to kind of being straight onto the line of girls, we'll see that a bit more clearly. Yeah, I think Amelia's pretty much got her way into that 4th spot there. So that's Mariah going to cross the line first. Mariah from Loretto. Lovely sculling from her, really good. Sophie can't help herself but race for the lines. She gets her nose in front. Sophie Butcher looking like 2nd place there. Emma Newhouse from Pulteney. Amelia Duval in 4th. So that's our 4 girls who are going to progress through to the final of the under-19 women's single. Hannah Kelly from Torrens. And then I think Paulina and Louisa rounding out the field there. So good sculling from all of these young ladies there. Good job getting out in the single scull. And we will leave the sculling there for the minute. If you're on our YouTube page watching the live stream, you can, if you type into the chat, if you want any shout outs or any, interesting fun facts about your athletes that might be racing, let me know. You can see in the chat we've got a few fans of Mr. Sam Stunnell. Nice to see everybody watching his races. He did an awesome job. Sam's a really good kid. Alrighty, so we are moving on to our next event, which is the Under-19 Men's Coxed 4. So same progression here from the women's singles. We've got the top 4 progressing through to the final, which is held later today. It's race 27, and the rest of the crews in that event are eliminated. So lane 2 from Unley High School, Joseph Neat, Mitchell Luscombe, Hayden Daubner, Jasper Boyce, coxed by Ebba Daubner. Lane 3 from Norwood Morialta, Aditya Suganundan, Daniel Aksanov, Liam Howard, Liam Whitehouse, coxed by Lauren Adler, coached by Alex Allen Henson. Lane 4, Saints Boys 4, Flynn Carroll, Fraser Connell, Thomas Hamilton Smith, James Ratossa, coxed by Tim Silcock. Lane 5 from Pulteney Grammar School, Max Lehman, Lachlan Perry, Xavier Buccarelli, Charlie Tang, Talia Herbst, and coached by Dario Sportelli. In lane 6, in Saints Boys 3, Eddie Hetherington, William Barone, Hamish Scott Young, Hugo Worm, and Thomas Whiteman. Lane 7 from Pembroke, Zach Reynolds, Yi Mao, Lachlan Tufnell, Patrick Lynch, Xavier Bursell, and coached by Simon Lane. And in lane 8 from PAC, Prince Alfred College, Angus Rickard Bell, Jack Miller, Jake Hamoud, James Ty, coxed by Remy Worthington, and coached by Will Smart and Mitch Moore. So coming into the closing stages here of this event, past the 250 mark, looks like we've got PAC, Saints 3 and Saints 4 coming through in top 3 here. Oh, sorry, that's Unley High School, my bad. So Unley High School, Saints Boys and PAC giving it a red-hot crack for the line-on in this heat. So remember, it's the top 4 that go through to the final. You'll see Saints Boys 4. They are cruising home in 4th spot. They're conserving a little bit of energy there. Their strategy is just to go out, secure their spot in the final. But a good race for the line here. These boys can't help themselves. So that's Saints Boys crossing the line first, Unley High School in 2nd, and in 3rd place PAC. And then we'll have that 4th St. Peter's College 4 coming across the line in 4th place and progressing through to the final. So these boys are all from school crews. Got our last couple of crews crossing the line there. So these school crews, some of them might train in 4s regularly, some of them will be training in their 8s regularly, their school 8s. You can see Saints Boys have 4 crews entered in this, so that means they've got maybe 2 8s worth of under 19 men. And they've gone off into 4s today and see what they can do in this event. The next event on our program is Heat 2 of the Under 19 Men's Coxed 4. So again, this is top 4, progress through the final. I'll just read out our lanes here. So from lane 2, from Adelaide University Boat Club, Daniel Shepherd, Jeremy Shepherd, Heath McLeod, Arthur Drayton, coxed by Sam Burton and coached by Sam Morton. Lane 3, Saints Boys 2, Will Osborne, Edward Chipperfield, Kyle Miller, William Howard, Jamie Graves, coxing. Lane 4, Saints Boys 1, Faris Harb, Fraser Balnaves, Max Henry, Jake Nesbitt and Philippe Scalzi coxing. Lane 5, Adelaide High School, Martine King, Joseph Frisbee Smith, Nicholas Palmer and Noah Buxton with Lachlan Kelly in the coxswain seat, coached by Harrison Linder and Ivan Milutinovic. Lane 6, St Ignatius, Finn McCormick, Alexander Stankiewicz, Henry Moulds, Pietro Titani, Oliver Heffernan in the coxswain seat and coached by Tom Fraser. Lane 7, we've got Scotch College, Charlie Rainbow, Isaac Nielsen, Dylan Tonkin, Sebastian Christophe, coxed by Sebastian Morner and coached by Jack Hawkes. In lane 8 on the far side, from Nord Murray-Outer, Ollie Campus, Isaac Barnes, Seb Cole, Brad Telfer and Jackson Cake in the coxswain seat, coached by Brenton Terrell. So this will be a really good event to watch later in the day, and we have all of our top 8 crews in the final. Crew from Adelaide Uni, the bow pair Daniel and Jeremy, they have only been rowing for a couple of months. They're in the TID program over at the Sport Institute. So working with Christine McLaren, working with Jed Altschwager as their coaches, and those athletes do a lot of their sculling out with Sassy, and they'll go over to their clubs for their crew rowing, so that's why they're with Adelaide Uni this morning. So it looks like we've got the 2 Saints Boys crews out in front in that first and second position. Lovely rhythm. Rowing beautifully. Adelaide Uni coming up on the inside lane there. And on the far side, Nord Moriata, I think, will come through in that fourth position. Saints boys super strong coming across the line. We get a really good view there. So that's Saints boys 1 crossing the line first, Saints boys 2 coming in second, Adelaide Uni in third, and Nord Moriata in lane 8 going through in that final qualifying position. We've had a few scratchings today. The Adelaide High School 4 is just coming through with about 5 or 6 strokes to go. Here they come. So that rounds out our 2 heats for the under-19 men's coxed 4. The top 3 place getters from each of those events going through to the final, which is race 27 later on today. So well done to all crews. Bear in mind too, this is really one of the first racing opportunities that these boys would have had with our disruptions to school sport. We've been lucky really to get out and race this weekend in our school crews, so these boys wouldn't have raced for a little while unless they're involved in a club. Might take a moment here just to thank our amazing volunteers and boat race officials. They work very, very hard to make this event happen. If you're interested in volunteering, we can always use some more help. You can go and speak to some of our volunteers around the course, or their shed is up the back just next to the Adelaide Uni boat shed. So go have a chat, see what you might be able to get involved in if it looks like something that's fun. We've got boat drivers, we've got people who look after the course, people who run regatta control and help with the operational side of things during the day. All super important. We can always use more help. So if you think you've got, some spare time on a Saturday, if you're down here watching your kid race or whatever you might be doing on a Saturday, we would love some help. It's a lot of fun. Days like today, it's beautiful being out there, getting involved with the sport. So thank you to our incredible boat race officials, all our volunteers today. We couldn't do it without you. And shout out to the Rowing SA staff, Swifty, Alico, Beck, the whole team up here. They've put in a lot of hours to make this event what it is, so we're very grateful to you. So we've got, just coming past the rocks here, we've got James Power, who's racing in the open lightweight men's single scull. This is a row over for him today. So he'll probably use it as a chance to tune up. He's very experienced sculler. But unfortunately no one to race him today. On your screen we have, oh there we go, yep, you can see James there coming down in one of those middle lanes. So James Rose with the men's squad at Adelaide Uni, coached by Sam Morton. Sculling very nicely there. Beautiful rhythm. Rowing very clean. So if you're unfamiliar with lightweight racing, there are a few events still around for lightweights. For men, you have to be, I think it's 72.5 kilos is your what you need to weigh in at, no less than 2 hours before your first race as a lightweight for the day. So that's James Powell crossing the line there before we move back to our crew boat racing. We've got a line happening up there at the 1,000 metre mark. This is our Schoolboy Year 9 coxed quad sculls. So we have, how many heats of this? We've got 3 heats of boys here. So the progression is the top 2 finishers from each of these 3 heats, plus the next 2 fastest qualifiers will go through to the final. Start here for our Schoolboy Year 9 coxed quad sculls. In lane 2, Saints Boys 5, Joshua Tui, Finn Woods, Zach Hoberg, Will Colburn and coxed by Daniel Wickham, coached by Ollie Tierney. Lane 3, Saints Boys 2, Harrison Gray, Nathan Derogi, Jack Hayter, George Quigley, Oliver Nugent and coached by Tom Beresford. Lane 4, in Nord Marietta, Daniel Steele Grimbleby, Bradley Valenti, Jack Evanswood, Connor Duncan and Stan Rowland in the coxswain seat. Lane 5, Scotch College 1, Harry McDonald, William Crawford, Ben Hodgson, Patrick Keenan, James Appleby, coached by Tim Belcher. Lane 6, Pulteney Grammar 3, Joshua Song, Georgios Mavregelos, Mavregelos, Samuel Stojstalovic, Angus Perry, Constance McNamara in the coxswain seat, coached by Dario Sportelli and Millie West. In lane 7, Prince Alfred 3, Apollon Velanakis, Ariane Parwal, Milo Katsaros, Zach Floriani, Toby Stothard in the coxswain seat, coached by Rich Hamoud. In lane 8, on the far side, Saints Boys 4, Alaric Zhang, Daniel Rocker, Joey Fitzgerald, Zach Michaels and Ben Short in the coxswain seat, coached by Alex Lynch. So they are our crews in Heat 1 of the Schoolboy Year 9 coxed quad scull. I reckon we have, it might be Scotch College, just, narrowly in front there. It's a relatively tight pack there. Scotch College looking like they're in front. That we might have Saints Boys 2 also challenging for that front position. The rest of the crew is fairly level. So these boys, they're Year 9, so they would have been Year 8 last year. So these boys might have one and a half seasons of rowing behind them, but all of their rowing experience has been through these COVID seasons that we've had. So fairly disrupted in terms of their racing, not what their coaches and their directors would have loved as an ideal experience. So they are using every opportunity they can to get out and get some racing experience before Head of the River, which is in mid-March. So we've got this race, we've got a Premiership Series regatta and a final West Lakes regatta before their head of the river. So making the most of it. Scotch College certainly out in front there. Boys rowing nicely in time. Working really hard through the drive. Well done. Saints Boys 2. Looking pretty solid for second place there. So they are our 2 progression spots. So top 2 are going through to the final plus the next 2 fastest. So if you're third in a fast heat, you may still make it through to the final. So Saints Boys 2 doing an awesome job there. And we've got PAC and Nord Moriata doing a good job fighting away for third there. Because it's the next 2 fastest, these boys aren't going to cruise through. They're not going to, if they're not in second or first place, they are still fighting for their time. So we've got PAC and Norwood. Scotch College across in first, Saints Boys across in second. I reckon that's... Oh yeah, Nord across for third place. PAC, Saints Boys. Just a little crab on the line there from that crew. I think Saints 4 coming through there. Apologies, it is difficult to see their Zudi colours from the screen here. You have to bear with me while I try and figure out who they all are, but we'll get there. So just a reminder, that was, I think, Scotch College and Saints Boys in those top 2 progressing spots through to the final later on today. And we will have to wait and see what happens in our second and third heats to see who our next 2 fastest will be. So we're looking for 8 crews to fill out the lanes in the final of each of these events. So we've got 2 heats of 8 rowers each, or 8 crews each. We'll look for the top 4 from each to make up a final of 8. And there we had 3 heats, so we're looking for top 2 plus next 2 fastest. You can see heat 2 up on the screen here. Again, some really good racing happening here. Lane 2, St Ignatius, Oliver Gallo, Levi Villios, Alex Kavanagh, James Evan, Keenan McCormack. Lane 3, PAC 2, Angus Williams, Will McKay, Marco Worth, Angus Fremantle, Frankie Chapman, coached by Angie Franco. Lane 4, Unley High, Cameron Bell, Thomas Osborne, Joseph Harrington, Christian Yates, Finlay Reeves. Lane 5, Scotch College 2, Will Goldstone, Pierce Mailer, Mitchell Lucas, Sam Young, Jack Stratton in the coxswain seat, coached by Tim Belcher. Lane 6, Saints Boys 1, Jeff Rosenbilds, Dougal Grieve, Lawrence Anderson, Harry Lake, Henry Whiteman, and coached by Alex Tucker. Lane 7, Pulteney Grammar 2, Cy O'Hanlon, Fred Modra, Timothy Newman, Thomas Livesey, Arlo Jarman in the coxswain seat, coached by Dario Sportelli and Millie West. And in lane 8 on the far side, Saints Boys 3, Oscar Worm, James Jaeger, Hunter Ingham, Fred Kidman, Tim Silcock, coached by Hamish Sarah. So we have Saints Boys and PAC, and Unley High School pushing for those top 2 spots. I think PAC and Saints are pulling away from Unley there. They just can't quite keep up with the rate change from PAC there. PAC looking really tidy at that high rate. Saints Boys bringing it home too. So that's PAC and St Peter's Boys in the top 2 spots there. Unley High narrowly missing out on that top 2 progression, but hopefully they are in for the next 2 fastest. And then I think we have Scotch Pulteney Saints. And we've had a scratching from the St Ignatius crew. So that is our Heat 2 completed for the Schoolboy Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull. And that was PAC and St Peter's Boys across in the top 2 spots, making their way through to the final, which is race 34 later on today. Gosh, these conditions just keep getting better and better. The water is flatter than it was about half an hour ago, I think. Beautiful. We've got some vision there of the wonderful BROs doing their best to get these boys lined up at the 1,000 metre mark. Not an easy job. A lot of these boys will be relatively inexperienced with racing. They might race twice at a regatta. They might have 6 or 7 regattas between the start of the season and head of the river. So they haven't got a huge amount of experience out on race day. Doing their very best to work with the BROs and get a good race happening. So you can see them just starting to paddle up to the start line, all as a line. If you're not familiar with how the aligning works at the not at a held start, so you can see in the background there, you've got the pontoon, the start pontoon, the 2,000 metre start, which has metal fingers that boat holders, people will lie down on. They hold onto your boat when you back into it so that you have a held start. But at the 1,000 metre mark or the 1,500 metre mark, you don't have a held start, and you have to rely on the rowers in your boat and your coxing skills to keep your boat still and straight and in the line with the rest of the crews, so that when you make your way to the 1,000 metre mark, ready to start your race, you can all sit at your half slide catch or your 3/4 slide catch, ready to do your race start. And you still want to be straight in your lane and not about to cause any havoc. This BRO is doing a really good job of helping the boys in this race through that. You can see they might have bow pair rowing just to bring them all up. They want to have them all lined up straight in their lanes and then bring them all up to the 1,000 metre mark, all rowing together at the same relatively similar speed, so that the aligner who's on the bank, he can look across and go, yep, lane 4, you need to touch a few touches, or lane 2 back or whatever. So it is quite a process, and it can be quite stressful for these younger coxswains and younger crews, but they are, we all learn, we've all been there. So in this race, we have in lane 2, you can see them all lining up there. In lane 2, Prince Alfred College 1, Aidan Obst, Jill Wakeland, Max Garnett, Ollie Smith, Tiago Barlow, coached by Angie Franco. Lane 3, Saints Boys 6, Will Tolley, Charlie Roger, Hamish Porter, Max Mitchell, Mason Webster, coached by Danny Chebetenko. Lane 4 is Unley High School 2, Soren Overduin, Matthew Lee, Andre Hart, Will Crowhurst, Mishka Van Womelo in the coxswain seat. Lane 5, Noor Moriata 2, Yang Haosang, Samuel Procopio, Sebastian Chavez, Nicholas Halulis, Alex Merchant in the coxswain seat. Lane 6, Pulteney Grammar 1, Joshua Zhang, Tyson Woodley, Sam Williams, Eric Liang, Lockie Miller, coached by Darius Botelli, Millie West. Lane 7, Scotch 3, Nicholas Panagiris, Alex Geppert, Benjamin Corson, William Clark, and Christian Warner. In lane 8, Saints Boys 7, Matthew Tran, Jack Bell, Jonas Athanasiadis, Peter Zhang, Yusuf Shabib, and coached by Alistair Sarah. Give you an idea on the speeds of these boys. So in that last heat there, PAC crossed the line in 3:35, so 3 minutes 35 seconds. Saints Boys are second behind them, second and a half, 3:36.5, and Unley off the pace of those top two just by a second and a half, so 3:37.94 for those boys. So if we're looking at our top through progressing to the final and our next two fastest, these times are important. So those boys who are in third position there, they will be looking at their times carefully and trying to figure out if they've made it through to their final or not. So we've got a start there in Heat 3 of this event, the Schoolboy Year 9 coxed quad scull. So these boys would have been practicing their race starts during the week or last week or wherever. The starts are important to get right. Short, sharp strokes, trying to get the boat moving without too much panic and getting it up to top speed as quickly as possible. So PAC have had a really good start there. So that's PAC 1, which means it's their top crew. When you enter crews, you need to give them a ranking within your squad. So if you've got 7 scullers, for example, you need to rank each and every one by who's your fastest, who's your second fastest, who's your third fastest, so that they can seed the heats accordingly. A couple little steering mishaps there from what looks like the Pulteney Grammar crew, but that's okay. We're all learning, we're year 9s. I think we've got PAC out in front, setting a really good rhythm there. And I think that might be Nord Moriauta doing a good job, I think, in lane 5 there. Oh, we've got a crab. Bummer. Get it back, boys. These things happen, unfortunately. It makes racing exciting sometimes. Hopefully they can recover that one quickly and get themselves back into the race. Oh, my mistake. Sorry, that's the Pulteney Grammar crew. The Pulteney Grammar have had a mishap there, an equipment mishap. So Prince Alfred College certainly out in front. Rowing nicely together. With these crews here, because they're new to rowing, relatively new to rowing, they're focusing on the fundamentals, learning how to row, learning how to train, learning what makes a good race. So these coaches, all their coaches, all listed on the program here, experienced rowers or coxswains, who'll be able to lend some good advice to these boys. Angie Franco is the coach of this PAC crew. She is a very talented masters rower. Really good sculler, really good racer. So she would have let these boys know what it's all about, give them some good instructions on how to execute this race. And you can see there, beautiful, really in time, the rhythm's nice, not wasting any energy. And racing hard to the finish line as well. That is impressive. So they haven't chosen the strategy of sitting back and conserving their energy. They are practicing racing and they are trying to race every stroke of this heat. Great racing from the PAC crew there. So that's Aidan Obst, Jill Wakelin, Max Garnett, Ollie Smith, Tiago Barlow, coached by Angie Franco. Well done to those boys. And I think we have Unley High School coming through next from what I can see out my window here. Just wait for it to come into frame. Nope. I think it's Unley High School from what I can see out my door here, crossing the line in that second place. And then Pulteney Grammar, who must have, St. Peter's boys. So the Unley High School will secure that second qualifying spot. Be very interested to see the time of that PAC crew. They were well out in front, and whether that was just the nature of the other crews in their race or I'm not sure, but they looked sculling nicely, rowing really well as a group. They did a good job. Alrighty, change of pace here. We are moving away from our crew boats back to our scullers. So these are our under 16 women's single scullers. So my mistake, 4 heats here. So we've got, no, my bad. 3 heats. We did have 4, but I think the 4th heat's been cancelled. We must have had a few scratchings overnight. So in our under 16 women's single sculls, heat 1, our top 2 progress to the final. And that because our 4th heat's been cancelled, they may end up doing next 2 fastest as well, but I'm not sure on that one. Lane 1, Walford 1, Scarlett Grammy, coached by Jessica Carlson-Jones and Lara Mann. Lane 2, Wilderness 5, Imogen Hawker. Lane 3, from Seymour College 5, Annie Grave. Lane 4, Unley High 3, Claire Emerson. Lane 5, Loretto 1, Lucy Bell. Lane 6, Seymour College, Kira Fogarty. Lane 7, Port Adelaide, Emma Carey. And Lane 8, Unley 2, Scarlett Shanks. Tongue's getting tired this morning. So these girls, under 16s, that's really young. So they're doing an awesome job getting out and being brave enough to race this under 16 women's single scull event at our state championships. That may be Lucy Bell out in front there. Lane 5, I think Lucy Bell. And then next to her, Kira Fogarty, probably giving her a good race. Now these girls are really young, so the under 16, under 17, under 19, under 21 events mean that you can't be, you can't be turning that age this year. So it's the age by December 31st in the year of the event. So these girls will be turning 15 or 14 or 13 or whatever this year. Can't be 16 though. So these are really young scullers. I think we might have Imogen Hawker. Oh, sorry. Yep, Imogen Hawker, I think, doing a good job in lane 2 as well. So Imogen Hawker and Lucy Bell. I think Imogen might have this win in the bag. Again, this is just a heat, so we're just going for top 2. So this is going to be a really interesting race for second place here. So second place is through to the final as well. So Imogen Hawker, as long as she keeps up her boat speed there and keeps racing to the line. And then I think Lucy Bell may have that second position as long as she keeps her position as well. She may even challenge Imogen here for the line honours. Next to Lucy, we've got Kira from Seymour racing really hard. And on the far side there from Unley, Scarlett Shanks rowing beautifully and long. Imogen's bringing it home there. And that's for Wilderness in the first heat of the under 16 scull. Lucy Bell over in second place there from Loretto, and Scarlett from Unley through in third, followed by what looks like Kira from Seymour in fourth. Well done, girls. Claire from Unley crossing the line there. Closest to us, that's Scarlett Grammy from Walford. I think maybe Emma Carey from Port Adelaide, and Annie Grave from Seymour. So well done to all those girls. That's good racing. Scanning back up now to the start line of our second heat for this event, under 16 women's single scull. Lane 1, Wilderness School 2, Lucy Beaumont. Lane 2, Wilderness School 6, Olivia Cardone. Lane 3, Pulteney Grammar, Sophie Harsma. Lane 4, Wilderness 4, Gia Rinaldi. Lane 5, Unley 1, Emma Dabner. Lane 6, Seymour 1, Grace Pereira. Lane 7, Seymour 3, Edwina Witten. And Lane 8, Port Adelaide 3, Lara Harsani. So again, these girls are just lining up at the start line there. You can see the BROs giving them lots of instructions. And you can see behind them too our third heat getting organised in their lanes, ready to go race. Just a reminder to head over to our Instagram page, the Roaring SA Instagram and Facebook. Keep updated with anything that happens during the regatta, any updates to racing. And if you're on our YouTube live stream, you can send in some messages through to the chat, some shout outs or information about any of your scullers you might be related to or whoever out in the course. Any interesting bits and pieces, let me know. We've got a start here for our under 16 women's scullers. You won't see these girls rating as high as you would maybe the quads and the eights. The single is a slower moving boat, so unless you're super powerful, it doesn't make a lot of sense to rate super high. You want to be rowing long, rowing powerfully, rowing with good technique. Especially as under 16s, they're really just learning how to row. Some of these girls might have been rowing for a season or two, but still very young. I know the girls out at Port Adelaide would do a lot in their single sculls. Pretty close field here. We may have Lucy Beaumont, maybe with her nose in front. Maybe Grace Barrera from Seymour College. But this will be a good race. Just a reminder that it's top 2 through to the final from these events. Top through to the final. We may have next 2 fastest as well, given our 4th heat's been cancelled and we want 8 boats in the final. I think that is our Seymour sculler, Grace Barrera. Probably doing a good job to get her nose in front there. She's got 5 Seymour scullers entered in this event today. That program's led by Catherine McDougall over at Seymour College. Grace Barrera from Seymour doing a good job there. Trying to get her way into the top 2. Just a reminder to everybody at the course today, make sure you're extra COVID safe. Keep your masks on when you can. Use plenty of hand sanitizer. Socially distance where you can. Definitely looks like Grace out in front. A Seymour College sculler. And maybe Wilderness, Gia Rinaldi in lane 4 there. I think they look like our top 2 from here, as long as they can hold on to their position. good race for third there between our two wilderness scullers, Lucy Beaumont and Olivia Cardone. So plenty of cheers for these girls as they come past you. Those girls in the top two really racing for it. Gia Rinaldi really red hot to the line there. Well done, Gia across in first. I think Grace Barrera across in second. And then Lucy Beaumont and Olivia Cardone from Wilderness in third and fourth.
It looks like we have a start in race 12, under 16 women's single scull heat 3, progression first two to the final, and then the next two fastest times from the under 16 women's single scull heats. In lane 1 we have Wilderness School Portia Newton, in lane 2 Wilderness School Isabel Jackson, in lane 3 Norwood Marialta High Saffron Kimber, in lane 4 Port Adelaide Lola Barlow, in lane 5 Walford Anglican 2 Renee Scarpin, in lane 6 Unley High Matilda Hancock, in lane 7 Seymour College 2 Lucy Pocock, and in lane 8 Unley High Theasa Herath. So we're underway for this 1,000-metre race, the shorter distance state championship for the younger athletes. So these under 16s would probably be in year 9, 10, in year 10 or year 9 this year. And it looks like we have an early lead from lane 2, so that's Isabel Jackson from Wilderness School. Unsurprising there, she's done well in single scull events over 2 kilometres earlier this year, so we'd expect her to take this one quite easily. Interesting with this next two fastest progression, obviously if you are winning or in second place, your spot is secure, but third and fourth will still have to push to the line because you never know if you've drawn a fast heat. So we expect to see some close racing from these scullers today. So it is lane 2, Wilderness Isabel Jackson leading. I'd say a length of clear water back to Portia Newton in lane 1 and potentially Saffron Kimber from Norwood Marialta, just keeping in contact with the faster racing, potentially just pulled up in front of Portia Newton. And combined in fourth place, we have Lola Barlow, Renee Scarpin, and looks like Lucy Pocock over the far side. Fourth position, you could throw a blanket over that field. But yeah, on right of screen now, that's Isabel Jackson looking to be quite comfortable in the lead there. And a real race for second as Saffron takes on Portia for that second position, and both scullers will push hard to the line, hoping to take out that next two fastest time. Big push from Saffron there. Fantastic to see her sculling so well. I may or may not have taught her how to row. That's fine. Pushing up there, it really is stroke for stroke between the Norwood and Wilderness sculler as we come into the final 200 metres. Just to the right of screen, if we can pan back a little just to get that race. Yep, so that bow ball just coming into frame. Back. But yeah, that win will be all tied up from Isabel Jackson. And really, bow ball for this second position. I think Portia's just pushed out in front. Oh my goodness, I can't call it. Great racing from the Norwood Sculler versus the Wilderness Sculler. A late lift from Wilderness. Isabel crosses the line. She's secured her place in the final. And pushing up to the finish. Who's it going to be? I think we've just had a late push from Portia Newton from Wilderness School, who will come through half a boat length in front of Saffron Kimber. Fantastic race from her. And for minor positions in this heat, another race for fourth position between Lucy Pocock and Matilda Hancock. I think Lucy's just got there, with Theasha crossing in fifth and looks like Lola Barlow in sixth. Renee Scarpin coming through in seventh position. Fantastic racing from our under 16 women's single sculls. So we'll just take a short break as our next heat is cancelled. So those heats were condensed into the last three races, and we'll be back on in a couple of minutes for our Masters Mixed Double, who are marshalling for the line. And it looks like we're underway with race 14, the Masters Mixed Double Division 1, another 1,000 metre race, this one off handicaps. So in lane 2 we have Riverside, which is C grade, off 8 seconds. In lane 3 we have Port Adelaide D grade off 4 seconds. In lane 4, Port Adelaide E grade off go. In lane 5, Riverside, D grade off 4 seconds. In lane 6, Phoenix, D grade off 4 seconds. In lane 7, Torrens, E grade off go. And in lane 8, Torrens, E grade off go. So all double sculls underway here. We'd expect to see leads change throughout the race as this handicapped racing is set out. But Simon and Rob, state champions in this class event last year, and I believe national champions in this event as well. Rowing couple, fantastic scullers, both of them. I know Simon keeps me honest in most of my racing, so we would expect to see them lead from the start off go and hold their lead, although the combination of Gina Bell and Kevin Tankard, Kevin, another fantastic sculler move from Mildura, looking to actually be on terms, perhaps even in front of the Ellis combination. And Nick McDonald and Zanny Edgar also competitive in this event, but 4 seconds behind. We'll see if they can pull up. I see we've got a scratching from lane 3, so Colette and Anthony Lee not out there. But yeah, it will be, I think, between the scullers on the far side and that Kevin Tankard, Gina Bell combination looks to be just out in front of the Ellis duo. Interesting results, and looks like that Phoenix double has pulled up on them as well. So Kevin just rating slightly lower, but looks like longer stroke than the Ellis double. Ellis is rating quite high, but looks like the Torrens combination of Kevin and Gina just rowing a fraction longer. It will all work itself out in the next 300 metres. This will be quite an upset if the Tankard-Bell combination upsets the Ellis combination. Fantastic racing here in this Masters category. We can see the Phoenix double looking to make up that distance, that 4 seconds that they had over the Ellis combination, but Kevin Tankard, fantastic sculler. Looks like he'll hang on to that winning position through this last 200 metres. And Gina Bell doing a fantastic job in that bow seat there. Typically not a sculler, but she's also just come back from winning a silver medal in the reserve grade surfboat competition last weekend, national competition. So obviously fit, obviously strong, and going to take the win home here for Torrens Rowing Club. Kevin Tankard and Gina Bell will take the win. Fantastic rowing from them. And, close finish. I can't call that. I want to say Phoenix might have had it on the surge, but I'll go to the camera timing for that finish between the Phoenix and Torrens crews. Awesome racing. We have close finishes from the Port Adelaide combination of Lisa Putland and Frank Prow over the Riverside combination of Jules Scarborough and Melanie Innes, and Tom Jones and Alari Pagani taking out that last position. So that's Division 1 of the Masters Mixed Double. And we would be lining up for Division 2, which would be those in F and G grade. We can see them lining up for the start now. So from right of screen in lane 3, Goolwa, we have F grade off 8 seconds, Brian Francis and Steph Wilden. In lane 4, Murray Bridge, Bernadette O'Neill and Graham Hunt off 8 seconds. In lane 5, Port Adelaide, F grade, Peter Clements and Alison Smith off 8 seconds. In lane 6, Riverside, Naomi Ree and Kustas Tivas off go. And in lane 7, Phoenix Rowing Club, Chris Karen and Caroline Mazared off go. So we can see a start here from those go crews. So Riverside and Phoenix will go off. And we will see 8 seconds later the 3 crews on the right of screen. There they go now. So this one I expect to be quite a tight race again. Chris Carroll and Caroline Mazared, combination that hasn't raced before, I think. Chris is quite a fierce racer. Caroline, a phenomenal sculler and experienced rower, up against Bernadette O'Neill and Graham Hunt, Peter Clements, Alison Smith. Alison Smith, a McVilly Pierce pin holder, phenomenal sculler. Naomi Ree and Kustas Tivas holding their own there in lane 6. And Brian Francis and Steph Wilden, also fantastic scullers. This will be a tight race, I think. If I had to put bets on, I would say potentially the Port Adelaide combination will row through. That's lane 5. But I wouldn't count out the Phoenix crew. Chris Cowan trains also up at the Murray Bridge facility. Does a lot of sculling out there. And Caroline, being 74, gives that crew a fantastic head start. So we can see that 8-second lead giving Chris and Caroline a lot of clear water. It will be hard for any of those other scullers to bridge that gap, I'd say. Although it looks like the Murray Bridge combination from Bernadette O'Neill and Graham Hunt are up for the challenge, along with that Riverside combination of Naomi Ree and Kustas Tivas. Murray Bridge being one of my favourite places to row and train. Fantastic to get long, uninterrupted kilometres. And I think it makes for fantastic rowers, as you can see here. But yes, it will be hard pressed for any of these crews to catch the Phoenix combination of Chris Cowan and Caroline Mazared. They seem to be holding their length. You can see Bernadette and Graham really ramping it up now. They want to push through this final 300 metres, see if they can catch that leading double. But they've pushed through the Riverside combination. I don't think they'll be able to bridge that gap. That is a very commanding lead from the Phoenix double. It looks like Caroline's stroking that combination. That's fantastic. Caroline at 74, world champion sculler, doing a fantastic job. Chris Cowan backing her up. It will be an all-the-way win to the Phoenix double and a phenomenal row from Graham and Bernadette to push through into second place. Port Adelaide combination of Alison and Peter coming through, just pushing through that Riverside combination now. And that's the win to Phoenix, Chris Cowan and Caroline Mazared. Second position to the Murray Bridge combination, Bernadette O'Neill and Graham Hunt. Third place will go to Port Adelaide, Peter Clements and Alison Smith. Riverside, Naomi Ree and Kustas Tivas in fourth. And Schoolboy's combination of Brian Francis and Steph Wilden will round out that division of Masters Mixed Doubles. Riverside off 10 seconds in lane 4, Gulwa off 10 seconds in lane 5, Riverside off go, in lane 6 Gulwa off go, and in lane 7 Phoenix off go. So another couple combination in the Masters Mixed Double, fantastic event. So David and Annie Ellis in lane 7 from Phoenix. But the early leaders look to be Riverside, Peter Hendy and Leslie Lewis in the centre lane, lane 5. So these combinations in lane 5, 6 and 7 off go, with 10 seconds back to lane 3 and 4. Looks like that Riverside crew really in control of this race. I can't see any of the crews rowing through them at this stage. Potentially the Phoenix crew off the far side, but really idyllic conditions for sculling and racing today. Tiny breath of air to just break up that surface tension. I was hoping for a little bit more of a stronger tail, but we'll see how it goes. Riverside pushing through, coming into that last 250 with about a length back to the Phoenix combination. All right, I'm just going to let this race play out. There will be a short break in commentary as I wait for my co-commentator to come back.
So here with heat 1 of the under-19 women's double scull. So this is a top 4 progression as well. Top 4 into the final, which is race 69 later in the day. In lane 2, Nord Moriata 2, Emma Norris, Lauren Adler, coached by Ali Smith. Lane 3, Pulteney Grammar, Manon Howell Muirs, Nia Kilgariff Johnson, coached by Dario Sportelli. Lane 4, Pembroke 1, Lexi Reynolds and Sky Mumford, coached by Susie Ross. Lane 5, Walford Anglican 1, Sophie Linda and Ella Hamilton. And in lane 6, we have Torrens 2, Grace McLeod and Hannah Kelly. So we've got 2 heats here, which is why we have our top 4 progressing through. You can see the girls here just coming past the 500 metre mark, making their way into the final stages of their race today. So I think that looks pretty clearly like we have, I think, Walford out in front there. So 5 crews here. We have Seymour College scratched out of lane 7. So 5 crews, which means we just have to beat 1 crew to make it through to our final. So I think that's Walford out in front. That's Sophie Lindner and Ella Hamilton. And the Torrens double of Grace McLeod and Hannah Kelly. In the lane next to them in lane 6. Now these 2 girls are part of the Talent ID program at the South Australian Sports Institute, and they do their club rowing with Torrens. So both of those crews doing a great job. With the crew from Pulteney Grammar really pushing up, trying to get their way into the top 2 there. But of course it's a top 4 progression, so these girls, part of their racing strategy might be to take it easy and cruise through and conserve their energy for the final and for the rest of their racing schedule later in the day. Or they might be wanting to practice racing really hard. We've seen a couple of crews do that this morning, rating super high in the closing stages of the race. We've got Walford here, cruising through, long, strong strokes across the line. So that's Sophie Lindner, Ella Hamilton through to the final. Hannah Kelly and Grace McLeod from Torrens through to the final as well. The Pulteney Grammar crew coming across in 3rd. And that'll be the Pembroke crew coming across in 4th, securing that qualification through to the final. We have our Nord Moriata scullers in the closing stages of their race as well. So under 19 means that these girls could be in year 12 at school, they could be a young year 12, or they could be any of the younger year levels. Really good experience getting out and racing in double sculls. All of these school athletes do a lot of their racing and training in quads, in 4s, in 8s, in big boats with coxswains. So to be able to race a small boat without a coxswain, really good learning opportunity. So that concludes heat 1 of our under-19 women's double scull this morning. We've got our top 4 through to the final. Moving across to heat 2 of the under-19 women's double scull. Lane 2, Lottie Prow and Eva Harris from Port Adelaide. Lane 3, a Torrens composite with Murray Bridge, so Amelia Duval from Murray Bridge and Sophie Butcher from Torrens Rowing Club. Lane 4, St Ignatius, Violet Rosser and Olivia DeAngelis, coached by Sophie Radford. Lane 5, Nord Moriata, Saskia Rofe and Pippa Hansen, coached by Ali Smith. Lane 6, Pembroke 2, Ebony Blackburn, Lucy Townsend. And in Lane 7, Unley High School's first-ranked crew, Cameron Murphy and Aaliyah Altus. So from what I can see here, it looks like we have our Torrens composite out in front. Maybe a good competition with the Unley High School crew over in Lane 7. Unley might even have the upper hand there. And a good race also with might be the Norwood crew or the Pembroke crew. So again, this is top 4 through to the final. We've got 6 crews in this race. So we will be looking for our top 4 across the line, with the remaining 2 crews just having the heat today. So we've got a composite crew here, Amelia Duval from Murray Bridge and Sophie Butcher from Torrens. At state championships, you can have composite crews. So that is a crew comprised of athletes from more than one club in, I think, all events except for the open events. So the open events that we will have on the program later on today, we can't have any composite crews. We're looking for just club crews. That composite of Murray Bridge and Torrens doing a good job. These girls have trained once. They trained last Sunday out in Murray Bridge. But they're both good scullers in their own rights. But we do have that Unley High School crew, I think, with their nose in front there. Cameron Murphy, Aaliyah Altus. These girls row in the Unley First 4, so they do a lot of sweep rowing. They probably don't do a huge amount of sculling. But you can see they are racing this pretty hard. They've got their rating up. It's probably a good race for line honours here. We've got the Torrens crew moving up. The Torrens composite crew moving up on that Unley crew. As they come a bit closer to the line, we'll see. Let's have lots of cheers going up in the crowd here for these doubles coming past. If you see your school out there. Sophie Butcher from Torrens really taking it to this Unley High School crew. And they will take them at the line. Beautiful job. Half a boat length there. Torrens back to Unley High School. So they are well and truly qualified for the final of this under-19 women's double scull. I think we've then got the Pembroke crew coming across the line, securing their qualification into the final with a 3rd place finish. Cruising across the line. And then that may be the Nord Morialta crew coming across for 4th place. I think Port Adelaide there in lane 2. Just finishing out of those qualifying positions, 5th place. And then back to St Ignatius, rounding out the back end of this Heat 2, the final heat of our under-19 women's double scull. So we've got some times from our first heat there, up on rowing manager. It's that Walford crew that qualified first across the line in 3:55. Next race in our program is the under-17 men's single scull. This is heat 1 of 3 heats, and it is top 2 through to the final, followed by the next 2 fastest crews. So we'll be looking closely at the times from these events to figure out who will be in our final. So these boys are all pretty young. Lane 2, Port Adelaide, Jacob Arnoldus. Lane 3, Saints Boys 1, Aidan Eaton. Lane 4, St Ignatius, Adam Leach. Lane 5, St Peter's College 3, Thomas Parkinson. Lane 6, Nord Morialta 2, Oliver Evans Wood. And in Lane 7, Nord Morialta 4, Rayhan Whitford. So that is Oliver Evans Wood, I think, well and truly out in front of the field, moving that boat really nicely, rowing long, catching beautifully. and he is racing that really well. I think it's Oliver Evans-Wood who'll be coming across the line in first place, followed by our Thomas Parkinson, I think, from Saints Boys in second. So they are our top two who will come across the line to take those qualification spots in the final later on today. Good hard racing there from Oliver Evans-Wood, followed by his Saints Boys competitor, Thomas Parkinson. So it's Oliver and Thomas through to the final, and we will keep an eye out for our next two fastest. I think that's Rayhan from Norwood in third there. If I've got my lanes right. And we've got our boys here. So Saints Boys, Aidan Eaton in lane 3. Just crossing the line. And our Port Adelaide sculler, Jacob Arnoldus. Heat 2 of the under-17 men's single scull underway here as the scullers come past it might be the 800 metre mark. They've just started there. Oh, sorry, my mistake. It's a 2,000 metre race. They are more than halfway through this race. Lane 2, Adelaide High School, Nathaniel Lomas. Lane 3, Nord Moriata, Alex Aleshin. Lane 4, Saints Boys 2, Oliver Hamilton. Lane 5, PAC 1, Sam Stunnell. Lane 6, Nord Moriata 5, Hyunbee Moon. And lane 7, Nord Moriata 3, 1 Flower. So if you've been with us for this, for our live stream from the very first race of the morning, the PR3 men's single scull, Sam Stunnell, who looks like he's leading this race pretty convincingly, he was in our PR3 race this morning. Sam, obviously very young, talented young sculler, still under 17 and rowing in the intermediate squad at Prince Alfred College. So I think we've got Sam out in front, followed by what looks to be Oliver Hamilton, Saints Boys 2, in the lane next to him in lane 4. They look like they've established themselves as our top 2 place getters, which means they will be moving through to the final. So it's top 2 progression through to the final, plus the next 2 fastest. So we will be looking at those times to see who will end up in that final later on today. I think we have one of our Nord Moriata scullers probably challenging the Saints Boys sculler. So if Oliver Hamilton can maintain this speed here and make sure he moves with the rest of the field, as those boys who are looking for that second place as they push up, he needs to make sure he reacts to that and doesn't let them row through him. Sam Stunnell doing an awesome job out the front there. Rowing beautifully. Super confident, getting his rate up. Oliver Hamilton just holding on to that second place. We have Alex Aleshin from Norwood really taking it to him. He's got his rate up. Oh! Good race. They just got to keep it together. And that'll be close at the line, but half a boat length to Oliver Hamilton, St. Peter's College 2. Alex Aleshin doing a really good job pushing him to the line, really hunting for that second place. So that'll be our top 2 through to the final for sure. And when the times come out, we'll be looking for our next 2 fastest from all 3 heats of this event to make out our field for the final, which is later on today. That's race 61 later on today. But our last few scullers coming across the line, giving it a red hot go. Just a reminder to everyone on the bank, please make sure you're wearing your masks, hand hygiene, social distancing, all the good stuff. We're trying to keep everybody safe so we can make it through the rest of our season unscathed. We're very lucky to be out here racing today, given the last couple of months here in Adelaide, particularly for our school crews and our school coaches who've been impacted by school sport restrictions. We are lucky to be out here today. And what a beautiful day it is. I think we'll have similar conditions tomorrow. It should be flat, should be sunny, not too hot, not windy. It's beautiful. What more could you ask for? So we do have heat 3 of the under 17 men's single scull coming down the course. So heat 3 of the under 17 men's single here. Lane 3, St. Ignatius, Alexander Stankiewicz. Lane 4, PAC 2, Hugo Knight. Lane 5, Adelaide Uni, Jeremy Shepherd. Lane 6, David Perry from Pulteney Grammar. And lane 7, Cooper Hoskin from Torrens Rowing Club. So Cooper is leading the field here, and our Adelaide Uni sculler is taking it to him. These 2 boys, very talented young rowers. Jeremy is part of the Talent ID program at SASI, and Cooper Hoskin doing an awesome job leading the race here. So it's pretty clear we will have Cooper and Jeremy through to the final, because remember this is our top 2 through to the final and our next 2 fastest. So depending how fast these boys in 3rd and 4th spots are, will determine who is through to the final. And that'll be race 61 later on today. We've got Hugo Knight coming through in 3rd place. I think we must have a scratching from the Ignatius rower. So well done to those boys. Just take an opportunity here to thank some of our sponsors. Low Farms. Low Farms is a proudly family-owned and located 20 minutes north of Gawler, producing premium hay, chaff, grain and straw grown on the Adelaide Plains. So thank you to Low Farms for their support of our events. Long-time supporters. Wintec Racing are our live stream sponsors today and a major supporter of our event. So ahead, on and off of the water, Wintec Racing are proud of their innovative and environmentally sustainable approach to boat building. So if you look around the boat park today, you will see lots of different boats from lots of different manufacturers. Wintec makes some excellent boats. Little delay to the racing here. We've had a unfortunate mishap, one of our boats out there, so we're just clearing the course, making sure it's safe for the next race to come down. If you're watching on our live stream, if you want to go into the chat on YouTube, you can give me some information about some of the scullers out here if you're watching some family members or some friends rowing. We'd also like to thank Largs Bay and Seaton Swim Centres. No matter what the season, even if it's cold or windy outside, Largs Bay Swim Centre specialise in teaching children to swim in their 25-metre heated swimming pool to swim in a comfortable indoor environment year-round. The Seaton Swim Centre offers a wide variety of swim classes, including lessons for children and adults, fitness, aquarobics and squad training. So thank you to Largs Bay and Seaton Swim Centres. Really appreciate all the support from all of our sponsors here today. Also very appreciative of the work and help of our BROs and our volunteers. Everybody playing their part. We're very grateful for it. We couldn't run events like these without it. This sport relies on community participation and the generosity of time and resources from our community. Makes our sport what it is. chance to thank another sponsor, Tap Electrical. Tap Electrical have a rich tradition of servicing Adelaide residential, commercial and property management clients with a customer-centric focus. They have a reputation of delivering Adelaide's best electrician experience. So for any of your electrical needs, Tap Electrical, very grateful for their sponsorship today. Make sure you stay socially distanced where you can, everybody out here in person. Socially distance, keep your masks on when you can. If you're watching our live stream today, you'll see Wintec Racing's logo up in the top left corner. Wintec are our live stream sponsor today, so we're very grateful to them for their support. Every Wintec is built to capitalise on to deliver a balance of resilience and hydrodynamic efficiency, resulting in an exceptional rowing experience year after year. From the lake to the river to the coast, Wintec Racing has a boat for your needs. Whether buying for yourself or for a school or a club, there is a price point to suit your budget. From the novice rower to the elite athlete, whether a student athlete or a masters athlete, Wintec Racing has a boat for you. Take advantage of the partnership with Rowing SA and row the future. So we'll have a start for our under 21 men's single scull in a couple of minutes' time. That's up at the 2,000 metre mark. If you have a look down onto the pontoon, you'll see our Bendigo Bank tent. Plenty of shiny trophies there, ready to be presented to our winners today. So this event, because there are only 8 athletes, it'll be a straight final. There is no heat here, so you can expect to see some really good red-hot racing in that last 500 metres. certainly have a start for our under 21 men's single scullers. Lane 1, Henry Southcott, Adelaide Uni. Lane 2, Callum Deckers, Torrens. Lane 3, Adam Holland, Scotch College. Lane 4, Joshua Lascock from Adelaide Rowing Club. Lane 5, Nick Burr, Adelaide Uni. Lane 6, Bill Darker from Torrens. Lane 7, Connor Donnellan from Torrens. And Lane 8, Ben Ashman, Adelaide Uni, coached by Sam Morton. Difficult to call places from here. As they come a bit closer, we'll be able to have a look and see where these boys are at. Got a couple of big names in this field. We've got Adam Holland in lane 3 from Scotch College, who won the Schoolboy single at Nationals last year and was on the Australian junior team in the 8. Very good sculler, but still at school, so some of these boys are a bit older than he is. So I think we have Callum Deckers from Torrens and Adam Holland from Scotch. I think Adam's got the lead there. Callum's taken the race to him though. And it looks like we may have Nick Burr in 3rd position at the moment. That's lane 5. So Adam will be in the yellow Zudi as you see him coming down the course. Those boys just about at the 1,000 metre mark now. So halfway through their race. Adam looking like he has a convincing lead there. No surprises, he spends a lot of time in his single scull. Very good young athlete. So by the looks of things, the race is spreading out now. Looking like we've got Adam in first, Callum Deckers and Nick Burr racing for that 2nd place. But this is a straight final, so it'll be first across the line, gets all the points. Coming through to their final push, the final 500 metres of their race. Adam's certainly leading the field here. Racing beautifully. And then I think back to Callum Deckers from Torrens. It looks like he's sitting relatively comfortably in 2nd place there. But it'll be a good race to the line. Him and Nick Burr from Adelaide Uni. Two weekends ago, Callum raced at the New South Wales State Championships, the under 21 men's single scull there. Get a taste of what the competition's like interstate in preparation for nationals. which is the end of March. So Adam sculling lovely, good rhythm, looking really relaxed. Callum coming through in looks like second place there. So Adam just coming through the red boys, 100 metres to go. He's letting the boat do the work for him, working hard through the drive, relaxing the recovery. Adam Holland will take out our 2022 State Championship Under 21 Men's Single Scull. Callum Decker's looking like he will, Nick Burr's challenging him for that second place. It's Adam across the line there. Well done to Adam. And the boys racing it out for second. I think Callum's got his nose in front. Yeah. Callum with a boat length there. And just some clear water as he crosses the line. Back to Adelaide Uni's Nick Burr in third. I think Ben Ashman from Adelaide Uni across in fourth as well. Over in lane 8. And then Josh Lascock from ARC in lane 4. Just crossing the line. And bringing up the rest of the field, Henry Southcott, Bill Darker, Connor Donnellan. That's Henry Southcott there, across the line. And the two Torrens boys finishing up the race there. That concludes our under 21 men's single scull. Our next race that'll be coming down shortly will be the Open Women's Single Scull. So again, a state championship event. Whoever crosses the line first will take the state championship for this year. So we certainly have a start there with our Open Women's Single Scull. Lane 3, Jo Malcolm from Adelaide Uni. Lane 4, Izzy Watson from Adelaide Uni. Lane 5, Sophia Sahanen from Adelaide Rowing Club. And lane 6, Sophie Barr from Adelaide Uni. Those girls from Adelaide Uni Boat Club, coached by Jerick Hasselgrove. They've had an awesome season. worked very hard. They got some very fast women coming out of there. Sophie Barr in lane 6 is going to Harvard later this year. She's going to go study there and row there in their varsity program. But for the moment, she's rowing with Adelaide Uni and rowing out of Sassy under Jason Lane. Looking a bit tricky to pick who's in front here. We'll see how the race unfolds as they get closer to the 1,000-metre mark. These girls having a very good race. Again, tricky to pick who's in front here. We may have Jo Malcolm just with her nose in front. I think we've got all 4 girls racing very hard to the K. There's not very much in it. Izzy Watson may just, I think she's gone with Jo. Both of them are having a very good race there. Sophia may just be dropping off the pace a little bit, but there's still plenty of the race to go. They're at about the 750. Let's see who makes a move. I think maybe Sophie Barr's making a move here. But all 4 of those girls really taking it to each other as they come through in their final 500 metres here. They're going to take their rate up. They're going to race as hard as they can to get to the finish line. I think Jo Malcolm may have her bow ball in front. Jo Malcolm getting her rating up, showing us how much she wants it in the closing stages of this race. Got about 100 metres to go. So Jo in the lane closest to us here. She can hold onto this lead. That is the state champion open women's single scull. Izzy, Sophie, Sophia all taking their rate up too, trying to make up ground on Jo as they come through the final closing stages of this race. Jo maintaining her lead. Girls racing hard for the line. Jo looks like she'll hold on. And then it's a race for second. Sophie Barr, Izzy Watson. I think Izzy's got her nose in front. Jo will come across the line in first and take out the state championship. Jo Malcolm across the line first. Izzy Watson looking like she's got half a boat length on Sophie Barr. And Sophia then a boat length behind. What a race. Just a request from up here as well. We're looking for bow number I2 from Prince Alfred College, so PAC. If you're from PAC, could you please have a look around your tent area, on your boats? We need that bow number back. So if you can find someone from ARC or bring it back up to regatta control, that would be good. So a great race there from our open women. Jo Malcolm across the line in first.
Morning, everyone. Phil Mangelsdorf here. Welcome to the regatta today, this first day of the state championships, and my congratulations to Jo Malcolm, just winning the Women's Open Single Scull state title for 2022. Congratulations, Jo Malcolm from the Adelaide University Boat Club. Well done, Jo. A first-time winner for Jo, and I hope she doesn't mind me saying, but she was probably the oldest person in the race, but she showed those young ones that they've got to respect age and experience. Well done, Jo Malcolm, winner of the Open Women's Single Scull State Championship. And she just received a cup, big trophy cup. It's a perpetual trophy for that event. Congratulations, Jo Malcolm. There's the Open Men's Pair final, and it's a pretty close duel between Adelaide and Adelaide Uni, but it's the Adelaide Uni boat that's in front, closest to the judge. So it should be Jeremy Beale and Ross Hamilton in the Adelaide Uni boat. Phoenix are running third. The Adelaide crew's Matt Nielsen and Drew Clements. Boats are reasonably close, but the white with the black V of Adelaide Uni crew seem to be in control. They're in the last section of the race, and they've got their boat clearly in front of the Adelaide crew in the red, gold and black hoops. With Ross Hamilton in there in the Adelaide Uni crew, he likes to keep the rating up, and he's doing that. And another win to experience in that Ross is one of our older, more experienced racers. So across the line, Adelaide Uni first of the Open Men's Pair State Championship of South Australia for 2022, and another win to Adelaide Uni. So 2 wins in a row in the Open titles. Adelaide Uni taking the women's single scull with Jo Malcolm, and now Jeremy Beale and Ross Hamilton taking the Open men's coxless pair. Congratulations. Adelaide second, that's Matt Nielsen and Drew Clements. Phoenix coming third. Okay, a bit of a bookkeeping notice here. The bow numbers, we do need you to return them. A big regatta today, lots of races, and we need the bow numbers returned. We're looking for bow number I2 from Prince Alfred College, from Mitch, L3 from Norwood, that's Bison, and from Port Adelaide, bow number N3 from Port Adelaide. I2, L3, N3 PAC, Norwood and Port Adelaide. Bow numbers to return. So race number 27 on the program today is the under-19 men's coxed 4 final. And that race is well underway. Had a bit of a glitch in communication here. I haven't got the names of the finalists. We had heats earlier in the day. So my apologies for not being able to tell you the field. But usually from the heats, the fastest boats are put in the middle lanes, and it does seem to me the crew in lane 4 is leading. But they're having a great battle with the crew in lane no, it's the crew in lane 5 and the crew in lane 3 that are having the best battle for the lead. And I'd say the lane 5 boat is a St. Peter's crew. And the second boat, also in double blue, is Unley. So it's St. Peter's in 5, Unley in 3 that are battling for the lead, with a challenge also from the crew over in about lane 7. If anything, it's the Unley crew in the double blue vertical stripes that's got a slight lead over the Saints crew in the all blue colours. Take that back, it's the two Saints crews that are battling for the lead. And it is a battle. It's a close race. Boats almost overlapping. They head towards the finish line. But certainly good racing. This under-19 men's coxed 4. Just half a boat length as they approach the finish line between the two crews. So Quinella for first and second place there for the St. Peter's College Boat Club. Apologies for not having the names and the crew lanes. So race number 28 on the program today is the Open Lightweight Men's Coxless 4 State Championship race. There's only the one entry, so it will be what we call a row over to the Adelaide Uni Boat Club. Crew of Harrison Francis, James Powell, Mitchell Moore and Charlie Moore, coached by Sam Morton. So in our rules of racing, for a state title, if there is only one entry, that crew or sculler is eligible to row. In this case, they would have had to weigh in to be the correct weight for the individuals under the maximum weight, and the crew to average under the maximum average weight. So they would have had to qualify to row over the course, and they must row over the racing course as if they were racing another boat to win the state title. So it'll be 3 in a row for Adelaide Uni because they've just won the 2 previous state titles. And with bonus points for state premiership, the Adelaide Uni will be increasing the lead they already had before this weekend's racing started in the state premiership. The premiership for the Premier Club is decided over all the racing at all the regattas for the whole year. It's the premiership. Today's racing and tomorrow's racing are for their state titles in the individual boat classes, with the open classes being open to all comers, including we have had interstate and overseas crews and entrants in these state titles. They are an open event, just like in open golf or open tennis. You can row and race in an open state championship. And one of the biggest races of today, speaking about that, is the Open Men's 8 title. And I think there's a record number of 11 entries originally for this race today, requiring heats, which I can't remember happening in recent years for our state title in the men's 8s. And that's partly, I think, been a result of that from the efforts of St Peter's College last year, who won this open title. The school crew won the open title, beating Adelaide Uni, who were second, and Adelaide, who were third, because it's inspired several other schools to enter in the Open Men's 8. So we're looking forward to those heats later this morning, and the final due at 4:30 today. So the lightweight coxless 4 that's on the regatta course, so the sweep 4 from the Adelaide Uni, going to take out the Open Lightweight Men's Coxless 4 state title for 2022. Harrison Francis, James Powell, Mitchell Moore, Charlie Moore, coach Sam Morton. Adelaide Uni just need to finish the 2,000 metre formalities, and they will be the declared state champions for the year. And 3 titles in a row for Adelaide Uni Boat Club. Congratulations again, Adelaide Uni. Ah, no, what happened then? Up with the official results of coming up from our volunteers on the website. You can look up the official results. I've got the Open Women's Single Scull officially there. Was the winner Joe Malcolm in time of 8 minutes 12.36. The winning margin was 4.78 seconds. Adelaide Uni got the trifecta there, first, second and third. Adelaide were fourth. So we haven't got the official results yet of races 26 and 27, but Adelaide Uni were first over the line. It was Jeremy Beale and Ross Hamilton. And I'm pretty sure Saints were first and second in the race 27. Official results. I'm sure will be posted as soon as our officials can do that. So race 29 is a heat of the women's coxed quad scull with Walford number 2, Seymour number 4, St Peter's in 3, Seymour number 2 in 4, Loretto in lane 5, that's their number 3 crew, Wilderness number 2 in 6, Scotch in lane 7, and Unley in lane 8. Those crews through the halfway mark, and the important thing for them is just the first 2 place getters go to the final. So a really high degree of competition challenge thrown to the 8 boats that were entered, that just 2 will progress to the final. And at the moment I'd say there's 3 boats perhaps fighting for those 2 positions. And I'd say those 2 leading boats are Wilderness in lane 6 and St Peter's in lane 3. They look like being the possible first and second place getters to gain a place in the final. About the leaders, it's the Wilderness crew, but there is a strong challenge from Scotch over in lane 7 against the says St Peter's, but I can see a Torrens red and white Zudi in that crew there. The first 2 place getters, it's going to be close between Scotch and the gold over in lane 7 and the what looks like a St Peter's and Torrens quad scull in lane 3. They hurtle down towards the finish line. There's going to be no doubt about the leaders, the Wilderness crew. The interest will be the second place. At this stage it's Scotch College just ahead of the composite crew. So I've just cracked the code on the progress here for this event, the under 17 women's coxed quad scull. The +2 N2F means the next 2 fastest crews from the 3 heats. So there's 3 heats. We'll have 6 automatic qualifiers as the first 2 place getters, and then from the 3 heats the next 2 fastest boats will go to the final. So it's quite conceivable that the crews that just came 3rd and 4th in that race could well finish up in the final, as each time is recorded. We've got a fantastic timing set up here. Our volunteers run a timing system from the start to the finish, the 2,000 metres to the finish line with our photo finish camera with timing on it. So they'll have accurate times for all the boats in all the 3 heats for this women's coxed quad scull. My congratulations to the entries, most of them from schools by the look of it. We just saw a club rower from Torrens in one of the boats, and that's quite conceivable why they were still battling all the way to the finish line, because their time may well propel them into the final at race number 75 today, one of the last races on the program. The last race, number 79 at 4:30 today, the men's open 8s. The second heat of the under-17 women's quad is race number 30 with Seymour in number 1 in lane 1, Norwood Moriarty number 2 in lane 2, Wilderness number 1 and 3, Loretto number 1 in 4, Walford number 3 in 5, Unley number 3 in 6, Wilderness number 3 in 7, and Scotch number 2 in lane 8. That race is looming closer and closer to the finish line, and they're well spread out in this particular heat. The first 2 place getters look quite clear cut. Loretto and Wilderness, 2 number 1 boats in lane, Loretto boat in lane 4, Wilderness in lane 3, Loretto crews Bianca Kohlberg, Fern Rosenbauer, Isabella Deans and Emily Lang, coxed by Emily Dagar, and the Wilderness crews Marjorie Tucker, Molly Dwyer, Gracie Dowling, Lulu Detmold, and the cox Sophie Taib Farrell. So they're your first 2 place getters, and they'll go straight to the final. But again, the fastest of the other finishers from the 3 heats will also join them to make an 8-boat final. So worth the 3rd and 4th place getters to race all the way to the line, as they are doing here. It's race 30. Heat 2 of the under-17 women's coxed quad scull. Field well spread out. In fact, one of the boats may have stopped just around past the 500 metre mark. They're not in the screen at the moment. One of the rescue boats is going to look at them right now as I speak, so they'll be in good hands very shortly. Lovely water here for racing today, so the conditions should be okay for good racing, but doesn't mean that you don't have equipment failure with the racing equipment. That can happen, and that appears to be the problem with that boat. There's our lifesaver rescue boat is also in attention. Meanwhile, the next race is underway, which is the third heat of the under-17 women's coxed quadruple scull. We've got Loretto number 2 in lane 1, Pulteney in lane 2, Walford number 1 in lane 3, Scotch number 3 in lane 4, Nord Moriata number 1 in lane 5, Seymour number 3 in 6, Unley number 2 in 7, and Wilderness number 4 in lane 8. Again, congratulations for the outstanding entries. It's 31 that's on your screen with the third heat of the women's coxed quad scull. Got the right label on it now. And it's two of the boats in the extreme lanes. In the heats, there is a random computer draw like lotto for the lane placings. So we do get this sort of result in a heat, but the winners of the heats go into the centre lanes for the finals. So this time it's looks like Seymour. And the Unley crew. Sorry, we had some wrong information on the screen there for a while, so a bit confused there. I apologise for that. We've jumped to the next race, which was an 8 race. I could see it wasn't an 8 race. So apologies for not calling that very well at all. We'll wait the official results. Speaking about official results, we've got some here. Race 32 is underway now. The under 17 men's 8. Pulteney Grammar in 2. Saints number 1 in 3. Nord Marietta in 4. Unley number 1 in 5. Prince Alfred College in 6. And Saints number 2 in 7. So 6 entries in the under 17 men's 8. This is a first and final, straight final. Under 17s is a age group that we race in the national regatta, so for the younger seniors is probably my way of describing it. We've got excellent racing here between the two St Peter's College crews in the blue and Prince Alfred College in the red. So let's see, the Prince Alfred crew is Charles Wunderberg, Samuel Ledge, Toby Merrigan, Otto Wendt, Hugo Knight, Sam Stunnell, Lewis Dawson, Edward Chappell, Alex Hamoud, the Cox. And it looks to me like it's the Saints number 2 crew. It's pushing them for the lead, which is Oliver Franco, Hugh Hazel, Matt Walsh, Jesse Parsons, George Griffith, George Quick, Sam Robran, Archie Young and Lachlan Hunt, the Cox. Those two crews hurtling towards the finish line with Princes in the red, a slight lead. Boats overlapping, less than half a length between them. This under 17 men's 8. Great racing. So hurtle towards the finish line. The St Peter's crew in the blue overlapping the Princes in the red. But a win to Prince Alfred College. First over the line in the 2022 State Championship under 17 men's 8. Congratulations, Prince Alfred College, winners of that under 17 men's state title. For the open men's coxless pair was Adelaide Uni first, Adelaide second, winning time 6:58.32, margin 18.95 at the finish. That under 19 men's cox 4 was indeed St Peter's College 1-2. In fact, St Peter's went first, second, third and fourth. Their winning crew, the number 1 crew in order, 1, 2, 3 and 4. 6:56 the winning time. And 3.93 seconds the margin. And of course, the Adelaide Uni won their row over in the lightweight 4. The 19 women's single scull final. Again, we've had heats this morning. And the line-up for the final of race 33 for the under 19 women's single scull is Murray Bridge Duval in 1, Torrens in lane 2, that's Graham, Pulteney Nurhus in lane 3, Loretto Murray in lane 4, St Ignatius Kavanagh in 5, Loretto Illman in lane 6, Butcher Torrens in lane 2, Torrens number 2 in lane 7, and C. Rogers from Pembroke in lane 8. That's race 33. The race that's on your screen if you're watching this live, thanks to our sponsors. Is it Wintec that are providing the live stream coverage? We thank them for their sponsorship and producing, or letting us produce and present this live screen racing from the South Australian State Championships. Under 17 state championship race is the Torrens scull. Graham, surname Graham. Imogen Graham. In the red and white hoops, the Torrens sculler, Imogen Graham from Torrens. Pulteney sculler, Emma Nairhouse, probably running second. Torrens in the under 17 women's single scull. Torrens, Imogen Graham, winner of the under 17 women's single scull. Sorry. Under 19 that was, I think, under 17 eighths. And we've got the final of the Schoolboy Year 9 Cox quad scull next. races underway. It's a 1,000-metre race, so you've seen the start. Always very exciting, the start of a race, and a shorter distance race. The boats are usually very high rating and very exciting and enthusiastic start. They're racing half the distance of these open senior races. So the youngsters get stuck right into that. You can see the flurry of action, and at this stage, just nothing separating the field. Congratulations. Pretty beautiful. Scotch number 2 in 1, Saints number 2 in 2, Saints number 1 in 3, Princes number 1 in 4, Scotch number 1 in 5, Princes number 2 in 6, Only number 2 in 7, and Only number 1 in 8. Approaching the halfway mark, and still difficult to pick a leader. It could be the Prince's crew in lane 4. Yeah, go for it. Just being joined in the commentary by state champion sculler today, Joe Malcolm. Congratulations, Joe. And sure you'll have something to say about the racing when you get settled in front of the microphone.
Thanks so much, Mangs. But we've got a tight race here. The Schoolboy Year 9 coxed scull. I think it's PAC leading by about a boat length in front. That's in lane 4. So that's Obst, Wakelin, Garnett and Smith with Cox Barlow, coached by Angie Franco. Looking the goods as we come into the final 250 metres to go. Some really nice rowing there from the PAC scullers. They pick their rate up as they come through that final 250. I don't think anyone's going to row through them. With a tight tussle for second place between the Scotch and Prince Alfred, or is it Unley? Unley over the far side. And Prince Alfred 2 boat.
Great competition, Joe. There's, you can see nearly all of them in the screen. Close together. 1, 2, 3, 4 boats overlapping.
Fantastic sculling from this leading Prince Alfred College boat. And they will take the win. So well coached by Angie Franco there. So that will be the state champion of the Schoolboy Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. So any Year 9s can enter that. So you'll have A crews versus B crews coming through on that one. We look like we're marshalling for a start here for the Masters Women's Single Scull. Race 35 in lane 2, we've got Riverside, Ilaria Pagani. In lane 3, we've got Gulwa Kate Tebneff. In lane 4, we've got Torrens Angie Franco. In lane 5, we've got Riverside Melanie Innes. In lane 6, Torrens Rowing Club Simone Ellis. In lane 7, Torrens Rowing Club Susie Ross. And in lane 8, Port Adelaide Lisa Putland. What's your bets for this one, Mangs?
I should just defer to you, Joe. You can... I mentioned in my commentary that you could row Masters as well as state championship. So you've raced against some of these women. My I'm impressed by their talent there, because I know Angie Franco, Simone Ellis and Susie Ross have all been very worthy interstate representatives in their younger careers, as have you.
Yeah, well, I actually, those three and myself made the State Masters Women's Quad for the interstate race last year, and we
won a silver medal.
So I can testify that these girls are pretty quick.
Yeah, so I expect a close race between those three to be the three place getters, and just whoever's in best form at the moment or been working at their program of training and tapering.
So it's interesting, last race that we all went off against them, I was racing too, and someone beat me by about a bowel. It was like on the line. And
I saw the margin,
2 weeks ago. But today is probably a little bit more favourable conditions with a slight tail. I'd be interested to see Susie's racing really well at the moment. And she's been doing a little bit more work in the single scull, but I would say Simone is the one to beat. Every time Angie races, I think she gets better in the scull. But yeah, it would be between the three of them, I would say.
And they're underway, so we'll soon know. Racing 1,000 metres, the Masters, so they've an unheld start, but they've not much difference in their handicap for ages, so they're well underway.
So Simone, Susie and Lisa, so that's lanes 6, 7 and 8 off go, with Ilaria and Angie off 5 seconds, and Kate and Melanie Innes in lanes 3 and 5 off of 8 seconds. So with these two Torrens scullers side by side off the same handicap, we'd expect to see an early race between Simone and Susie develop, which is happening now, but Angie will try and bridge that 5 second gap up to them. And as we see, not much between the Torrens scullers leading the field. I wonder if Angie will push up to them. I think she's closing the gap, Mangs.
Yeah, I reckon that's a good observation, but that's probably nearly 2 lengths start to give away 5 seconds. It's a long way in a single. You'd be working pretty hard just to catch that up. So I doubt that she'll actually get past them.
So we can see Simone, I think, just about half a length in front of Susie at this stage, with Angie closing in on Susie. I'd say a little bit of overlap here as they've passed the 500 metre mark, so that's halfway through the race. All scullers working very hard. I know how competitive they are. They're going to be pushing for this one.
And it's beautiful water for racing today so far. It's just
fantastic conditions.
A wonderful sight on the West Lakes Regatta course here today.
So fantastic. Susie's still got overlap on Simone's stern. I'd love to see her push up and challenge Simone. It's so hard to beat her. She's so fit. She's so strong. She sculls so well. But yeah, just seeing a push from Susie, push up next to Simone now. Angie's maybe a length off the back of her here.
Angie's done a great job to close that gap. She's almost within striking distance, so that's a great effort by these three leading scullers from your
This will be a push to the line between Susie and Simone here. I wonder if Susie can just pick up her 8 and start to tap it along, but it's stroke for stroke between the two. Oh, I think Simone's still hanging on to maybe a foot of lead. Angie's pushing to the line as well, but I don't think we'll close the gap on them. Half a length up to Simone, and she's responded there now. And I think Simone will hold on to it. Half a length win out to nearly a full length. Oh, and Angie's closing in on them. It will be Simone 1, Susie 2, Angie 3.
Great effort by Angie there to get
phenomenal.
up that close. And Susie, who in her early career there was never any sculling, so she's new to the sculling world and doing a great job as well. What great competition for the Masters women's sculling.
And Kate coming through now. She's relatively new to the sport and doing a phenomenal job here. So that's Kate Tebner from Gore bringing in 4th place.
Yes, some talent there for the future, I think, in Kate Tebner for the Gore sculler. She's certainly physically looks fit and got good length in her rowing technique. And a tribute to our women's Masters scullers that the standard is high enough for you to win the state championship today. I reckon that's one of the best things I've seen for a long time, Joe.
It was fantastic. Thanks, Mangs. So that was Riverside's Melanie Innes racing with Ilaria Pagani and Lisa Putland, bringing up 5, 6 and 7 respectively. Interesting. I've had some word from Rum Mobs talking about my single scull race. Sophie Barr has a scholarship in America, and so does Sophie Soonan. I've heard that she's just accepted a scholarship to Boston Uni for both academics and rowing. So that's fantastic. Congratulations to Sophia.
Well, I've been to Boston and seen the Boston and university set up there, the rowing clubs. It's on the Charles River. It's one of the great American cities of rowing on the eastern seaboard, and wish them well, and what a wonderful place to enjoy the hospitality of the United States students and rowing fraternity. Wish them well.
It is hard here in Australia. We bring up so many young rowers through the school programs. They do well, and then the American schools, the American universities do like to take them. It's hard, but it's also good for them as well. They get a new opportunity overseas. They row in some really intense competitions between the colleges over there, and it's a great experience. But it does kind of gut our club membership here in Australia. We do have a start in the Masters Women's Single Division 2, so that's race 36 on your program. In lane 3, we have Phoenix, Caroline Mussered off go. In lane 4, Murray Bridge, Bernadette O'Neill off 13 seconds. In lane 5, Port Adelaide, Alison Smith off 23 seconds. And in lane 6, Riverside, Naomi Ree off 23 seconds as well.
Just finishing off on those overseas students, most of them, a lot of them, I feel have come back to Australia to their various clubs and cities and rowed on, which so they're not lost to our system. They just and they come back as well qualified competitors, like Rosie Chapman Popper, who she did that scholarship and she's won an Olympic medal last year.
Yeah.
Back rowing for Australia. She actually rowed for the United States when she was over there,
well,
the juniors.
Angus Dawson is the most recent one. He went over there early, obviously came home when COVID broke out over there, and then at 21 rowed for Australia in the Olympics. But he's back over, where is he, Mangs?
He's at University of California, I reckon.
Yeah, I think, so
he's on the West Coast.
Yeah. And Jack Kelly's also another one who raced for Harvard. Noni McCallum went over there. So it's fantastic to be able to have that international kind of camaraderie between, with rowing at the centre of it. So that's fantastic. Back to the racing, Caroline Mussered.
Yeah. And I reckon Alison Smith's got her in her sights. Alison's made up some good ground from having given away some handicap. And I think Ali in the black and white Port Adelaide colours is closing in on the long stroking Caroline Mussered, who is the elder states lady of the crew of the race. Never gets ruffled, holds a great length and rhythm. But you can see Alison putting in the slightly higher rating and giving her a run for her money.
I think Alison's in fantastic form at the moment. She's been sculling really well. I know that she won one of the Masters Women's Single races when it was handicapped against the previous scullers maybe a month ago or so. So I think Ali's been training really hard out on the port, and the tailwind here would have helped her along fantastically. Amazing sculling. You don't forget, do you?
Good quality racing though, again, because Caroline Muzzarad, she's been a world champion in her Masters age groups on, I'm pretty sure at least 2 occasions. So you've got world-class Masters rowing and sculling athletes out here on the course. Your Murray Bridge sculler doing quite a good job, sculling quite well, and working hard in the rear is the the Riverside sculler, Naomi Ray.
So that will be Alison Smith taking first position in the Masters Women's Single Division 2 over Caroline Muzzarad, also sculling fantastically well. I love watching her row. And it will be the Murray Bridge sculler, Bernadette O'Neill coming through now, also a fantastic sculler. And Naomi Ree closing out the field from Riverside.
And speaking about next races, Joe, what's your next event today? Just fill me in, because I've got the whole program. I've read it over and over, but
there's
it's
just
so
a mess
much
at the
going
moment.
on. So for you personally, you've got
I've got the Open Women's 4 next, and then the quad at the end of the day.
right, and the 8 tomorrow.
Tomorrow, it's going to be a big one.
Should be good.
Come on, Mangs, we can do it.
It's going to be good. We've got fantastic racing all weekend.
I'm so excited. The 4 is probably going to be the most interesting race today, I think. We have a start in the Masters men's coxless pair here. In lane 2, Adelaide Uni, Bill Nat and John Bentley. In lane 3, Riverside, Wayne Chadwick and Ian McBride. In lane 4, Adelaide, Andrew Tidman and Michael Simons. In lane 5, Goolwa, we've got Simon Burr and Dave England. In lane 6, Phoenix have scratched. In lane 7, we've got Torrens, Rob Ellis and Kevin Tankard. And in lane 8, Riverside, Peter Smith and Paul Gunson. This is going to be a good race, I think. I think we'll see Adelaide Uni
And Torrens, I reckon.
and Torrens and that Riverside crew as well. Never count them out. Ian McBride and Dave England knows how to row from Goolwa. So I love watching this Masters racing. I think it's fantastic, the handicap system, the way the Masters do push themselves to their limits in this race, and I'd be biased on this one, but I do want the Blacks to come in. But I suspect Rob Ellis and Kevin Tankard, though they're both scullers rowing in a sweep event, so that's 2 oars going to 1 oar each.
I do remember these guys rowing in their younger careers, Joe, and they would have started as sweep rowers back in the day, because we didn't have so many sculling boat races in those days, and they've graduated to sculling as in their certainly in their Masters careers. But yeah. And
like you're saying, I think the youth, so Rob and Kevin went off 38 seconds, and they seem to be fitter, overrating the field and just being able to tap their boat along. That's in lane 7, if we can potentially pan left to get that leading boat in.
Well, the Adelaide Uni crew and closest to us in the judges' tower, they're certainly got their rating up, having a go at Bill Nat and Ross Hamilton.
So Bill does love to rate high, but Rob and Kevin are just taking it to the field, and they've just rode through the Riverside crew. So pan left. Sorry, they're just left of screen, and they will be coming through to the line now.
it's Bill Nat and Bentley, sorry.
Yeah.
Ross was in the other race.
So on your screen now, finishing off that race, rating quite high. Fantastic rowing for typical scullers. That's Torrens, so that's Rob Ellis and Kevin Tankard over Adelaide Uni, Bill Nat and John Bentley. Riverside, Chadwick and McBride, and a race for fourth. I think it will be the Goolwa crew. Sorry, I beg your pardon. That's where are we? Adelaide. We'll just hold off the Goolwa crew. And then Riverside coming through. Ooh, big boys boats. Big boys boats.
Okay, Joe, we're onto the open eights, and I've got to say that I did a preview for this regatta, which I sent out, and then after I'd sent it, I found a redraw, so there were quite a few errors in my preview, but there's no error in the entry for open men's eights. I can't remember having heats in my lifetime for open men's eights.
And we
in
have
South
to row
Australia.
heats tomorrow as well.
And I think it's wonderful that the huge entry we've got for the open men's eight. So I just congratulate the clubs. And you went on air. I was on air earlier, and I said the fact that St. Peter's won this event last year, the school crew won the open eights. They went on and won the national title in school, as well as the state title and the head of the river. But I think it's encouraged all the other schools to enter the open eights, which they may not have done in the past. So we've got several club crews, but we've also got several school crews entered in the open eights, and we've got heats in the state championship open men's eights for the first time.
Well, you have to remember too, these eights wouldn't have had an opportunity to race for the last month because the school premiership series, the last two, have been cancelled. So just due to managing the COVID outbreak, the government direction has been no inter-school racing. We were lucky enough, big thanks to our CEO, Andrew Swift, for pushing through an exemption with SA Health to get the schools on the water for this weekend so that we can see the schools race. So massive shout out to Swifty for the work that he did there, and Beck for supporting this regatta for going ahead. And yeah, good support from the heads of schools as well to be able to push that through.
So first heat's underway with Adelaide Uni in 3, Torrens in 4, St. Peter's number 1 in 5, Prince's number 2 in 6, and Adelaide in lane 7. And I think it's just the Torrens crew that are not up in that leading 4. So it's first 4 boats to go to the final. And at this stage, I'm looking at the one that's going to miss out. That's just my way of looking at this field. That because I'm sure they'll make sure they qualify for the final. Then they'll try and save as much energy as possible. These leading crews, and the fact that Torrens are from lane 4, trailing the field at the moment, and there's daylight between them and the other 4 boats. I think some of those guys that haven't been doing a lot of racing will be conserving a bit of energy, Joe.
Yeah, I think I agree with you there. Also, it's interesting to see from the lineup in front of me, it looks like Hilly's in the bow seat, but when they get a little closer, we'll see what that Adelaide Rowing Club lineup is. They look like they're, as you say, conserving a little bit of energy, but I think with some really established rowers in this boat, Alex Hill, Tim Santon, Drew Clements, Sam Walsh, Oscar McGuinness, Nate Bowden, and Matt Nielsen with James Price in the boat. I can't see them wanting to give anything away to the school kids.
I'm almost embarrassed to ask, is Alex Hill out there? Because
I saw him training this morning, and I think he will be in the boat.
I only say that because things changed from me yesterday, and I didn't have any the most latest up-to-date information. But if he's out there, ladies and gentlemen, you've got our South Australian gold medal rowing Olympian, Alex Hill, somewhere in this Adelaide Rowing Club boat.
I've seen him training in the 6th seat, so we're going to look for that.
And if people are wondering why he'd not be in the stroke seat, I think the problem would be that some of these club rowers might have trouble keeping up with him if he let everything go in the stroke seat, Joe. What do you think?
Although that's in lane 7. I don't know if we've got our draw right. This is Adelaide Uni 1 crew coming down. So they must have put... This is heat 2.
Yeah.
So there must have been an issue up at the start. Just seeing these crews come through now and looking out on the field, we are on race 39. So that's Adelaide Uni 1 leading the field down. Again, Princes in 2
Scotch.
and Scotch in 3. Again, a pretty star-studded field. Looking at the state reps in this boat. So that Adelaide Uni boat stroked by Nick Blackman. And that would be Torrens 2 boat. So I was surprised to see them so far off the back, but that's not their first boat. So I'm assuming there must have been an issue up the start for Heat 1, and we should see that come through soon, I expect.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have the sophisticated communication from all the officials to tell us when they change the program, but we do our best, which wasn't up to date then, but we've definitely got the right race there.
Looking like, yeah, good strong showing from Torrens Boating 2 men's 8s. That crew looks like made up of mostly schoolboys. So great to see them come together under their club and race for their club. But their first boat, I would assume, would be up with the pack. So that would be the race coming down the field now.
And that race is underway. It's race 38 on the program. The first heat of the Open Men's 8 with Adelaide Uni, Torrens, St Peter's, Prince Alfred and Adelaide.
Sure. So this will be race 38. So from lane 3, we've got Adelaide Uni 2. In lane 4, we've got Torrens 1. In lane 5, St Peter's College 1. In lane 6, Prince Alfred College 2. And in lane 7, Adelaide Rowing
38
Club.
strokes to the minute at the moment, the Adelaide crew.
So wondering who's stroking that boat. Whether it's Tim, whether it's Hilly. Whether Pricey's going to do it.
James P. Rice might be in the stroke seat. He looked very confident this morning when I saw him wandering around before the racing.
So yes, that Adelaide Rowing Club crew will have raced to the 1,000-metre mark. Whether they continue pushing through that second 1,000, like you said, I would assume that they'd try and conserve some of their energy for the final or some of the other races that might have between the heat and the final this afternoon.
Yeah, the St Peter's crew are probably clearly in second place, if not on level terms with Adelaide. So St Peter's in the blue in the middle lane, right up with the Adelaide crew, and of course St Peter's are the defending champions in this boat class from last year. They won the Open State Championship.
It's fantastic. I love the competitiveness that we've got in this Schoolboy 8 category. I think it's fantastic for the state, raises the bar, and it also pushes the clubs too, because they don't want to get beaten by schoolboys.
Indeed, it was a big talking point last year. But I've got to say, when I wrote my preview yesterday, I've never had the honour in my over 50 years of reporting on South Australian rowing to say that not only did St Peter's win the Open State title, they won the School State title, they won the National State title, as well as the South Australian Head of the River.
Yeah.
I've never said that about any crew before. So what a crew they were.
And it's really special too, because a lot of that boat that won last year were year 11s. So I think we
here again.
I think we see 6 out of the 8 racing here today. But trying to look at that lineup.
Adelaide aren't rating 38 now, Joe.
No, they are
More
cruising.
like 28.
Trying to see who's sitting where.
Yeah.
We've got Oscar in the 2 seat. Good to see him sweeping. I think we saw him sweep last weekend. So he will be racing the Penrith Cup at this stage. Trying to pick who's stroking.
They've all got beautiful sun hats on, and I can't pick exactly who's sitting where, even with my binoculars. Sorry, Joe.
That's all right. But yeah, Saints just bringing their rate up to the line. ARC not fast. Yeah, it does look like Hilly in the stroke seat there, well under control. Saints boys push it to the line, clear length of water behind them to PAC, also pushing to the line. We've got the Torrens one, they will qualify for the final, just edging out AUBC 2, so that's their seconds.
Still fantastic entry, Joe. I'm just so pleased to see that wonderful entry from the schools and from the clubs. 2 crews from Adelaide Uni, 2 crews from Torrens in senior 8s. That's wonderful to see.
And it's 1 crew from Adelaide, but it's a fairly stacked crew, Mangs. So I cannot wait for the race this afternoon. Very excited to see what happens.
Yeah, well, Alex Hill, we're talking about him. He's an Olympic gold medalist. He's also an Olympic silver medalist and a world champion a couple of times in the men's 4. And he hasn't been able to race in our state championships for the last 3 or 4 years because he's been in full-time camp training in Canberra. So
Yeah,
welcome back, Alex. And
I think
pity we haven't got a crowd here to see him.
yeah, it's fantastic that we can get this live stream up and running so everyone can see how the racing is progressing, and obviously to get the exemption for us to race and the schools to race. So many of us down here, we did have to work under a COVID safe plan. So I do really appreciate those who are tuning into the live stream rather than coming down, keeping our numbers under 1,000. So really appreciate that and the work that all the guys in the Rowing SA office have done to keep this regatta alive and going.
It's no mean feat because I think I saw that the statistics showed nearly 700 athletes rowing this weekend. So that's 3/4 of our crowd.
Yeah. So we have Simon Albury here racing for the PR2 Men's Single Scull State Championship. Single entry, but good to see him race. I do believe he raced earlier today, the first race on the program under the PR3 Men's Single Scull. So we raced Sam Stunnell in the single, but
Yeah, I wasn't here then.
no, neither. Oh, I was sorting out school kids. But yeah, PR2 Men's Single Scull. Simon is a Paralympian. He doubled up with Kat Ross in the PR2 mixed double scull at the Paralympics last year. He's been training well, and this just gives him another opportunity to execute his race plan, go through his race day structure, and come out on top with a state championship title. So good to see Simon racing. He is obscenely quick at the moment. So PR2 being trunk and arms. So different classifications. PR3 is legs, trunk and arms. And PR1 just arms. So yes, Simon racing well. He'd be going for time today, so we don't expect to see him take the foot off the gas at all. Sculling really nicely in this tail breeze here.
Just under 30 strokes at the minute, but that's for a parasculler. That's a wonderful beat to have.
Yeah.
Good rhythm, good timing. His boat's running, and I talked before about how and why people who aren't familiar with our rowing what's this guy doing winning a state title on his own? Well, he was the only entry, and our rules allow for that in a state championship, that if you are the only entry, you are allowed to row, but you must race over the course and qualify in every way, and in this case in the Paralympic qualification measurement, and Simon's done all that, and he's having a decent crack at the rowing over the time. He's got beautiful conditions here, got his own umpire's boat following him and checking their time with a rescue boat. So,
and he put in a fantastic time over at the New South Wales State Championships. There they ran him off.
He won that, didn't he?
Yeah, they ran him off up against Eric Horry. So they did that at the Nationals last year, and I think Simon got a real taste of that racing pace, and he put in maybe 10 seconds between him and Eric, but this year he really stepped it up, and he will be going for national selection again this year, I believe. So really great to see him sculling. He looks comfortable out there, but we say that it looks comfortable, and I know for a fact it's not comfortable out there, but he will be trying to post a time and really execute his race plan.
There's nothing comfortable about the way you feel towards the end of a race if you've done all the work, Joe.
No, and I have particular admiration for parascullers, as they, like, obviously we use legs, trunk and arms, and just the trunk and arms, the amount of lactic acid that would be building up in those muscles that you're using is fantastic, and huge power to him. Simon Albury, South Australian state champion in the PR2 men's single scull. Well done to Torrance.
We cross over now to some heats. We've got heats in the Schoolgirl coxed quad scull, and just trying to check.
Looks underway in race 41 of the Schoolgirl coxed quad scull.
Two heats, that's what I was trying to check, and the first four in each heat go to the final.
Yeah, so we have a scratching in lane 2 from Wilderness. In lane 3, we've got Walford Anglican 6 crews from Walford contesting this race. Lane 4, Walford Anglican 2, lane 5, Unley High 1, lane 6, Pulteney Grammar 1, lane 7, Loreto Marriotteville 2, and in lane 8, Walford Anglican 6. So interesting, the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull event is an open schoolgirl event, so you can have seniors racing this one. So before, when we saw the Schoolgirl or Schoolboy Year 9 Cox Quad Scull, you could have had Year 8s or Year 9s, but nobody older than that. This would be your inters or your seniors racing in a Cox Quad Scull event. Leaders look to be lane 4, that Walford Anglican 2 boat of Ava Morrow, Imke Mentz, Ella Hamilton, Charlotte Newman and Scarlett Paps Burford Coxing. Streets ahead, they will qualify with no difficulties whatsoever. Interestingly, that the Schoolgirl Cox Quad doesn't typically race over 2,000 metres. So for the Year 8s and the Year 9s, they race over 1,000s, and for the inters, they race over 1.5 kilometres. For a state championship race for the open division, we see it raced over 2,000 metres. So this may be the first time for some of these scullers racing over 2,000 metres. And as you know, Mangs, 1.5 to 2K is quite a long jump.
Yeah, it probably does show up in the, there's a bit of a spread in the field here. Some of the more experienced, bigger and older scullers are showing the way.
Looking at this lineup, I believe that they're senior rowers, but I could be corrected. If any of the Walford coaches want to correct me on that, I think that Walford Anglican 2 crew are senior scullers. And they will take this with almost 200 metres of clear water, really comfortable, with length back to Loreto, who are also cruising at about rate 20.
Yeah, some of them have worked out that they're going to qualify in the top 4 and I think are conserving energy, which is wonderful to see.
And racing for that
Well coached.
racing for that third position looks to be lane 3. That's Walford Anglican 5. And fourth coming through to qualify, I think, will be Unley.
Yeah. Yes, that's Unley that are in that qualification spot at the moment.
I can't see any of the crews catching them, so sculling really nicely, Unley. Good length. So this will be Pulteney and Walford coming through, just missing out on those qualification positions. Looks to be a bit of a tighter field in Heat 2 of the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull. In lane 2, Walford Anglican 3. In lane 3, Loreto Marriotteville 1. In lane 4, Walford Anglican 4. In lane 5, Pulteney Grammar 2. In lane 6, Walford Anglican 1. In lane 7, Loreto Marriotteville 3. And in lane 8, Norwood Morialta High. So it looks to be the crew in lane 6, Walford Anglican 1, Miffy Young, Lily Richter, Alex Williams, Isabella Worth, coxed by Lily Restas. Yes, this is definitely their senior rowers coming through, dominating this field and this category. Second position looking to be Loreto Marriotteville 1. They're probably foxing this race. I'd expect them to be up with the winners here. Loreto having taken their inters over to New South Wales State Championships where they performed really well. I can't wait to see the final of this one. It looks like that third position will be kept. What lane is that? Lane 3. Lane 4? Walford Anglican 4. And lane 2, Walford Anglican 3. So we could potentially see 4 out of 8 lanes in the final taken up by Walford Scullers. Fantastic showing from them. It looks like it's going to be a race over the far side for 5th position between Loreto Marriotteville 3 and Norwood Morialta High, but they will not push up into those qualification positions from here, I don't think. So Walford Anglican 1 in lane 6, just cruising there through that final 250. Really in control. Yeah, and that Loretto Marriotteville 1 crew, Bianca Kohlberg, Fern Rosenbauer, Isabella Deans and Emily Lang, just really cruising. Looking lovely and long here. The Walford crew nearest to us look like they're well under control as well. And Walford crew in 4, very controlled as we come over the line. Looks like Loretto got the better of that tussle over the far side. So Loretto Marriotteville 3 will come out over the top of Norwood Marialta High. Great racing in the heats here for the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull. Up next, and coming through the 750 metre mark now, the under 21 lightweight men's single scull final, race 43. In lane 1, we've got Torrens 2, Matt Haynes. In lane 3, Pembroke, Adam Bahoosh. In lane 3, we've got Murray Bridge, Ethan Watkins. In lane 4, Port Adelaide 2, Charles Watkinson. In lane 5, we've got a scratching from Scotch College. In lane 6, Port Adelaide, Beecher Ross. In lane 7, Port Adelaide, Cam Moffat. And in lane 8, Norwood Marialta High, Rowan Harding. And most of these entries are school kids, so racing well above their age category in the under 21 division.
Great entry though.
Yeah, fantastic. And so lightweight being that they would have had to weigh in between 1 and 2 hours before their race. And I know that the difference between, so they were initially racing heats and then a final, and now the consolidation into a straight final meant that their weigh-in would have had to take place later, which for lightweights is a little bit of a funny thing if you're working to stay on weight. But it looks like the sculler from Port Adelaide in lane 4, Charles Watkinson, looks to be well in front, leading the pack, sculling really nicely there.
He's got plenty of length and good rhythm, and he's just very nice and bright around the catch, getting that boat and keeping it moving.
Torrens sculler on the near side, Matt Haynes looking to take out second position. And looks to be, I think, Beecher Ross in lane 6, just keeping his nose in front of the Norwood sculler, Rowan. But great race from Charles Watkinson, all the way win to him, pushing for the line, doesn't want to leave anything to chance. Congratulations to Charles Watkinson from Port Adelaide, under 21 lightweight men's single scull state champion.
If it hasn't quite got there, we'll just make sure he gets over the line.
And the single sculler from Torrens coming through in second place, Matt Haynes, well done. And third position will be that he's racing under Port colours, Beecher Ross. And pushed to the line by Norwood's Rowan Harding, Cam Moffat coming through, and Pembroke and Murray Bridge rounding out the field.
Oh. Lunch.
I think that's it for racing for this morning's session. We will break for lunch. We will resume at about 12:30. Just want to say a huge thank you to our sponsors, Fulham Funerals, Haley Saltari, Community Bank, Low Farms, Gentle Touch Orthodontics, Largs Base and Seaton Swim Centres and Tap Electrical, and a huge thanks to Wintec Racing for partnering with us for this live stream. So this wouldn't have gone ahead without the help of our sponsors. So we have a huge shout out. If you have a chance to use any of these companies for your personal or your professional needs, please hit up our sponsors as they support us. Thanks so much.
Building world-class boats comes down to 3 core values: market-leading design, premium materials, and exceptional construction. Each Wintec Racing boat inhabits these values. Ahead, off and on the water, Building world-class boats comes down to three core values: market-leading design, premium materials, and exceptional construction. Each Wintec Racing boat inhabits these values. Ahead, off and on the water, Building world-class boats comes down to 3 core values: market-leading design, premium materials, and exceptional construction. Each Wintec Racing boat inhabits these values. Ahead, off and on the water,
Musserad, David Ellis, Mark Musserad with Tina Lowe as the cox. In lane 3, Riverside off of 18 seconds with Jude Scarborough, Anthony Perry, Lauren Kenner, Diane Levas-Cocking and Anne Pennington as the cox. In lane 4, Riverside off of 24 seconds with Ren Pearson, Tom Jones, Katie Whiting and Janet Lorison with Karen Montgomery as the cox. Lane 5, Adelaide off 32 seconds, Shannon LeBlanc, Andrew Titterman, Michael Simons, Erica Webb with Robert Greening as the cox. Lane 6, Galway off of 32 seconds with Steph Walden, David England, Simon Burr and Kate Tebneff. Lane 7, Adelaide Uni off of 24 seconds, Cassandra Collins, Christina Bursell and Mike Page with Rick Armstrong and Bonnie White as the cox. Lane 8, Torrens off of 24 seconds with Susie Ross, Simone Ellis, Rob Ellis, Kevin Tankard and Emily Roper as the cox. So you'll note from all of that, this is a Masters event, and so they'll be starting off on a handicap system. Phoenix will be starting off on go, and as I said, Riverside in lane 2 off of 18, Riverside in lane 4 off of 24, Riverside in lane 5 off of 32, Galway in lane 6 off of 32, and Adelaide Uni in lane 7 off of 24, and Torrens in lane 8 off of 24 seconds. So we can expect to see the Phoenix crew in lane 2 leading early. It's a very strong crew. And of course, the rest of the field will be trying to catch them. It'll be interesting to watch as we come down to the last the last 250 metres, perhaps even in this race, the last 25 metres. I think it's going to be quite tight. And the crews to watch, I think, is a great field here, but perhaps Phoenix in lane 2 and Torrens in lane 8. It'll be interesting to see how those crews square off. The Torrens crew will be giving 24 seconds to the Phoenix crew. But we'll see how that race goes. A lot of competition in the Masters Mixed Coxed 4. So the crews are still lining up at the start. They're in starters' hands. You see them tapping up to the line. Of course, with the 1,000-metre race, the pontoons are down at the 2,000-metre mark. So for those races at 1,000 metres and 1,500 metres, of course, the boats have to align themselves up. So you do have a little bit of extra time as they tap on and they back up to make sure that they're all aligned. And it's made slightly more difficult by the fact that we do have the typical West Lakes southwesterly. So we've got a southwesterly here today at about 20 kilometres now, so pretty good rowing conditions, but nonetheless it does make things a little bit more difficult when you've got that slight cross breeze when you're trying to line the crews up, because not only do you have to line them up, but you have to make sure that you're not blown across onto the buoys on the eastern side whilst you're doing that. And we have a start in the race. As expected, Phoenix currently leading the field in lane 2. But a good start for all the crews. Torrens seem to have had a good start in the outside lane, in lane number 8. So we can see Phoenix still leading the field. Adelaide Union doing quite well across in lane number 7. And Torrens in the outer lane. Torrens in lane number 8. So Phoenix still in the lead, having started off on go. Adelaide Uni in lane 7 and Torrens in lane 8, having started off in 24 seconds, are moving very quickly down the field. The question is, can they catch the Phoenix crew? Phoenix doing it fairly steadily, rating it's 28 at the moment. In lane number 2, still leading the field. Adelaide Uni rating at 32, but Torrens coming up very strongly on the outside. Rating at 36. They definitely want to win this race. And so it looks now like it's going to be a race between Phoenix and Torrens in lane 8. Torrens coming through very quickly, really throwing it down to the Phoenix crew, rating much higher than the Phoenix crew across in lane 2. Now what are Phoenix going to do to respond? Torrens rating much higher, coming through, moving the boat very quickly, taking the lead in this race. So the race now is between Torrens and Phoenix for first and second. Torrens rating at about 37, quite high for a Masters mixed race, and they are going to take out the Masters mixed coxed 4 event. Phoenix coming through very strongly, but it's a big race now for third position between Goolwa and Adelaide University. Adelaide University have got the lead at the moment over Goolwa, but it looks as though it's going to be Torrens, followed by Phoenix, Adelaide Uni and Goolwa, with the Riverside crews coming through the back of the field. Well, that was the Masters Mixed Coxed 4. The next event is Race 45, the under-16 men's double sculls. Now, this is a race over 1,000 metres. This is heat number 1. The first and second progress through to the final. And so it'll be important here. See how they go at the moment. The race has started. We have Unley High in lane 2, St Ignatius 1 in lane 3, Pulteney Grammar in lane 4, Prince Alfred College 2 in lane 5, St Peter's College 3 in lane 6, and St Peter's College 1 in lane 7. So in lane 2, Joseph Harrington and Thomas Osborne. Lane 3, Alex Kavanagh and with their coach Yanni Briggs. Lane 4, Fred Modra and Thomas Livesey. Lane 5, Jasper Hill and Isaac Evans. Lane 6, Jeff Rosenbilds and Doug Grieve. Lane 7, Lawrence Anderson and George Quigley. But it looks as though it could be the Prince Alfred College crew in lane 5 of Jasper Hill and Isaac Evans leading the field at this stage as they come down towards the 300 metre mark. And Unley High in lane 2 of Joseph Harrington and Thomas Osborne coming in at second. Once again, this is all about getting through to the next final, so you have to be in the first two. So it looks like at this stage it's going to be Prince Alfred College in lane 5 and Unley High in lane 2. But we now, as Prince Alfred College come to the 250, commandingly in front. Prince Alfred College rating about 37-38. And so too for the Unley crew. So it looks as though the Unley crew has convincingly got hold of that second place, with Pulteney coming through in third, and you've got the two St Peter's crews on the outside bank. Bring up the rear, but it's going to be Prince Alfred College going through. And Unley High. So a reminder, the first two progress through to the final, which is in race 73. The next race on the program is the under-16 men's double sculls Heat 2. Once again, the first two progress. We've got in lane 2, Port Adelaide, Timothy Watkins and Alexander King. Lane 3, Pulteney Grammar 1, Sam Williams and Eric Liang. Lane 4, Nord Morialta High 1 with Jack Gregor and Connor Duncan. Lane 5, St Peter's College 4, James Jaeger and Joey Fitzgerald. Lane 6, Unley High 2, Will Crowhurst and Andre Hart. And Lane 7, St Peter's College 2 of Harry Lake and Jack Hayter. And as they're coming down to the 400 metre mark, Port Adelaide seems to be doing quite well in lane 2. And likewise the St Peter's crew, St Peter's College 2 of Harry Lake and Jack Hayter in lane 7. Once again, a reminder that it's just the first two that go through to the final. Port Adelaide rating about 36. That's Timothy Watkinson and Alexander King. And we have the St Peter's College 2 of Harry Lake and Jack Hayter. Now, lanes between those two is to coming through it, but it looks as though Port Adelaide is going to have the first position. This is a real race on. Nord Morialta High doing well in the middle, but it's going to be St Peter's College and Port Adelaide taking out the first and second positions to take them through to the final race, race 73. We now go to race 47, which has started, the under-16 men's double scull, heat number 3. Once again, the first two progress through. We have in lane 3, Prince Alfred College 1 of Toby Merrigan and Samuel Ramalej. Lane 4, St Ignatius 2 of Levi Villios and Oliver Gallo. Lane 5, Nord Morialta High 2 of Daniel Steele Grimbleby and Bradley Valenti. Lane 6, Torrens of Alexander McAllister and Finn Redman. And lane 7, Pulteney Grammar 2 of Joshua Zhang and Timothy Newman. And it looks at this stage that the Torrens crew of Alexander McAllister and Finn Redman are leading the field in lane 6. Prince Alfred College in lane 3 doing well with Toby Merrigan and Samuel Ramalej. And at this stage, they look to be the two crews out in front of the field. Oh, Torrens has just had a slight mishap, but getting back into it. They've just slowed their rating down slightly to 32. But they're in a commanding position at the moment not threatened for either of those two positions because, of course, here it's not important who wins the race per se in terms of getting through, but you just have to be in the first two. So now it's a race between Torrens, who've picked up their rating and picked up their race, and the Prince Alfred College. So Torrens, Andrew McAllister and Finn Redman, and Prince Alfred College, Toby Merrigan and Samuel Remeledge, racing through, and it looks as though Torrens have picked up their racing again and have pushed out in front over Prince Alfred College. So it's a battle then between Pulteney Grammar of Joshua Zhang and Timothy Newman in lane 7, and Nord Morialta High of Daniel Steele Grimsby and Bradley Valenti in lane 5. But it will be Torrens and Prince Alfred College that go through in this heat of the under-16 men's double scull, and they'll be racing in final race 73. This brings us to race 48, the Schoolboy Year 10 coxed quad scull. In this race, the first 4 progressed through to the final, which is race 74. We have in lane 2 Nord Morialta High of Raymond Whitford, Ricardo Maturana, Juan Flower, Oliver Evan Woods, with Jack Evan Woods as the cox. Unley 3 in lane 3 of Oscar Mullins, Daniel Yates, Chaylin Yang, Angus Hooper, Misha Van Warmlow as the cox. Unley High number 1 of Patrick Lee, Nate Lesu, Rio Manning, Jack Wilkin and Henry Powell as the cox. Lane 5, Prince Alfred College 2 of Arjun Dosanjh, Oakley Shee, Charles Wundenberg, Otto Wendt, and Remy Worthington as the cox. Lane 6, Scotch College Adelaide 2, Max Speedy, Jack Bleachinch, Perry Clayton, James Appleby as the cox. St Peter's College 2, Vincent Baron, George Griffith, Sam Robin, Jesse Parsons, Archie Bater as the cox. And St Peter's College 1, Oliver Franku, Hugh Hazel, George Wicks, Archie Young and Lachlan Hunt as the cox. This is a 1,500 metre race, and as I said, the first 4 progressed through to the final. And race 48, the Schoolboy Year 10 Cox Quad Scull has commenced. Lord Nord Morialta High seems to be doing well in lane 2, and St Peter's College 1 vying for the leads. At this early stage, it is a 1,500 metre race. Unley High 1, also doing well in lane number 4 of Patrick Lee, Nate Lesu, Rio Manning and Jack Wilkins with Henry Powell as the cox. A very good race here in the Schoolboy Year 10 Coxed Quad Scull. So Unley High in lane 4, Scotch College in lane 6, and of course St Peter's College 1 in lane 8. Making a call at this stage, I would say it's the St Peter's College in lane 8 and the Unley High crew in lane 4. The Unley High crew rating about 38, which is a good rating for the Schoolboy Year 10 Cox Quad Sculls. And similarly from St Peter's across in lane 8, waiting about 37.38. But as they come down through the last 250 metres, it looks as though it's just St Peter's College over Unley High School. Both of those crews well out in front, and you'd expect them to qualify. So the question now is the next two positions. So we've got Nord Morialta High in lane 2 and racing against the St Peter's College crew in lane 7. Remember, the first 4 crews go through to the final. So it looks as though it's going to be the first St Peter's College, second Unley High at this stage, but the question now is what's going to happen for the next two positions. Nord Morialta High lifting their rating. I think they might have just pulled out in front of the St Peter's College crew. This is a real race now for the 3rd and 4th positions. And I think Nord Morialta crew have really lifted the race. They're pushing through and they may just have it over the St Peter's College crew in lane 7. With Scotch College coming through. And a reminder, the first 4 crews make it through to the final in race 74. That now brings us to race 49, the Schoolboy Year 10 coxed quad scull, heat number 2. Once again, the first 4 progress through to the final. This is a 1,500 metre race. In lane 1, we have St Ignatius of John Dwyer, Caleb Playford, Adam Leach, Alexander Staniskwich, Oliver Heffernan as the cox. Lane 2, Nord Morialta High 2, of Tarek Hutchinson, Joseph Brennan, Yunbi Moon, and Jackson Cake as the cox. Lane number 3, Scotch College Adelaide 1, Harry Bridgewood, Max Brammy, Oscar Kittle, Lee Wingard, Tom Wright as the cox. Lane 7, Scotch College Adelaide 3, Oscar Dwyer, Matthew Spark, Zach Redman, and James Appleby as the cox. Lane 5, Prince Alfred College 1, Edward Chappell, Hugo Knight, Sam Stunnell, Lewis Dawson and Alex Hamoud as the cox. Lane 6, St Peter's College 3, Joshua Ledger, Oliver Hamilton, Thomas Parkinson, Max Walsh, Liam Durden as the cox. Lane 7, Unley High 2, Lachlan Fear, Finn Doherty Garside, Bailey Hancock and William Schultz with Max Munt as the cox. And in lane 8, St Peter's College 4, James Gasparin, Reef Cross, Penn Stultz Roberts, Joseph Durandini and William Koo as the cox. And we look to have had a start in race 49, the Schoolboy Year 10 coxed quad scull. Good start from all crews, fairly evenly distributed across the field. It looks as though it could possibly be the Prince Alfred College in lane 5. And the Scotch College crew. Scotch College Adelaide 1 in lane 3. So at this stage, Scotch College Adelaide 1 of Harry Bridgewood, Max Breby, Oscar Kittle, Lee Wingard, Tom Wright as the cox. Now you just have the lead over Prince Alfred College 1 in lane 5 of Edward Chappell, Hugo Knight, Sam Stunnell, Louise Dawson and Alex Hamoud as the cox. They're about the halfway mark, about the 750 mark for this race. It does look as though those two crews have shaken out to take the lead in this race. But the thing to watch here will be, of course, not just who's coming first and second, but who's going to be coming third and fourth, because it's those final two positions, which at this stage in the field look fairly tightly bunched up. We're going to have a real race for those third and fourth positions to make it through to the final. But at this stage, Scotch College and Prince Albert College doing very well out. They look as though they've broken away from the pack and rowing confidently at this stage. They would know, therefore, that with that clear water between them and the other crews, that they just have to hold them off to make it through to the final. Well, Scotch College certainly not treating it like it's just good enough to make it through to the final. They're really throwing it down, and Prince Alfred College are responding. You'd think this was the final, the way they're racing. It's great to see. They're both rating around about 38. As they're coming out, they can both the coxes would be able to see where the other crew is. Of course, there is a psychological advantage going into the final. Prince Alfred College have sort of lifted to this. But there's clear water, these two crews well out in front, but it looks as though it's PAC in front of Scotch College. Next crew is St Peter's College. Now the question now is who's going to come in second and third position. Well, it looks at this stage as though it's going to be St Peter's College 3 in third place and Unley High 2 in lane 7. Coming through to claim that third and fourth position, followed by St Peter's College 4 and Scotch College 3. And that concludes race 49, the Schoolboy Year 10 Coxed Quad Scull event. This brings us to race 50, Schoolboy Coxed 4. And the Schoolboy Coxed 4 in this heat, so the first 4 progress through to the final, which is race 77. This is a 2,000 metre event. In lane 2 we have Pulteney Grammar of Charlie Tang, Lachlan Perry, Xavier Buccarelli, Mackenzie Barr, Liam Luther as the cox. Lane 3, Scotch College Adelaide of Charlie Bennett, Daniel O'Connor, Dylan Tonkin, Ben Walker, Christian Morner as the cox. Lane 4, Ozen Ukal, Kurt Bryce, Cooper Peter, Beecher Ross and Adam Bahush as the cox. Lane 5, Unley High 1, Joseph Neat, Mitchell Luscombe, Hayden Daubner, Jasper Boyce and Emma Daubner as the cox. Lane 6, Pulteney Grammar 3, David Perry, Max Lehman, Samuel Darker, William Thompson and Talia Herbst as the cox. Lane 7, Norwood Morialta High 2, Liam Howard, Liam Whitehouse, Aditya Sugamanandan, Ronan Harding and Alexander Alishan as the cox. And lane 8, Adelaide High, Charlie Rutty, Martine King, Nicholas Palmer and Lachlan Kelly as the cox. So that's race 50, Schoolboy Coxed 4, Heat 1, 2,000 metre event where the first 4 crews will progress through to the final, which is race 77. the crew still lining up at the pontoon for the race 50, Schoolboy Coxed Fours, heat number 1. It just looks as though one of the crews might have been a bit late in arrival. Still coming into that. But we have a start in the race 50 Schoolboy Coxed 4 heat 1. So a reminder again in this event, Lane 2, Pulteney Grammar 2, Lane 3, Scotch College Adelaide 1, Lane 4, Pembroke School 1, Lane 5, Unley High 1, Lane 6, Pulteney Grammar 3, Lane 7, Norwood Morialta High 2, and Lane 8, Adelaide High. It is hard to say at this stage, however, it does look as though Adelaide High have had a good start out there in lane 8. And that's Charlie Rutty, Martine King, Nicholas Palmer, and the Lachlan Kelly as the cox. It wouldn't be unusual to have quite a mix of ages in this event. So not only would we have crews from the first 4, but I anticipate for those schools who have put in multiple crews, they would provide this as an opportunity for some of their younger rowers and their aspiring rowers for their first and second 8 to also get some experience in this particular competition. So once again, Adelaide High seems to be doing well in lane 8.
Georgia Walters.
This is a great race. This is a fairly even field at this stage. As I said, Adelaide High seems to have done well. So too Norwood Morialta High, 2 out in lane 7 with the field. However, it's pretty even. This is going to be a really good race as we come down closer. They've come down through coming close to the 1,000-metre mark. So about to reach the halfway mark in this particular race. And at this stage, it's anyone's race. Perhaps in the first 4 lanes, Pembroke School may be leading in that particular group of Ozan, Ukal, Kurt Bryce, Cooper Peter, Beach Ross, and Adam Boucher. Those the cox. And the outside lane again, Adelaide High. But a fairly even field here. Once again, reminder that it's the first 4 that go through, and I think we're going to have a real race as we come down to the last 250 to determine those first 4 positions, because this is a fairly evenly spread field. But the Pembroke School in lane 4 seems to have taken a lead. But I think Unley High and Scotch College Adelaide 1 are going to be up there and vying for the challenging for the second position. So it's definitely the Pembroke School number 1, lane 4. Ozan Ukul, Kurt Bryce, Cooper Peter, Beecher Ross, with Adam Bahush as the cox in the lead for this race. They've got clear water, but it's going to be a heck of a race for the next 3 positions. Now Pembroke look to have a commanding lead as they come down to the 250. They're likely to be able to hold that, but the question now is the race is on for the next 3 positions because the first 4 go through to the final. Now at this stage it appears to be Unley High in lane 5 coming through in second position, challenged by Scotch College Adelaide in lane 3 and it's Adelaide High in lane 8. But Pembroke got clear water now. They'll be coming through. It looks as though it's going to be Unley High coming through in second position, but their challenge, it's really tight race here for the 3rd and 4th position. Unley High holding on to that second position. Scotch College lifting to push out over Adelaide High. So they're racing through to the final here, the finishing line, and very strong finish from Scotch College. As we said, those 4 crews, we're going through to the final, which is race 77. That brings us to race 51, the Schoolboy Coxed 4, heat number 2. Once again, the first 4 go through to the final. We have 6 crews entered in this event. In lane 2, St Ignatius, of John Dwyer, Finn McCormick, Henry Moulds, Pietro Titani, Oliver Heffernan as the cox. Lane 3, Pulteney Grammar 1, Ross Kutsentonis, Jacob McKinney, Ethan Menadue, Nicholas Livesey, and Arlo Jarman as the cox. Lane 4, Prince Alfred College, Angus Rickard Bell, Hunter Lang, Jake Hamoud, James Tye, and Remy Worthington as the cox. Lane 5, St Peter's College, Joshua Cooper, Will Grieg, with Jamie Graves as the cox. Lane 6, Nord Morialta High, Ollie Campfuss, Isaac Barnes, Seb Cole, Bradley Telfer, and Jackson Cake as the cox. And lane 7, Pembroke School number 2, Zach Reynolds, Xavier Bursell, Lachlan Tufnell, Patrick Lynch, and Yi Mao as the cox. And it looks at this stage that it's Nord Morialta High leading over Prince Alfred, Lord Morialta High in lane 6 leading over Prince Alfred College in lane 4. Nord Morialta High of Ollie Campus, Isaac Barnes, Seb Cole, Bradley Telfer and Jackson Cake as the cocks. Great racing by Nord Morialta High to hold off the Prince Alfred College crew. Those crews look as though they're well out in front. Followed by St Peter's College in lane 5. And Pembroke School in lane 7. So the field's spreading itself out quite a bit. And Nord Morialta High have got a commanding lead at this stage in lane 6. Followed by Prince Alfred College, St Peter's College, and Pembroke. So that's fairly clear, that's the 4. It'll be interesting to see whether Prince Alfred College can challenge Nord Morialta High, but there's a significant gap at this stage. But Prince Alfred College have lifted the rating. They're not letting Nord Morialta High go, but Nord Morialta rowing well, that long and strong, just pulling it through the water. They're rating about 38, but rowing very well. A very strong looking crew there from Nord Morialta as they power it through to the finishing line. And Prince Alfred College not giving up, but there is now clear water to the next cruise. And that would be St Peter's College in lane 5. And St Ignatius in lane 2. And those crews will make it through to the final of the Schoolboy Coxed 4. The final is race 77. That brings us to race number 52, the Schoolgirl 8s. This is a 2,000 metre race. And this is heat number 1. The first 4 progress through to the final, which is race 78. So race 52, heat 1 of the Schoolgirl 8s. We have in lane 2, Walford Anglican of Ava Murrow, Miffy Young, Emke Mentz, Ella Hamilton, Lily Richter, Alexandra Williams, Charlotte Newman, Isabella Worth and Lily Restis as the cocks. Lane 3, Nord Morialta High of Eva Harris, Antonia Flower, Lauren Adler, Saskia Roth, Emma Norris, Paulina Picula, Pippa Hansen and Mackenzie O'Connor as the cocks. Lane 4, Seymour College 2, Zali Gudoff, Anja Fedorov, Ruby Schwartz, Missy Shearer, Lauren Malingre, Abby Arnold, Gabby Manifold, Amelia Linton and Phoebe Arbon as the cocks. Lane 5, Scotch College Adelaide 1, Alyssa Bailey, Sabine Keenan, Amelie Wakelin, Alicia Casey, Heidi Blischke, Sophie Hurst, Alexis Dorogi, Lucy Vojvodich, and Eliza Henschke as the cocks. Lane 6, Adelaide High, Prabhu Malhi, Sophie Matthews, Lottie Prow, Scarlett Ivory, Heidi Buchnan, Lily Green, Lily Baxter, and Louisa Wagner, with Lily Rose Coppola as the cox. And in lane 7, Wilderness School 2, Sophia Rao, Katrina Ballastrin, Lisa G, Noor Al-Katani, Lulu Ayres, Selena Ho, Roxy Alvarez, Phoenix Kushta, and Nidhi Karachura as the cox. So as you can see on your screens, the race has started. So it looks to be a race now in between lane 2, which is the Walford Anglican 1 crew, with the Scotch College Adelaide crew in lane 5, which is in yellow, and Seymour College 2 in lane 4. Those 3 crews evenly matched. Remember, it is the first 4 that go through to the final of the Schoolgirl 8 events.
Do we have a scratching? I can only see 5 boats. Oh, there's one further back. Okay, that's all right.
So the race at the moment is on between those first 3 crews. So as I said, Seymour College in lane 2. Scotch College Adelaide in lane 5 and Adelaide, Walford in lane 1, Seymour College in lane 4, and Scotch College in lane 5. Now this is a real race as we come down. It looks as though Walford's got the lead at the moment to Seymour College and then Scotch. They're rowing long and strong. There's not a lot in it at the moment. But it's Walford Anglican in lane 2 who are leading this at the moment. Now those 3 crews, of course, will all know that they will be easily going through to the final. So they don't need to race it through at the moment, but it's all rowing nice, long and strong. And it'll be Walford, followed by Seymour College 2, followed by Scotch College Adelaide 1. That will go through to the Heat 1. We'll go through from Heat 1 to the race 78. The question now is, what is the 4th crew?
It's between Adelaide High and crew in lane 3, I reckon.
Nord Morialta. It's Adelaide High in lane 6 and Nord Morialta High in lane 3. And at this stage, Adelaide High in lane 6 seems to have the lead, but Nord Morialta High are lifting, racing down to the final. They're slowly catching them, but I don't think they're quite going to have enough time to get there. So at the moment, it's Adelaide High over Nord Morialta High. And Adelaide High go through to the final of the Schoolgirl 8. That takes us to race 53 of the Schoolgirl 8, Heat 2, where once again the first 4 progress through to the final. Lane 2, we have St Peter's Girls of Emily Wildman, Molly Kennett, Miller Barreri, Ella Laws, Matilda Powell, Charlotte Parker, Sadie Vicker-Lamb, Sarah Gulliver, and Stella Rashid as the cox. Lane 3, we have Unley High of Linnea Falk, Sarah Tova Gallo, Isabel Petrie, Freya Overduin, Ruby Gord, Maya Charters, Cameron Murphy, Aaliyah Altus, and Addison McLeod as the cox. In lane 4, Walford Anglican 2 of Erin Westwood, Mimi Bridgman, Phoebe Loudon, Isabel Vicelli, Molly Stewart, Sophie Linda with Felicity. Walford Anglican, yes. Lane 4, Erin Westwood, Mimi Bridgman, Phoebe Loudon, Isabel Vici, Molly Stewart, Sophie Linda, Felicity Taylor, Scarlett Paps Burford as the cox. Lane 5, Scotch College Adelaide 2 of Ari Ravel, Grace Corley, Amy Howard, Georgia Ryan Kane, Ella Iffold, Sienna Davis, Jasmine Gunn, Lucy Seppelt, and Emma Venus as the cox. Lane 6, Wilderness School 1, Isabel Jackson, Aisha Calzare, Lily Mayshell, Amelia Goss, Annalise Ruse, Georgina Birchall, Zara Hoadley, Millie Jackson. And lane 7, Seymour College 1 of Lila McRow, Chloe Pocock, Carolyn McNally, Eliza Wenk, Molly Dugan, Grace Foster, Elise Montgomery, Charlotte Heeson with Annabelle Davies as the cox. Lane 7 out in the lead, but once again a very tight field. St Peter's girls doing well in lane 2. Look, this is a fairly tight field. This is going to be a great race here in race 53 for the Schoolgirl 8's Heat 2, where the first 4 progress through to the finals. At this stage, you could throw a blanket over the first 4. It could be anyone getting through. Scotch have done well, Scotch have lifted. St Peter's girls doing well in lane 2. But as we come down here, it looks as though it's going to be Seymour College 1 in lane 7 with a slight lead over the field. What a great race. I think the first 3 positions in this race are going to be really tight. Wilderness in lane 1 doing very well, also challenging, but Seymour seemed to have lifted, pulled away from the field. Seymour College doing it easy at the moment. They're rating quite low and sort of 30. That would indicate that they know they're out in front. They know they have to be in the first 4. So they're just taking it easy. They're not really lifting the rating at this stage, just rowing long and strong. They're down to 28 and they're still leading. And it looks a similar approach has been taken by the Wilderness School. Scotch College Adelaide still keeping their rating up, but they're in 3rd position. They've got to hold off the St Peter's College girls crew in lane 2.
Looks like the Walford number 2 crew and the Unley crew are the ones that are going to miss out.
That's right. The first 3 crews, those senior crews, particularly the first 2, Seymour College and Wilderness, just taking it long and strong, just holding their position, not racing it through to the final. Scotch College, as a result, lifting their rating and coming through. And it looks as though it's going to be the St Peter's College crew coming through in 4th place. That's going to be very interesting to see how the final goes, particularly with this final, with those very strong crews of Wilderness and Seymour, as you could see, just taking their time through to the final line and actually still getting good boat run. So they look as though they're going to be real challengers for the final, race 78 in the Schoolgirl 8. This takes us to race 54, the under-21 women's double scull. This is a 2,000 metre event. And we have in lane 2, Adelaide Uni of Georgia Kelly and Georgina Southcott. Lane 3, St Ignatius with Imogen Graham and Rosie Kavanagh. Lane 4, Adelaide, Sam Walker and Madison Cook Palm. Lane 5, Pulteney Grammar, Nia Kilgariff Johnson and Emma Newhouse. Lane 6, Murray Bridge, Amelia Duval and Daisy Madaford. Lane 7, Adelaide Uni, Isabel Watson and Sophie Barr. And Lane 8, Torrens, Lily Keane and Sophie Butcher. Race 54, the under-21 women's double scull.
So this is a final for a state championship medal, this one, the under-21 women's double scull. It's a state title race.
And whilst it's a little hard to see, it looks as though possibly Adelaide Uni of Isabel Watson and Sophie Barr in lane 7 may be out well in the field. Possible also lane 3, St Ignatius of Imogen Graham and Rosie Kavanagh doing well. But I think at this stage it's Adelaide Uni in lane 7 of Isabel Watson and Sophie Barr. Well, it's good to see St Ignatius up there in the under-21s women's double scull of Imogen Graham and Rosie Kavanagh doing well, but I think they're currently sitting in second position.
Yeah, that Adelaide Uni crew, they seem to be well out in front.
That's right, quite dominant in the under-21 women's double scull. I would fully have expected some of the schools to have put some of their rowers in, sort of get them to step up an age category to compete in this particular event. But there's no denying at this stage that Adelaide University in lane 7, Isabel Watson and Sophie Barr doing it well. Rating quite low, actually. I mean, they are well out in front, so they don't need to be doing anything more. Getting good send from their boat, but rating about 26. But then when you're out that far in front and you're rowing well, getting good send on the boat, getting good run, they don't need to do anything more. So Adelaide Uni in decisive control of this event. Rowing well, boats running well. They don't need to do anything more at this stage. But it's St Ignatius, Imogen Graham and Rosie Kavanagh doing well in lane 3. Rating slightly higher. And followed by Murray Bridge, it looks, of Amelia Duval and Daisy Maddiford in lane 6 in third position.
That Murray Bridge crew, it looks like a composite crew to me with Adelaide colours in there too.
Yeah, it does. It does. I'll list it as a Murray Bridge crew, and you can see the bow rower has got the Murray Bridge colours on. But as you say, yes, it looks as though it's a composite crew.
Now the next race is well underway, and that's the Open Women's Coxless 4 with 5 starters. So we'll come back to that pretty shortly.
Well, I'll read them out because they're coming down. They've passed the 1,000 metre. They're coming down the 750 mark. So in lane 3, Adelaide Uni, Sophie Tickner, Carlos Jones, Jemima Richter, Cleo Wilson. Lane 4, Torrens, Karen Farina, Simone Ellis, Tori Toogood, and Emily Elkuri. Lane 5, Adelaide, Grace Seppelt, Sophia Sunin, Diana Johns and Lucy Kittle. Lane 6, Adelaide Uni, Anna Ford, Alacock Tunney, Sophie Radford, Joanne Malcolm. Lane 7, Adelaide, Joyce Hollins, Erica Webb and Caitlin Nicholson. And it looks at this stage as though Adelaide Uni in lane 3 and
the Adelaide crew on the far side.
Adelaide crew on the far side. That's right.
Two extremes of the course.
That's right. Adelaide Uni of Sophie Tickner, Karis Jones, Jemima Richter, and Cleo Wilson in lane 3, and Adelaide, Joyce Jollins, Erica Webb, and Caitlin Nicholson in lane 7. The two crews coming down, but it looks as though it's Adelaide in the lead at the moment. They're coming down to the 250 mark.
I've got Adelaide about 37 strokes to the minute, and I reckon they've hit the front.
They have, that's right, they've lifted that.
Very experienced crew. I think nearly all of those Adelaide rowers have represented the state either in the Youth 8 or the Queen's Cup major events.
And it looks as though Adelaide Uni is going to be coming through in second position. And the Adelaide Uni in lane 6 looks as though they're coming through in third at the moment. But a very strong performance by Adelaide in lane 7 of Joyce Jollins, Erica Webb and Caitlin Nicholson to take out the Open Women's Coxless 4. And at that stage, I will hand over to Phil Mangelsdorf as the commentator to take you into race 56, the Open Men's Double Scull.
So thanks very much to all our commentators today. We've had Izzy Day and Joe Malcolm helping. And you've got to go off and race, young man.
I've got to race, that's right, the Masters 8. So Greg Walters, without me, Masters 8.
Yeah, sorry, it was Greg Walters has been calling the races since the lunch break, so and now he's going to go off and race, as is Joe Malcolm. She was just in that race that was just completed. She won the single scull title earlier today, but had her colours lowered in that one and went to the Adelaide Club. So, men's double sculls state championship. I have a close connection to this race. I won this state title, was the last state title that I won back in 1980, I reckon. And that was one of the very first times this event was run as a state title. It was not on our racing program, my early days of my career. So yes, the double scull was a new event for state championships in about 1980, and I won that title with Dean Mobbs racing for Manham Rowing Club. So today, the original field, we've got a couple of scratchings. So I believe we've got Riverside in lane 2, Torrens number 1 in lane 4, Adelaide in 5, Adelaide Uni in 6, Torrens in 7, and another Adelaide crew in lane 8. See on the program I have, I see the Adelaide crew has got James Price and Adam Holland in it. If that's correct, Adam Holland is the National Schoolboy single sculling champion, and he's expected to feature well in the single scull tomorrow. So see how he goes in the double scull if he rows in that race. And in the crew that's probably start favourites as far as I'm concerned, you've got Ross Hamilton, who's already won the pair today, and Nick Blackman from Adelaide Uni, who's also in the Adelaide Uni Senior 8 and has been in good form in the single scull. He won a medal at the New South Wales titles just recently. So I'd say the Adelaide Uni crew has got the most credentials looking at the field of this race. So all the starters are lane 2, Riverside, Harry Wise, Seamus Adams. Torrens, number 1 in lane 4 is Callum Deckers and Thomas Johnson. Lane 5, it's got James Price and Adam Holland. Again, Ross Hamilton and Nick Blackman in lane 6 next to them for Adelaide Uni. Number 2 from Torrens is lane 7, Bradley Robran and Bill Darker. And the Adelaide crew in lane 8 is Mackenzie Slaughter and Dylan Ondari, coached by Matt Nielsen. So it's a pretty well spread out field. There's one boat seems to be a clear leader, and then there's a bit of a contest on for the minor placings by the look of it to me. So the Adelaide University Club dominated the morning's racing. They won 4 of the open titles. But here we are in the afternoon, and we've just seen Adelaide win the women's 4, and they're certainly leading in this men's double scull. They've got clear water advantage to the Adelaide Uni crew. So those two crews clearly a class above the rest of the field. There's a good battle for 3rd and 4th between Torrens, I think 2 Torrens crews, and then the couple of other crews have trailed right off. But the crew out in front in the South Australian State Championship Open Men's Double Scull is clearly the crew of Adelaide Rowing Club, James Price and Adam Holland. I said Adam Holland, the National Schoolboy Sculling Champion from last year. James Price from our South Australian Kings Cup crew has been in quite a few winning boats. They're ahead of Ross Hamilton and Nick Blackman from Adelaide Uni. As I said, the 2 Torrens crews running 3rd and 4th. Then it's Riverside. The young Adelaide crew. There's a couple of young guys from Adelaide, Mackenzie Slaughter and Dylan Ondari. They're trailing the field at the moment. But congratulations, Adelaide, the winners of the Open Men's Double Scull. They've taken that title ahead of Adelaide Uni. It's James Price and Adam Holland. Coverage. It's great that we've got the TV coverage that you can hopefully access and enjoy. Wintec have helped us sponsor this live streaming, and I've got to again thank the other commentators that are trying to give you some information as we go along. Izzy Day was on the commentary earlier. Joe Malcolm's been helping out between races. Greg Waters has been doing the job since the lunch break, so thanks to Greg Waters, and hope you enjoy your race shortly. I've just seen Joe racing, and I know she has another race. I'm pretty sure she's got another race later in the day. Yes, the quad scull, I suspect. The 19 men's quad scull with Port Adelaide and Torrens, the two entries in that race. Due to start in 3 minutes' time. Our boat race officials are usually pretty well on time. For any rowers here that aren't familiar with the course, the regatta time is shown on the digital clock on the top of the judges' tower on the finish line. Should be a clock there warning you of racing and regatta time. So the two crews for the under-19 men's quad scull are in lane 4, Port Adelaide, Charles Watkinson, Beecher Ross, Cameron Moffat and Timothy Watkinson. And for Torrens, the crews Callum Lethbridge, Jordan Rob Johns, Leosh Wagner and Nicholas Palmer. And for those of you watching at home, as well as the live streaming, you can get all the results as soon as they're processed by our boat race officials on the website, on the Rowing SA managers results there. Look up Rowing SA and regattas results. You'll get all the mobile results as soon as they are processed, given the all clear by our officials. And that double scull one's already there. So Adelaide were first. Their mooning margin was 10.86 seconds over Adelaide Uni, then Torrens third and fourth. Much closer again in the Open Women's Coxless 4. Adelaide won, but by about a boat length, 3.64 seconds from the two Adelaide Uni crews were second and third. But a big margin in the double scull, the women's under 21 double scull. Adelaide Uni won by 22 seconds from St Ignatius. The most up-to-date communications here, it does appear as if there's just one boat racing in the quad scull, race 57. We've got on the screen one boat racing. It's the Port Adelaide boat. So could have been a late scratching from Torrens. At least there was the joy of having anticipation of a race, and there were entries for this event. A couple of the lightweight races have only had the one entry, but this one was a more traditional row over in that there were 2 entries from 2 different clubs, but unfortunately only one has started, or else so the Torrens either scratched or haven't made the start for their event. And it looks like the Port Adelaide crew are going to have a walkover, or row over as we call it in rowing, victory in the under-19 men's quad scull. Charles Watkinson, Beecher Ross, Cameron Moffat and Timothy Watkinson. Yeah, looking at the screen, I haven't got any scratchings notified. Like the next race, there are 2 scratchings already crossed out. The women's coxless pair, we've got Loretto Marriotteville and Wilderness are still racing. The 2 Walford crews have scratched. And the Port Adelaide under-19s putting on a very good display of sculling. The blade work and rowing is quite good, and there's a reasonable amount of work on the end of the oars there because the boat's running quite well. I noticed one of the guys doesn't have a port uniform, so I'm sure that'll all be scrutinised by the officials and sorted out. But no doubt about the victory, somewhat hollow unfortunately for but the records will show win to Port Adelaide, maybe Port Adelaide composite. So for the under-19 women's coxless pair, the next event, race 58, in lane 3 you should have Loretto, which is Maria Murray and Diana Moccolino, coached by Tom Durenbos. And in lane 5 the Wilderness crew of Zara Hoadley and Georgina Birchall. Whilst we're waiting for the next race, I should remember to thank our volunteers and boat race officials who all run these regattas for no pay. It's an amateur sport, and we thank all them and our sponsors. 2 of our sponsors are Hayley Saltari from Harris Real Estate and Matt Sharkey from Bendigo Bank for helping present the winning crews with their awards today. We love our sponsors and appreciate their support. You'll find there's been sponsorship acknowledgement for Low Farms, Wintec Racing, who definitely appreciate their support for providing this video coverage that we've got. Largs Bay and Seaton Wine Centres, TAP Electrical, Fulham Funerals, and Wintec Racing, who are helping out with the sponsorship as well as the live streaming. For those of you not familiar with Wintec boat builders, racing boat builders for rowing, they're an official sponsor. Perhaps a bit of more detail. The Wintec Racing and Wintec Racing Australia's mission is to promote the growth of rowing by making it easier and more affordable to buy quality racing shells and improve performance at all levels. By bringing together the resources of a global marketplace in renowned German hull designs, Klaus Filter, the Flying Eagle Boat Company, and a group of businesses, engineering and rowing talents in the USA, the UK, Wintec Racing has created an organisation dedicated to bringing you the latest advances in design and technology with the best price-value relationships in the marketplace. Building a great boat comes down to 3 core fundamentals: time-honoured design, premium materials, and construction standardisation. That's Wintec Racing, official live stream sponsors of this regatta for today and tomorrow. Thanks to Wintec. They are underway. The 2 boats are there for the under-19 women's coxless pair. Loretto are in lane 3, Maria Murray and Diana Macalino. And in lane 5, Wilderness, Zara Hoadley and Georgina Birchall. We've been lucky with these racing conditions here today at West Lakes. The course is flat and beautiful, just a slight tail breeze. The forecast is for this breeze to probably get stronger now for the rest of the afternoon. We'll typically get a sort of a sea breeze that comes from the south and tends to be a helpful tailwind breeze, which most rowers enjoy. Makes life a little bit easier. certainly racing with the breeze is a little bit easier than racing against the wind, but it doesn't make the racing actually easy. It's still hard work. Still got to use all your muscles and strength and fitness and training, as are these athletes who are racing right now. And I'm enjoying watching these youngsters steer their boats because as well as rowing in time, they have to steer the boat. Usually they have a wires attached to the foot stretcher where their shoes are in the boat, connected to the rudder, which helps them steer. Because the lanes, as you can see, are marked by floating buoys, just like a giant swimming pool racing course. And it's an aim of all these rowers to not hit the buoys with their boat or the oars, because it can mess up their technique, their timing, their balance. And certainly if they're hitting the buoys, it means they're not steering straight up the middle of their course. So as under 19s, you wouldn't expect a lot of experience racing in these conditions. These are international standard conditions here. This West Lakes course is got a top rating as a racing course for FISA World Rowing Standards. These under 19 women are racing and steering very well. Under race conditions, of course, when you get tired, it makes it even harder as the race progresses to keep your concentration and keep all those things happening, as well as exerting a measured amount of all your energy and fitness and strength to race. And these two crews, it's funny how you often see a 2-boat race can be as exciting as a 10 or 20 boat race, because these two are almost close together, not far, not much separating them. They're through halfway of the 2,000 metre journey. I'd say the crew from Wilderness is slightly in front, but not a lot. And in race conditions and in a small field like this, one or two little mistakes and things can turn around very quickly. But both crews seem to be racing and rowing, sweep rowing very well. Each rower has one oar in this boat. Probably the most challenging of the racing rowing boats to steer and balance. So they've travelled 1,500 metres into the last quarter of the journey, and it is definitely the Wilderness crew in the light colours, almost like a white outfit with just a little bit of light blue in their colour. The Loretto, a much darker blue outfit, they're in second place. So it looks very much like Zara Hoadley and Georgina Birchall are in control of the race situation for the State Championship Under 19 Women's Coxless Pair of South Australia for 2022. As they stay sound and safe. They're leading Maria Murray and Diana Macalino from Loretto towards the finish line. the state title for 2022. We go to the opposite extreme now in numbers. This race number 59, we have 8 lanes for racing here, and it's full for race number 59. The Schoolgirl coxed quad scull. We had heats earlier in the day, and the final has only 3 clubs in it, but I'll read you the lanes. It's Unley in 1, Walford in 2, Loretto in 3, then Walford in 4 and 5, Loretto again in 6, and Walford in 7 and 8. So I've got 5 Walford crews, 2 Lorettos and 1 Unley in this 8-boat final, having had elimination heats early in the day. The Schoolgirl coxed quadruple scull. Different boat class to the previous event, where each rower has 2 oars, and they have the advantage of having a coxswain to steer them, which the girls in that previous event did not have. For this next event to appear, we'll mention again the talking about the heats here for this particular event. It's been wonderful today to see heats for the men's open 8s. Like I said, I can't remember that before in Westlake's times since we've had the 8-lane course. We've also had heats in the Schoolgirl 8, so we've had heats for that. And the final of the Schoolgirl 8 State Championship is one of the last races today. And the very last race is the men's 8. So those 2 finals are in fact the last 2 events. Race 78 is the Schoolgirl 8 and the Open Men's 8. So having had elimination heats, the level of competition couldn't be higher for those last 2 events. And I noticed the Schoolboy coxed 4 has also had heats. So the last 3 events are all fiercely contested by wonderful entries from all the clubs and schools. So I must congratulate all those clubs and schools for supporting and racing at these state championships. They have sent the boats on their way. I'm wondering if we don't have a few scratchings. There may be people conserving energy for other events. So there was an elimination. Should be 8 boats racing. I can't see 8. It doesn't look like there's a boat in every lane on the screen. Joe Malcolm, when she was commentating early, was talking about the logistics of all this. The last 2 schools regattas have been cancelled because of the COVID crisis. So a lot of the schools haven't had much racing, which is, I think, why they've entered lots of races for this weekend to give their crews some racing experience. And I'm not surprised that some of them are scratching now if they've had a couple of races. It's pretty warm, and without that racing experience, could be a hard day to row heats and finals, especially in more than one boat class and more than one event. So it's not uncommon to have some scratchings from a final, even though we had heats to determine the finalists. Could be some sensible saving energy and reducing wear and tear on bodies. From the heats, we usually put the fastest heat winners into the centre lanes, and certainly looks like one of the centre lanes is leading this event. And looks very much to me like it's a Walford crew. And the Loretto crew, I'd say that's in the darker colours, could be in second place or might be third. I think two of the Walford crews are battling for the lead, and perhaps those two Walford crews just in front of the two Loretto crews. So the darker colours are the Loretto have a darker blue, Walford have a lighter blue outfit. And the four leading boats are certainly well away from any danger of being caught by the rest of the field. Just coming through, they've come through the halfway mark, so 1,000 metres covered. I certainly think it's Loretto and Walford crews that are setting the pace in this event. I think the Loretto boats may have, in fact, taken the lead and be having a fairly decent race for the line honours and the state title. So if I'm right, it's Fitzgerald, Kernahan, Hoskins and Hogg with Bell the coxswain from Loretto. That's their number 2 crew. And they're having a dinky dice for the lead with their number 1 crew from Loretto, which is Kohlberg, Rosenbauer, Deans and Lang, with Degas as the coxswain. And if anything, the number 1 crew has asserted themselves from Loretto and is in the lead. I'm sure their number 2 crew is running second, and then it's the pair of Walford crews that are running third and fourth. A couple of other boats well back. So the Walford crew on the far side putting in a game effort towards the finish to get up, perhaps in the second spot against the number 2 Loretto crew. But to me, there's no doubt about the winning crew from Loretto, the number 1 crew. It's Unley here on the lane closest to the judge. That's in the double blue colours. It'll come in about 5th place. So that was the Schoolgirl coxed quad scull final. So open age, so all ages were available to enter in that. And a win to Loretto. Congratulations, Loretto, winners of that Schoolgirl coxed quad scull state championship final. Crew in lane 6. According to me, is a crew of Kohlberg, Rosenbauer, Deans, Lang with a Cox de Gas, coaches Koch and Newland. So to the under 17 women's double scull. Lane 2, Unley High, Amos and Hollis. Lane 3, St Peter's, Torrens. That's Hicks from Torrens and Wakeham from St Peter's. Lane 5 will be Nord, Morialda, Chia and Jones, coached by Brenton Terrell. St Peter's are in lane 6 with Spalvins and Powell. And lane 7, Seymour, Holland and Walters. And they too have started and come through the halfway mark. I can clearly see 4 boats, 5 boats, which is right. And the action seems to be 2 lanes closest to the judge on the clubroom side of the course. It's Unley High and St Peter's. And there is another crew vying for position. It's right on the far side. That would have to be Seymour. That could be the Seymour crew in front. Do you want to commentary?
Thanks, Mangs.
This one. Now it's on here.
Under 17 women's double scull. Yeah, Daisy Holland and Georgia Walters.
Some,
Unsurprising seeing them out in front, sculling really well. Georgia, I think, the daughter of...
Is that Greg's daughter? I wondered about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Greg's been up helping with the commentary. Thanks, Greg.
Oh, has he?
Yes. He's out racing now, like you.
Yeah.
Although not in championships like you.
Oh,
So
there's some tough races out there today. Everyone's racing hard.
So Seymour's got right out in front of this one. They've gotten away from Unley. So Unley are clearly in second, ahead of the Torrens St Peter's composite crew. So these 3, if they were the only ones in the race, you'd be calling a very good race. But the Seymour crew have got right out in front. and clear winners.
Coming through to the line now. A tussle for second place. I think it will go to the near side, the Unley High School Scullers. They will finish with clear water over the composite combination from St Peter's Girls and Torrens, with Norwood Morialta High School coming through in fourth. And St Peter's College Straight Crew coming through in fifth. I was under the impression that you couldn't have composite crews in a state championship final. That's interesting. Wondering if it's different for underage or how that came through.
Could have been an exception with illness or injury, although I
Could
think
be.
they were entered like that, weren't they? I'm not sure.
Oh no, because it is a state St Peter's Girls crew on the program. So I think you might be right. Substitution due to injury, which does give them a race, but they won't get any points for that. Up next, we have the final race 61 of the under 17 men's single scull. In lane 1, Norwood Morialta High. In lane 2, St Peter's College. 3 in lane 3, Adelaide Uni. In lane 4, Prince Alfred College. In lane 5, Norwood Morialta. In lane, no, that should be Norwood International. In lane 6, Torrens Rowing Club. In lane 7, St Peter's College. And in lane 8, Norwood International High School.
Haven't they told us they changed their name?
Well, yeah, they've moved on to a single campus in Norwood now, so they are Norwood International High School. And as this race is in the final stages, it looks like that crew in lane 6, maybe Cooper Hoskin from Torrens Rowing Club out in front. Norwood International, Oliver Evans would ride on his tail though, but Cooper with a commanding lead over the rest of the course.
Is it Cooper Hoskin, is it?
I think it's Cooper,
Yeah.
yeah.
He looks like
ignoring
a
it.
big, tall lad in the, just looking at him in the picture. Sculling very well and nice and bright. In fact, both the lead scullers are doing everything right. Well done for youngsters like that.
Yeah, really promising. These young scullers from Torrens Rowing Club doing well. This is over 2,000 metres, so a lot of these athletes would potentially not row 2,000 metres, so handling the conditions, and it is a quick tailwind out there today. So yeah, Cooper hanging on over Oliver, and I think that's
The Adelaide Uni.
what's his name, Jed Shepherd. Yeah, really working for it, but good to see the Norwood Sculler up in second position. But Cooper Hoskin all the way will win the under-17 men's single scull South Australian State Championship. Well done.
There's a real battle on for the minor placings here, with 3 boats all overlapping, so you can hear there's only a small crowd here because of the COVID restrictions, but quite vocal, encouraging these young scullers to get the best result they can. You can see on the screen there going across the line, overlapping.
Love that race. Love that competitiveness. Pushing for every stroke. Pushing for every placing. Well earned title. Congratulations to all of our under 17 men's single scullers. Yeah, next race, they look to be marshalling at the start now. 1,000 metre start for the under 16s. So the under 16 women's single scull. In lane 1, Wilderness School, Beaumont. In lane 2, Loreto, Marriotteville, Bell. In lane 3, Wilderness School, Newton. In lane 4, Wilderness School, Rinaldi. In lane 5, Wilderness School, Hawker. In lane 6, Wilderness School, Jackson. In lane 7, Seymour College, Barrera. And in lane 8, Wilderness School, Cardone. 5 Wildy Scullers in the 6, beg your pardon. 6 Wildy Scullers, a Loreto and a Seymour in this under 16 women's single scull final.
The Barrera girl, I'm sorry I don't know her first name. I've met her because her father, Danny, was King's Cup squad when I was coaching, and he's an old Adelaide High first aider, of course. So got some history there for Barrera from Seymour.
Grace Barrera.
Grace, that's correct. That's who. Danny, her father was a big, tall, strong rower, and she's quite tall, athletic. I've seen her in the single scull. She looks promising. How she'll go here, we'll see.
Yeah, looks like Lucy Bell from Loreto, so that's Gina Bell's daughter, racing in this one as well.
Bit of history there too, or some talent,
Yeah,
family talent.
I think Isabel Jackson, one to watch as well. Rinaldi, that's a rowing name as well.
Yep, good stuff.
1,000 metres with a tailwind should be a short, sharp race from these talented young scullers. They're often racing all in a line at the moment. Can't pick a clear winner.
Yeah, early stages, there's not much difference between the enthusiasm out there. They're all got their heads down and going out the start for all money.
If I could pick an early leader, I'd say potentially either lane 6 or lane 4. So that would be Isabel Jackson or Gia Rinaldi. I think Isabel has just stepped out to a lead here. So lane 6 looking to pull ahead, Wilderness School 1, and obviously ranked number 1 from the Wilderness School. So she should be the fastest sculler from that fleet. Seymour right on her tail though, Gia Barrera. And Cardone, Olivia Cardone, keeping in touch with the race leaders as well. It's really interesting when a sculler takes off. They generally pull the crews closest to them along with them. And if you're over the other side, like you can see in lane 1, you just lose touch of the race a little bit. So yeah, Isabel Jackson sculling really nicely here in this tailwind. Nice long strokes, pulled out to a clear lead now. Seymour sculler, Gia Barrera, I think just holding on to second position. But a real race for those minor placings between 3 of the Wilderness scullers. Lane 4 and lane 5, I believe. So that's Rinaldi and Hawker pushing up, and maybe their race will get them to close in on the Seymour sculler. Oh, tight racing. Who's got it in?
No doubt about the leader and the winner, though. Jackson's done it.
Yeah, she's just crossing the line now. Final stages.
Clearwater win.
And it's bow ball for the minor placings. I think it's lane 4. Looks like Gia Rinaldi coming through for second position, and I couldn't pick third between Grace and Hawker.
Well raced, those under 16 girls.
Fantastic racing. I love seeing the young ones get up and about for 1,000 metres. Really good racing. Well done. And just recapping, 2022 South Australian State Champion under 16 women's single scull, that is Isabel Jackson. Some Masters racing now. Masters men's double scull. Division 1, in lane 1 we have Riverside, Brian Glawson and Custis Tevis. In lane 2 we've got Torrens, Chris Roper and Pete McCarthy. In lane 3 we've got Riverside, Anthony Perry and Wayne Chadwick. In lane 4 we've got Phoenix, Nick McDonald and Dave Ellis. In lane 5 we've got Adelaide Rowing Club, Dave Eichler and Brad Jackson. In lane 6 is Scratching from Port Adelaide. In lane 7, Goolwa, Brian Francis and Simon Burr. And in lane 8, we've got Torrens, Rob Ellis and Kevin Tankard. It looks like all crews are up and racing here. If I was to pick a winner or a crew to watch, I would probably pick the Ellis Tankard combination from Torrens. That's in lane 8. And looking out over the field now, they look like they've got an early lead. So yeah, the Torrens combination of Rob Ellis and Kevin Tankard both have taken wins here today. I think that David Eichler, Brad Jackson combination will give them a little run for their money. Brad, very, very strong. He's raced and won some indoor rowing championship medals. But yeah, Rob and Kevin, both strong scullers. And they're just moving away, streets ahead of the course. Riverside combination on this side doing very well to hold their own as well, although I think the Adelaide crew might just row through them. We'll be looking at the Phoenix crew as well. They had one of the bigger handicaps, so 54 seconds waiting off the start. But that, sorry, 12 seconds waiting off the start. I was looking at the wrong one. But that Torrens combination still had that 12-second handicap on the Adelaide crew and the Riverside crew, and they've just stormed ahead. This is a fantastic win to them. Surely they'll race this combination at the Nationals. Now moved to Ballarat, away from Western Australia. So some wild and windy racing to be taken at Ballarat. But yeah, fantastic E-grade combination. Rob Ellis, Kevin Tankard will take the win. And a race developing behind them between Phoenix, Riverside and Adelaide Rowing Club. I think Riverside, the combination of Chadwick and Perry will, Glawson and Custis Tevis will just hang on. Good race from them. And Phoenix will row through the Adelaide Rowing Club and just take them on the line for third. Adelaide in fifth. Sixth position to Perry and Chadwick from Riverside. And the Torrens crew of Roper and McCarthy rounding out the field. Oh, beg your pardon. Miss Goolwa on the far side, staying ahead of that Torrens crew. Racing there. So that's Division 1 of the Masters Men's Double, race 63. Moving on to race 64, marshalling at the start now, Division 2 of the Masters Men's Double. In lane 2, we've got Adelaide Uni, Henry Newland, name change, Bill Natt and Rick Armstrong. In lane 3, we've got Riverside, Paul Gunson and Mark Johnston. In lane 4, we've got Riverside, Peter Smith and Pete Hendy. In lane 5, we've got a scratching from Phoenix. In lane 6, we've got Riverside, Richard Clark and Hugh Orr off go. In lane 7, we've got Phoenix, Phil Gebhardt and Mark Musered. And in lane 8, we've got Simon Thornton and David England from Goolwa. So with a K entry, average age of 83 from Riverside, these crews will be held on the start for a minimum of 31 seconds. So that Riverside crew, the I crew, Pete Smith and Hendy will go off at 31. And the Adelaide Uni, the Riverside and Phoenix crew will go off at 44, with Adelaide Uni and Goolwa having to make up 54 seconds on that leading Riverside combination. So it looks like all crews are away now. Maybe a little hasty on the start there from Adelaide Uni. But Bill Nat does love to rate out the start, so we'll see him absolutely charge down the course, try and make up that 54 seconds, but it is a long way in a tailwind. Interesting to see how this race develops. These handicaps, they work out so that if everyone is racing at their full potential at their age, they should meet the finish line together. So it's a bit of a waiting game to see who catches who. And quite often you only see crews get pulled together in the last 100 metres. And when you have a crew that is so obviously older than the rest of the field, it does take a little while for those crews to pull back together. Yeah, as this race develops, you can see the crews pulling back that handicap. It is still the Riverside crew of Richard Clark and Hugh Orr who is leading. I'm not sure if they'll hang on to that lead, though. It is starting to tighten up. So you can see the two other Riverside crews, lane 6, sorry, beg your pardon, in lane 3 and 4. Coming through now. I think Adelaide Uni might just pull through those Riverside crews. Whether they can catch that 54 seconds off, we'll see now. So 250 metres to go for the field, and we're going to see it tighten up and things get really interesting now. So Nat and Armstrong charging down the field. I think they've passed the Riverside crews. I reckon they're going to try and take Orr and Clark, and I think they're just going to push ahead of them now. It is really a sprint for the line. Bill Nat, Rate King. Yeah, taking it in the last final 100 metres. 10 strokes to go in the race. Well done. Adelaide Uni will come through, boat momentum, and win the Masters Men's Double Division 2 ahead of Riverside, Gunson and Johnston. Or not sure who got there first in those two Riverside crews there, and Phoenix coming through in 5th. And Goolwa will round out the field, Thornton and England. Great racing. If I'm still racing that hard when I'm that age, I'll be happy. Ooh, this is going to be a fun one. Next one, Masters Women's Cox 4. Here we go. In lane 3, we've got Riverside. In lane 4, we've got Torrens. In lane 5, we've got Riverside. And in lane 6, we've got a Goolwa Port Adelaide combination. Interestingly, I think the Torrens women are racing coxless. Hence their, and the Goolwa Port Adelaide crew look to be racing coxless. Hence their extreme handicaps. So Riverside crew in lane 5, Pennington, Lewis, Lawrenson, Sweeney, Cox, Montgomery will go off go. G grade. In the Riverside crew in lane 3, Kenner, Whiting, Leves, Hocking, and Pagani with Cox Perry will go off 14 seconds. And then the Torrens and Goolwa Port Adelaide combinations will go off 27 seconds. Though that cross tailwind is making it hard for the crews to line up, I feel. And you can see them all pointing their bows to the right of screen as they're waiting. Oh no, I don't think that Riverside crew straightened up properly before they started. They are having some serious steering issues. They will go into the next lane. So the Riverside crew in lane 5, 27 seconds over the other crews. And it will be a dogfight, I think, between the Torrens and the Goolwa Port Adelaide combination to push up onto the other crews. But I would be surprised if this Torrens crew doesn't storm home. We just raced them in the Open Women's 4 and they had a fantastic first 1,000. Racing the 1,000 metres here. These women are quite fit, quite strong, rowing lots. Yeah, the Riverside crew's gone back on terms, back in their lane. They look to be steering a lot better now. Yeah, fantastic sweeping from this Torrens crew in lane 4. Denise Abood, Emily Ilcurry, Tori Toogood, Angie Franco leading the charge. Just pulling ahead of that Riverside crew. Made the catch 500 metres in, so we'd expect to see them pull away. Unsure if they'd go hammer and tongs for the line. I know that they've got perhaps another couple of races this afternoon. We're racing them in the quad, I think, so the open quad. These Masters women, they're just racing above their stations at the moment. It's fantastic. It's good for Masters rowing in the community. And it's good for open rowing too. They'll probably give us a run. That Goolwa Port Adelaide combination just catching the early leaders from Riverside now. Just a slightly higher strike rate from the Torrens girls. Still rowing nice and long. Bit of a move from Torrens and Port Adelaide there. They're going to push up to the Torrens girls who might have to respond. Where's my rate watch? So Torrens Girls cruising through, looking to be rating about 28 to 30. On top of the boat run there. Nice and controlled in the coxless boat. And the Gore Port Adelaide crew pushing up to them. But the Torrens Girls will hold them off. Nicely rowed, ladies. And as well from the Gore Port Adelaide combination. In second. In third will be Riverside. The Pennington, Lewis, Lawrenson, Sweeney and Montgomery combination, with Riverside in lane 3, Kenner, Whiting, Levesque, Hocking and Pagani, with Cox, Alex Perry rounding out the field. We are underway with the race 66 under 21 women's coxed 4. We've had a scratching from Pulteney in lane 2, Wilderness in lane 3, scratching from Adelaide in lane 4, Torrens in lane 5, Loretto, Marriotteville in lane 6, St Peter's Girls in lane 7, and a scratching from Loretto in lane 8. So 4 boats contesting this under 21 coxed women's 4 final. Interesting to see the scratchings from the other crews. I wonder why that is. Potentially a clash. As the race develops, I believe it's the Wilderness School combination. Lane 3, Lily Merschel, Amelia Goss, Annalise Roos and Millie Jackson, with Olympia Andre coxing. That's not right. Merschel, Goss, Roos and Jackson. Yeah, that's right. I just can't read. Torrens combination having a battle with Loretto in the middle of the course, and just a little ways off the back to the St Peter's Girls combination. Yeah, Wilderness looked to be clear water ahead of Torrens and Loretto. So looking to come through that 500 metre mark now. Clear leaders, Wilderness School, Merschel, Goss, Roos and Jackson, coxed by Farrell. I cannot tell who's coming second though. It might just be Loretto over Torrens, but they're neck and neck at this stage.
Yeah, pretty close, those two. I reckon Torrens marginally, Joe.
You reckon? One of my girls is in there. Go get him.
No, it is very close. Good to see.
I reckon Loretto's just heard you there and just made a liar out of you. Pushed up. Maybe a canvas. I can't tell. I can't tell from the perspective. But it's just fantastic to have two boats side by side racing like this.
Oh, yeah. Always
Love to
brings
see
out
it.
the best. Brings out the best.
Love to see it. Interesting, obviously a substitution in that Loretto Marriotteville 1 crew. Poor Vic's not quite well at the moment, so lost a bit of horsepower there, but they're doing very well to stay on terms with this Torrens crew. It will be whoever wants it most in this final sprint, whoever can stay together, but it is no doubt about the winners. Wilderness sweeping really professionally here in this under-21 division. And I think it's the Loretto crew. They've just pushed out in front. Great race between those two. That would be shattering. Big sprint from, I think it's Hallie Anderson in the stroke seat there. Sprinting hard to put some distance between, to shift the boat speed of a women's 4 like that, coxed 4, shows real strength. So well done, Loretto. Big push to put some distance between them and Torrens. Torrens sweeping well, will come through in third, and the St. Peter's girls combination coming through to round out the field. We'll have a quick change into the next race, which is just coming through the 500 metre mark now. This is under 21 men's coxless quad scull, and it's a hot race between Adelaide Uni and Torrens. I can't pick who's going to win this one, and fantastic rowers in both boats. You've got Torrens 1 scratching, and the uni crew of Nick Burr, Henry Southcott, Arthur Drayton and Heath McLeod. Torrens combination of Sam Jackson, Matt Haynes, Ollie Smart and Coney Bear. And it's just ding dong. Do you ever see quads this close in the final sprint? I cannot pick a leader, and both are going to lift their rate in these final stages. I don't know who's got their nose ahead. Maybe Uni by a canvas pushing through now. See McLeod jack up that rate. Torrens still hanging on. I think Uni are just overrating them. That's giving them a little bit more boat run. And they're going to come through, I think, half a length to a length clear in that final stage. What a race, Mags.
It's good to be that close. Still overlapping with only a couple of strokes to go. So wonderful racing. I think Torrens have hit the wall.
Yeah, it's
Uni have broken them just the last couple of strokes.
It's so demoralising when you're working so hard and the boat just pulls away from you like that. So well done to Uni for turning on the afterburners for that one. Under 21 men's coxless quad, South Australian state champions, Nick Burr, Henry Southcott, Arthur Drayton and Heath McLeod. Well done. Good racing from Torrens there as well. Next race on the program is set to be a rollover. James Powell contesting the open lightweight men's double scull with Harrison Francis. Powley racing the single scull by himself as well, the open lightweight scull. So I think these boys will just go out and spin the legs. They would again be practicing their race routines, practice getting on weight. No doubt they'd be doing this combination or something like it at the national championships. Both boys serious races.
The Adelaide Uni lightweight men have dominated the competition as they've got no competitors, but is that because there's not much lightweight happening in any of the other clubs, or are they just too strong, they've scared everyone off?
Well, who's Oscar going to row with? Because Oscar's obviously one of the fastest lightweights the fastest lightweight in the state.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, he's got no one.
he's
Adelaide.
contesting
Yeah.
the open scull tomorrow, which is going to be a fantastic race. Can't wait to watch that. But yeah, who's lightweight at?
I'm not sure.
Adelaide Rowing
He
Club.
might have scratched because there was a lot of changes came through late yesterday.
Yeah.
He may not be in the single now. I know he's meant to row the 8 today.
Yeah, so he will be in the 8 tomorrow. And he is in the 8 today. He rode the...
No, he didn't race.
He
the
didn't
double.
race it.
No.
He was entered twice in the open men's double and didn't
Yeah.
race it. And the quad tomorrow.
Oh, it could be in that.
So is he withdrawn from the scull?
Oh,
Mangs and I just using this time to read up on tomorrow's competition. Oh, Tom Sullivan from Renmark coming down to contest
yeah.
the open men's single scull. That's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, Oscar's not there now.
No. So I think there was a heat and a final for the single scull, now consolidated into a straight final, which is going to be a fantastic race. I can't wait to see these boys go head to head. Yeah, James Price, Tom Sullivan, Callum Deckers, Drew Clements, Brad Robran, Nick Blackman, Adam Holland and Ross Hamilton. I'm wondering whether Holland will be able to, like, those last three names are the ones I'm looking at.
Oh,
Blackman, Holland and Hamilton.
Be the main contenders, you would think, yes.
Well, but Price is going fast in the scull too. Never count out Tom. Age is just a number. We can scull too.
You proved that today, Joe.
Callum's racing a lot. Yeah, can't wait to see these races tomorrow. I wonder if they're actually racing that or not. Oh, 3 o'clock. I'm going to go get
You're
ready
off.
for the quad.
Yes. Well, good luck.
Yeah, thank you. Enjoy calling the afternoon's finals. They're going to be hot.
This the quad, I would expect you to be a bit
Well,
more hopeful.
We won it last year. But yeah, we had a slight mishap in the 4.
Did you? I didn't see that.
There's
See, you don't see it. You don't see the details here,
no, it's hard.
unfortunately.
But we couldn't really see it in the boat either. We managed to not screw in half the rigger in the bow seat. So
Oh.
as she was tapping down, she was tapping the whole rigger down. But no, the Adelaide girls, like, hands down, that's their... I'm pretty sure that's their club for that won the silver or the bronze last year at Nationals. Except it was Christy.
Ella would have been, wasn't
No,
Ella
it was
that?
Christian for Caitlin.
No. Okay.
But yeah, fantastic sweepers.
Hmm.
Again, maturity in your rowing pays off there.
Maturity equals experience.
Experience, all these
All those
fantastic
things.
words.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're going to go out and beast it in the quad. Hopefully defend our titles. We'll see what happens.
Go for it, Joe.
Give our best.
Yeah.
Enjoy the rest of the afternoon, mates. Thanks very
If
much.
anything, the breeze will be a bit more stronger. I think it'll gradually build up, so
Yeah.
make it a bit easier for you, we hope.
Easier. None of
We
these
hope.
finals are easy.
Just makes life a bit easier, that's all.
It's good fun. Good fun. Okay, enjoy.
Thanks, Joe. Joe Malcolm, who's helped out a lot with the commentary today. Also, Izzy Day, Greg Walters, and Joe. Thanks to all those for helping with the commentary. their program, and it is a row over for the Adelaide Uni crew in race 68, the open lightweight men's double scull. Just saying, the Adelaide Uni have dominated their boat classes in all the open lightweight men's races today. They've been unchallenged by any other clubs, which is unusual, but they have every right to do that. They would have been expected to weigh in and race over the course unless they've made some other arrangement with the officials to do it at a different time. That's the only reason why I would think they should be on at 3:04. I would have thought they should be on the course. Should be over halfway down the course. So perhaps while we're waiting for the next race, I will preview what's going to happen today, what's going to happen with the finale. But two of the last races today are the men's champion eights and the school girl eights. Both of those events we've had heats for. So the finals are genuine finals. We had 11 entries originally for the open men's eight. So it's down to 8 crews at the finish. You've got a series of feature events. You've got the open women's quad scull that Joe Malcolm's going to be racing in. And the Schoolboy fours, it should be a good race. They had heats. The Schoolgirl eights and the open men's eights. Schoolgirl eights had heats earlier, so we're going to have 8 boat finals in both of those 2 8-oared races to finish the day. Should be spectacular. The conditions are fast and good, and certainly in the men's 8, the Adelaide crew has been strengthened by Olympic silver and gold medalist Alex Hill, who's racing for the first time for several years in the South Australian State Championships in the Adelaide men's 8. The race was won last year by St Peter's College, that fantastic school crew that won the school state championship for South Australia. They won the South Australian Head of the River. They won the South Australian Open Eights, beating all the club crews, and then they went on and won the national title of Schoolboy 8 champions. Only the second South Australian crew to ever win that in over 50 or 60 years of the national competition for Schoolboy 8s. And they're defending their title against Adelaide. 2 crews from Adelaide Uni, although I think only one got in the final. But an 8-boat field for the final of men's 8s of South Australia. And 8 crews in the Schoolgirl 8 final should be a mouth-watering prelude to that race. That will finish the day's racing, and racing resumes again tomorrow at 8 a.m. We've got almost identical number of races and the mirror image of the feature events. It's the women's 8s tomorrow, where Adelaide Rowing Club are going for their 8th title in a row. They won the last 7 times the state title, state championship women's 8s. Unprecedented record in South Australian rowing, probably in a lot of South Australian premier sports, to win the main event 7 times in a row, and they're going for 8, which is a very appropriate number for the rowing 8s. Still can't see this row over happening. Perhaps I'll talk about the next event, which is race 69. It's the final of the under 19 women's double scull, and another race that had heats. So the finalists are Pembroke 1 in lane 1, Pembroke 2 in lane 2, Torrens number 2 in 3. There's a Torrens Marybridge composite crew in lane 4, Walford number 1 in 5, Unley number 1 in 6, Pulteney Grammar in 7. There was a Norwood crew that qualified for the final, but they've scratched. So we have moved to race 69. Race 69 has started, under 19 women's double scull. Pembroke 1 is Reynolds and Mumford. Pembroke 2 is Blackburn and Townsend. Torrens in lane 3 is McLeod and Kelly. There's a Marybridge Torrens composite crew in lane 4 of Duval and Butcher. Walford, Lindner and Hamilton are in lane 5. Unley, Murphy and Altus in lane 6. And Pulteney, Howell, Moores with Kilgriff Johnson in lane 7. And that race is underway. So they're approaching the halfway mark of the under 19 women's double scull, and it's the Pembroke crew. There's two crews supposed to be in lanes 1 and 2, and one of them is battling for the lead against the other. The two Pembroke crews are quite close together, and the next most dangerous crew to them, I would think, would be the Walford crew over in lane 5. Although the Torrens crew might be also reasonably close to the Pembroke crews. So quite a good even competition here. We've got at least 3 crews that are battling for the lead. According to my program, it's the number 2 crew from Pembroke that are leading the number 1 crew. Torrens are close to them, and so too are Walford over in lane 5. I don't think the composite crew are there. So I can only see 6 boats of the supposed 7 that should have been racing. I think the Torrens crew might have taken the lead ahead of the Pembroke crew now. And they, in turn, would be under threat from the Walford crew. So the Walford crew of Linda and Hamilton may have hit the lead. Still pretty close between the Pembroke number 2 and Torrens. I'm pretty sure it's Walford now in front. Yeah, more clearly into view now, and the I can check. The running would be the Walford crew in lane 5 of Linda and Hamilton, leading from Torrens. Torrens is McLeod and Kelly. Then the 2 Pembroke crews. Then Unley, and on the far side, Pulteney. And heading for the finish line, it's definitely the Walford crew. They had heats earlier this morning, and now they've won the final. Walford ahead of Torrens. And then it's going to be 2 Pembroke crews in 3rd and 4th. Unley are going to finish in 5th. Just ahead of Pulteney. It was the final of the under-19 women's double scull, a state title win in that under-19 age bracket for the Walford, Linda and Hamilton. Several 8 races in the last part of the program. This is the first of them. It's the under-19 men's 8s with 6 crews entered. St Peter's number 2, Prince's number 2, Pulteney, St Peter's number 1, Scotch, and Prince Alfred number 1. So 6 boats entered for race 70. Now under-19 men's 8. So no club crews in this race. They're all school crews. The under-19 age group is an age group that we see it highlighted in the interstate regatta, the annual interstate rowing regatta for Australia, where all the states race, for instance, for the King's Cup and the Queen's Cup, or the ULVA trophy. And in that interstate bracket of races, there is a youth 8, and the youth 8 is an under-19 sort of age group. So this is an age group we encourage racing throughout Australia to promote the youth 8s race for men and women that are held as part of the annual interstate rowing regatta. It's an age group of racing that's unique to Australia in lots of ways. It's not a age group that's raced internationally. The World Junior competition is under 17, and then the next world competition is under 23 years of age. So I think Australian rowing adopted this under 19 age to give the age group in the middle of those two international brackets some competition to encourage them to stay at a high level within the sport. So the youth interstate race is for men's and women's 8s is a very good competition. It's been going for many years. And again, to see 6 school crews entering this age group competition today, I'm sure it's part of their plan to give their school crews some racing, because as we know, the COVID ban on sport meant that our school rowers they had their 2 regattas in scheduled for February, both completely cancelled. There was no racing allowed by the COVID safety committee. So to make up for it, the schools have very strongly entered in the competitions for this state championship weekend in lots of different events that they may normally not have done. Because for rowing racing is one of the best types of experience for your, especially for young people, young rowers. Have that experience of racing in these race conditions. And today, the water is fantastic. Our course is always beautifully laid out by the volunteers, and it's, as I said, it's a FISA World Rowing A-rate course. We've had international racing on this regatta course here at West Lakes. It fits all the requirements for excellent rowing racing. So all 6 boats racing, they've come through the halfway mark, and it's the crews on the far side of the course that are fighting for the lead. That's St. Peter's, Scotch and Prince Alfred. They're number 1 boats. They've pulled ahead of Pulteney and the number 2 boats from their schools. And with about 500 metres to go, they've settled down to battle it out. I'd say the red of Prince Alfred College, almost on even terms with the blue of St. Peter's College, and in between them, like the meat and the sandwich, is the Scotch crew, who are about half a length behind, but all 3 boats rating in the high 30 strokes per minute at full racing tilt, with good racing tailwind making for fast rowing racing conditions. Those 3 boats look magnificent as they hurtle towards the finish line. It's 2 of the oldest clubs school clubs in the state and in fact in Australian rowing. Princes and Saints that are leading the way. Scotch are in third place. Princes second eight's in fourth. Then Pulteney and the Saints second eight. It's pretty close. The Princes crew might be just in front, but Saints are lifting. They're got their rating up. I can see they're going for a burst and coming up to Princes, who have been holding their line, but now Princes are trying to match it and put their rating up. I don't think it's making them go any faster. The Saints crew have got more run on their boat. It's a very tight finish coming up here. Princes might be just in front. Saints are certainly closing on them with every stroke. You can watch that finish yourself. They don't get much closer than that. Wait, leave that one to the judge to choose, as Scotch got left behind in that frantic finish. And now we see Pulteney and St. Peter's battling for that dreaded 5th and 6th positions. So I'll have to wait until the official results come through to tell you who won that one. I think Princes may have held on, but it was certainly very close. So if it was Princes, it was Sebastian Jordan, Henry Norton, James Williams, Henry Belcher, Joshua Feldhoff, Thomas Saunders, Ed Henbest and Jonathan Mackay, with Shay Olsen-Jones the Cox. If it was Saints, it was Flynn Carroll, Fraser Connell, Eddie Hetherington, James Ratossa, Thomas Hamilton Smith, Xavier Van Oyen, Hamish Scott Young, Henry Marshall and Jamie Graves the coxswain. They were the two crews that raced all the way down to the line. Wonderful racing by those under 19 men's eights, all from the schools. Scotch were a gallant third. Great workout for all those schoolboys. I've got to look at a different screen to get the result. I haven't seen the official results come through. We do have a fantastic photo finish camera on the finish line, and several of our boat race officials act as judges to verify that. And it was a very close finish, so we'll hopefully get the result shortly. So the next race is from the 1,000 metre mark, and that's a Masters men's 8. So to different age groups have a time handicap. The oldest crews are off go. That's the Adelaide Uni crew. Then Riverside and Goolwa, Port Adelaide Torrens. They're both. There's a Riverside crew, and then there's a composite Goolwa, Port Adelaide and Torrens, 3 clubs they are off 12 seconds behind, and the Torrens and Adelaide crew is off 15 seconds behind in the Masters men's 8. And the name of the Adelaide Uni crew, with a couple of interstate and overseas international reps very strong in the Adelaide Uni 8. They'll be hard to beat, seeing as they get an age handicap head start as well. It's in the Masters 8. They've got a free floating start from the 1,000 metre mark, so a 1,000 metre race for the Masters. They're lining up now. They'll be underway shortly. And I've got the official results of that under 19 men's 8, and it was win to St. Peter's College in the time of 6 minutes 2.50 seconds. They beat Prince Alfred College, whose time was 6 minutes 2.84, so 34 100ths of a second between St. Peter's and Prince Alfred College. So St. Peter's College official result winners of the State Championship under 19 men's 8. Crewed of Carroll, Connell, Hetherington, Ritossa, Hamilton Smith, Baroni, Scott Young, Worm with the Cox Graves. Congratulations, St. Peter's College, the state champion under 19 men's 8. Prince Alfred College just beaten by 34 100ths of a second. Scots College were third. Prince's 2 were fourth. Saints 2 were fifth, and Pulteney was sixth. And they're off and racing in the Masters 8. I can only see 3 boats, so Adelaide Uni. No, they're all there. Adelaide Uni clearly in front. Just masked by the umpire's boat, which follows the race. And for those of you not familiar with rowing, that umpire's boat is also a rescue boat. There's qualified rescuers on there. We've also got the surf lifesavers here in their rubber ducky that are on duty all afternoon or all day during a regatta. They as part of our rescue team. If there's a mishap or anyone falls out the boat, which can happen, we're well prepared with our boat race officials and volunteers. So it's still Adelaide Uni leading the Riverside and Torrens crew, and the composite crew back in 4th place. The Adelaide Uni Masters men's eights: Ben Tidswell, Henry Newland, Dick Hall, Rick Armstrong, Mike Page, John Bentley, Warwick Bowen, and Bill Knapp. Bonnie White as the coxswain. They were off go, and they're hard to catch. Like I said, very well credentialed crew. Several of the crew have been interstate or Australian representatives in their youth, and they're rowing very strongly. Riverside and Torrens almost side by side, but just not catching those other two. That St. Peter's College, sorry, the Adelaide Uni crew. Riverside just hanging on to second, I reckon, ahead of Torrens. And the composite crew from Goolwa, Port Adelaide and Riverside. In 4th place. It was the Masters men's 8, 1,000 metre. It really is a sprint for those guys in an 8. All experienced rowers in all those boats. They still know how to move them quite quickly. Just repeating that official result of the previous event, race 70, the under 19 men's 8 was a win to St. Peter's College over Prince Alfred College, race number 70, the state title to St. Peter's by 34 100ths of a second. The next race will be the last of our Masters races for the day. The women's quad scull from the 1,000 metre mark. Then we have a under 16 from the 1,000, then a 1,500 metre year 10s. So a couple of short distance races, and then a bracket of 3 2,000 metre races, all in the 8s, to finish the day. So the Masters Women's Quad is underway with Riverside in lane 2. Riverside, that first crew was off 9 seconds. The Riverside in 3 had to give away 31 seconds. Phoenix gave away 9 seconds in lane 4. Schoolboy gave away 18 seconds in lane 5. Port Adelaide Composite started at 24 seconds, and the Torrens crew started at 27 seconds. Good to see all 6 boats there racing. Approaching the halfway mark, and the handicaps seem to have worked quite well. They're reasonably close, about 5 of the boats within striking distance of each other. So closing stages now of the Masters Women's Quad Scull. It's the Port Adelaide crew, or Port Adelaide Composite, whatever it is, just narrowly in front of Torrens. Then the Phoenix crew, Riverside and Schoolboy are all overlapping, close together. So a full screen of racing quad sculls for the Masters. 5 boats on the screen within 2 or 3 lengths of each other. But the Port Adelaide Composite crew just clinging to the lead, the boats overlapping them, the Torrens crew, but Port Adelaide are going to hang on to win. So the Port Adelaide crew is Tony Milne, Lisa Putland, Colette Barry and Alison Smith, coached by Brenton Terrell. Win to that Port Adelaide Composite crew.
Hello.
Hello.
George, how are you?
I'm doing great, thank you, Josh Dunstan. How are you going?
Yeah, really good. Well, we're back from
We're
a year
back.
off. Away? Yeah, got it.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, so I
Right
believe
into
this
it.
is the under 16 men's double. Is that correct?
So out in front, it appears it is PAC.
PAC in the red is if you don't know, watching at home, and blue is St Peter's.
Oh, is St. Peter's even in this race?
Blue
It
is Saints on the
Lane-
far side. It's look for quite a tough battle for third place.
Well,
it
they've
looks-
really pulled ahead, haven't they?
they have.
I would say
Unley
at
looking
least-
quite handy. Well ahead, I think. Possibly fighting up maybe for second on
Wow.
Torrens.
Yeah, second place behind Torrens, which would make them third place.
Would it? It would.
It appears PAC is crossing the line with a mean lead. I would say at least 4 boat lengths. What do you think, Josh?
Maybe 5.
Oh, that's a good point.
Ooh, look at that. Strong
Ooh.
lead. Unley crossing the line in second. And Torrens, I think, in third. Then PAC. And the best of the rest being Saints. And it's a bit
Pulteney.
difficult to see there, Pulteney. Fantastic race there from the
Wow.
under 16 men's double scull.
That was an entertaining finish. I can't lie to you.
Yeah, it's very impressive.
Yeah.
If only, we did quite well in the lightweight scull 2 years ago to the
We
date.
did actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, that really
Oh.
brings back memories. Oh wow, okay. The
That was
next race
quick.
is underway.
The Schoolboy Year 10 coxed quad scull. It's a very exciting race. It's always something worth watching. Seeing the youngins come up through the ranks.
Now, my question is, I wonder if this is it's the final. Oh, well, my main question, my next one is, who's going to win this one?
Well, it certainly looks like Scotch might have a bit of a lead here on the rest of the field.
I do concur.
Potentially followed by St. Peter's and PAC. Looks like Scotch might have a very solid lead here early on in the race as we move through to the 500 metre mark.
That 500 meter mark, Josh, deadly. I tell you what, when I was racing, that's the point where you want to stop the most. But you just got to keep going. You got to finish your race.
Well, and we have some names here. So in lane 1, we've got St. Peter's College with Mr. Ledger, Griffith, S. Robran, J. Parsons, and Cox A. Batter.
And the coach, Tim Prince.
Mr. T. Dizzle Prince, as they call him in the business.
And in the lane 2 is St. Peter's College yet again.
Beautiful. Oh, we've had an error from Scotch here.
Oh, what has happened?
The leaders of our race have fallen behind with a crab. What a shame.
Unusual tactic, Josh. I hope it pays off for them.
Yeah, well, they're really trying to put the competition off, allowing PAC to go through, but it's a false hope. They're going to come back, maybe.
Well, it is the last 200 meters. Anything could happen.
Could happen. Maybe PAC could catch a crab, but I hope not, because they're doing a great job to lead this race ahead of St. Peter's.
Yes, you're looking pretty clean. I'm not going to lie, Josh.
Very clean.
What
Oh,
is that?
there's
An 8 is in this race?
There's an 8 in this race, powering through all the kids. Wow, quite skillful.
Wow, PAC are really just wrecking all of these races.
They are.
They're just clean sweeping it, it appears.
And PAC crossing the line,
Oh,
well clear.
Shortly in front of that 8.
St.
And-
Peter's coming through in second. Can this Scotch crew beat the 8 across the line? Well, it's going to be close. It's down to the bow ball. Photo
Ooh,
finish
That's
there.
a photo finish right there. I'm not
Yeah.
too sure on that one, Josh.
I think that's actually the Wilderness first 8, potentially.
Coming in, Unley.
Ooh, Wilderness in a bit of trouble.
Ooh,
That's
it
not
is.
very good. I hope not.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, that would be very sad.
That'd
And
be really silly.
final cruise crossing the line, looking quite strong here.
Is that a Saints boat?
It is
A bow-coxed boat.
having a bit of fun. All right, next race, I believe.
That was a fun one.
That was a great race. Bit of entertainment.
Ooh, the under-17 women's Cox Quad Scull.
Ooh.
This will be an interesting one, Josh. I tell you what. I have the inside scoop that there's I have a little bit of knowledge on this race. I do.
A bit of knowledge.
Say, yeah.
75, is that it?
Yep. Race 75, the under 17 women's cox quad scull. Yep.
Yes.
That's all good. So, George, what's the inside scoop?
The inside scoop. So I'm aware that in this race, there's multiple wilderness school quads in it. Mainly the wilderness intercrew and the junior crew, both A crews. I'd be really interested to see which one pushes forward first.
Yeah, battle it out. We've also got Loretto, Scotch Walford, another Loretto crew. We have Unley and St. Peter's Girls as well.
So a bit of lore behind this one. The Loretto crew actually won the heat, and I believe I've been told, could have been lied to, but the Wilderness Junior crew won the other heat. So it'll be good to see who comes through on this one.
Most certainly will be, George. Thank you for the lore.
You're most welcome. I'm glad to dish it out.
Did you gather that from the grimoire?
I did indeed. I did. I love reading.
I bet. All right,
Yeah,
so
so
I think this is the 1,500 meter races now. We had 1K races before, and now we're moving into the mildly longer races.
Well, Josh, I hate to cut your onions there, but it's actually a 2,000 meter race.
2,000?
Yeah, I know.
It says it on the piece of paper.
It really does.
Yeah,
It does.
say, if it says it on the paper, it must be true.
That is what they say.
Okay,
Tell you
well.
what, the weather's good here. It's specifically 5 clouds in the sky. That means that the wind's going to be
know
good.
what clouds they are?
What kind of clouds are they?
Cumulus clouds.
Cumulus clouds. You really know your clouds, Josh.
Very well established in the sky, quite fluffy. But you know what they say about a cumulus cloud? If it's in the sky,
They accumulate.
it must be in the pie. So it's looking pretty fresh. The water's glistening. It's a stunning day,
Yeah.
and I think we've been quite lucky to have such
We've been
beautiful
blessed. This
weather.
week has been absolutely atrocious in terms of weather. Just white caps and grey skies. But now we've been blessed with the polar opposite. Classic Adelaide weather, if you ask me.
It's almost quite astounding at the rate in which it can change.
Yeah.
Alright, but the wind is also quite nice as well.
Although it has picked up from this morning. It was originally non-existent. Now it's a slight cross.
Slight cross, you say?
Yeah.
Could you give me a
bearing?
a bearing of that wind?
Yeah, exactly 7 pi.
Really?
Yep.
I'm not
Do
even going
the-
to try
do the
and
maths on that
calculate. I could whip out my calculator, but I'm not going to because I trust your opinion.
The only calculators that exist here, Josh, are rate calculators
That's right.
to calculate the rate of.
Any crew.
Yeah.
All right.
Ooh.
Okay. It looks like we've zoomed in quite a lot.
Ooh, another bit of lore here for the viewers at home. Regularly, the
What's happening here?
oh my god, someone's coming into the race midway.
They should move.
They really should.
That's a bit naughty.
Yeah, they might get hurt. But again, the law. So normally the umpires will verbally tell the crews to go, but not at state champs. At state champs, we get lights at the start line.
And a beep.
Yes. So audio and visual.
It's the best type. It really, removes the confusion. It looks like we're off. The beep has occurred and the light has turned green, as they say in the business. All right. Well, it's almost impossible to see anyone.
Yeah, it's really hard to tell.
But the ones to look out for, the winners of each heat was, I believe, Wilderness, the Junior Wilderness crew, and the Loretto crew as well.
So right now everyone looks pretty much the same, so it's hard to tell. I'll read out the lanes for you. So it's Loretto in lane 1, Scotch College lane 2, Wolford Anglican in lane 3, Loretto again in lane 4, with Wilderness in lane 5, Unley in lane 6, Wilderness again in lane 7, and St. Peter's Girls in lane 8.
Yeah, well, it's going to be certainly very interesting. Obviously, don't know too much about the other schools, but the two Wilderness crews today, we've got an A crew from each year level, the juniors and the inters, battling it out. So certainly should be interesting to see how they go.
Yeah, and it appears there's both an A and B crew from Loretto in this one as well.
Maybe we'll see some light competition between the two.
I would be really interested to see.
It could be astounding, this race.
Well, I think they would be at the at least the first 400 by now.
Looks like lane 1 is fallen a fair way behind over here, George.
Really? You don't say.
Is that?
Lane
oh, no,
one.
not lane 1, sorry. St. Peter's Girls. My bad.
Oh.
My incorrect statement. It
Yeah.
does look like they've fallen behind a bit, potentially catching a crab. We'll have to see. Wilderness in lane 7, looking like a strong push here. Potentially on par with a Loretto crew.
Ooh, so Wilderness School 1, that is the intermediate A's in lane 7.
Once again, still quite hard to tell who's leading this early in the race on the live stream.
I do concur. It's
on the screen.
I think it may be the angle, especially the fact we cannot see beside it.
Yeah, and it's also quite difficult to see which crew is which, but I suspect it is just early in the race, and a lot can change.
A little thing I like to do, Josh, when I can't tell which crew is which, I tend to look at the oars and see any insignias, or even the zooties and colours, to see which crew is which.
Could you run me through all of them, please?
Yes, sure thing. So in lane 1, it's Loretto. And in lane 2, it's Scotch College. And lane 3, it is Wolford Anglican 1. Lane 4 is Loretto again. Lane 5 is Wilderness School. Lane 6 is Unley High 2. And in lane 7 is Wilderness School 1. And lane 8, St. Peter's Girls.
Beautiful. Well, it looks like, once again, now that the race has progressed a little bit, it looks like Wilderness could potentially be out in front.
Oh, I do concur.
With a strong battle for second place here.
Oh, although look at Loretto, it seems to be quite dubious between them.
It does. It looks like a duel of fates as such.
Oh, nice.
A little bit of a Star Wars reference for you there, George.
Oh, thank you. I might do my Yoda impression later.
You've been saving it.
I'm saving it. I've just like I'm saving my opinions on who may win in this one until at least the 1250.
The 1250. Wow.
Yeah. It's make and break at the 1250, Josh.
Well, it's all about who can work the hardest around that area. Hey, you know, hold it through and just smash it out.
That is what they say. So my horoscope told me to do this morning.
I'm sure it did, and I'm jealous that you have a horoscope. I don't.
Yeah.
I don't check mine. I'm not all over it. But as the race further progresses, I would almost say Wilderness and Loretto could potentially be in that fight for first.
Ooh, it does look like
while
Loretto
the
is.
middle 2 lanes potentially Wolford and.
It appears that this race is mimicking a bell curve graph, with the central lanes out in front and the lanes towards the edges seem to be falling back a little bit.
A standard distribution, you could call it.
Yeah, I could, but I won't.
Well, it's very wise of you.
Yeah. It appears. Is it lane 4? I think is out in front currently, being Loretto. The A's.
Interesting. So I think Wilderness is also just pushing up still on them, looking quite tight here. We're beyond the 1K mark, so we should be able to see them outside. And it does appear that way.
Yeah.
We have lane 1, the Loretto crew, falling a little bit behind, fighting with Scotch here.
Oh, I couldn't see Wildy in the side of the camera there. That's wow, they really are pushing it, aren't they?
Yeah, they're going for it. They're quite impressive here. St. Peter's Girls unfortunately did have a bit of an issue off the start, so hopefully they can, keep the race strong. They say if you have you might not have a great race, but it's about how you save it and the experiences that you learn from it.
Yeah, and sometimes the best races are the friends you make along the way.
Yeah.
It appears that wow, it's really clear to see here the battle that is occurring. They are now currently just passing the 500 meter mark with 500 meters to go.
What a coincidence. It's almost
I
as if
wonder-
it was a 500-meter mark.
I
And,
wonder who's going to push through here. Like, who's going to make the move, Josh?
Well,
Who's going to make it?
I think they're going to try and make the
Now it's
move
time.
together. It's all about that rating, really. If they can get that rate up,
Ooh.
they can continue to push away. But
I
it does look like they're pushing together.
I got to say, the catches of the Wildy crew do seem to be really quick.
Is that some coaching, perhaps, that might have come into play?
Yeah. Well, I'm not their coach, but if I was, I would say that maybe some early square might be adequately introduced. Might introduce some more speed. Wow, it's a battle here.
Wow, Loretto are actually looking very, very strong here today, but Wilderness also looking equally as strong.
I can't tell who's gonna take the win here, Josh.
We need to get the rate up. We got to get the rate up. That's all we got to see.
I got to see it from both crews. Wow, it's a real photo finish. I can't tell.
I think Loretto could be just up here.
Oh, it appears so.
You can hear the cheering outside.
You really can.
The clubs are excited to see their rowers performing at such a high level here. Their parents are screaming. I believe Loretto could just be just an inch in front, or even just half a boat length. Oh,
Or even 6. Oh, they've
Loretto coming through in first.
I
and
would
a
say
boat
that's
length
a
behind.
boat length, yeah.
One boat length.
Behind. So Loretto in first, second place Wildy. Who might be in third?
Ooh, quite a large gap. It really shows you they were pushing each other to the absolute limit.
Yeah, they clearly absolutely just finished themselves off there.
You know, they say keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
Yes, and this is true for the first two crews here. And coming into third place is another Wilderness crew. Surely behind them is Wolford, and then Unley.
I think that could be Seymour. Is there a Seymour crew? I'm wrong.
I don't think it's a Seymour crew.
And
It's
Scotch,
Josh.
my bad. I'm not very good at this. And finally, Loretto.
Loretto too.
I believe there should be
St.
maybe
Peter's
one or two
Girls.
crews yet to come.
I believe it is St. Peter's Girls here to finish off the battle, here to have the last say, as it were.
Bit of a Torrens rower, or a Torrens Zudi at least, in 2-seat.
Yeah. Perhaps a coach, do you reckon, Josh? Or maybe they woke up and accidentally picked up the wrong Zudi this morning.
I've been there. Maybe it had a hole in it. And they said, I can't wear this today. It's not up to scratch.
Just copping the yellow card, as it were.
Well, don't want to have a false start, otherwise we would be out. And the final St. Peter's Girls crew crossing the line now.
Now, we started that race just then with the under-17 women's cox quad. Now time to bump it up a little, Josh. Time to just up the speed a bit, up the stakes, as it were.
Up the ante.
You know what else goes up?
What else goes up?
Age. And now we're on to the open women's quad scull.
Unbelievable.
Same distance, same amount of lanes,
Just older people.
just older people.
Unbelievable. Clubs.
Adelaide Uni are defending their title.
Adelaide Uni are
Ooh,
defending their
Adelaide Uni
title
defending
today.
their title.
With
So
a
our fellow commentator Joe Malcolm is in that crew.
Joe Malcolm,
Joe Malcolm is in this one.
in this crew, and
Will do her a
she
righteous
might
job.
she'll do a great job.
Well, they've got two crews. She's in the crew that won last year. That'll be the
Oh, okay.
top one there with Tony Rowe at Bedford. You know those guys? Cool?
I do.
I do.
Okay.
Yeah, they should.
You got it there? Can you see that?
Yes.
Yes.
So
So
in lane 3 we have Adelaide Uni with Siobhan Rowe, A Tunney, S Radford, Joe Malcolm with Coach J Hasselgrove.
see, I believe that that boat is defending the title, Josh.
Well, I'd love to see them perform. They've already started. Who's in lane 4, George?
So in lane 4 we have Sophia Schunen, followed by Mick, I believe in bow seat, followed by Mika Webb, Lucy Kittle, and Caitlin Nicholson.
Most intriguing. In lane 5 we have another Adelaide Uni boat with A Ford. We have a Southcott in there.
Southcott.
Yep.
Tallulah McCarthy.
Yep, Tallulah McCarthy. A
C.
I can't see the screen very well.
You can't see the screen. Haha, it's the first name. is C.
Ramanuik, and also coached by Jay Hasselgrove.
And in lane 6 we have Torrens, I Graham.
Is that a windsurfer?
I believe it is. Someone is in.
He's joined the race. He's going to show them
He's
how it's
encroached
done.
on the race.
There's
Although
a
he's going the wrong
windsurfer.
way, Josh. Bold
is.
tactic. I hope it pays off for him.
Well, it's game tactics here.
Anyway, and in lane 7, we have another Adelaide Uni boat. Sophie Dickner, Karis Jones, Jay Richter, C. Wilson, and coached by the one and the only
Jay Hasselgrove. It's almost like he's got a little monopoly on the open women's quad scull here within the Adelaide Uni Boat Club. He's got the whole got the whole kit, really.
He really does. It's almost like he's the head coach.
It's unbelievable.
That'd be the only deduction I could do.
You wouldn't believe it, but it's true. Head coach, possibly.
So the race is underway, and it's time to see who do you reckon is going to pull through here, Josh? The defending winners from last year? Or perhaps someone else? Maybe Torrens, or maybe Adelaide, or even another Adelaide Uni crew?
Well, you know... Yeah, Adelaide Uni. I think they've got quite a strong crew. The one in lane 3 with Joe Malcolm, as we know, quite a skilled rower.
Although in lane 4 with Adelaide, we have Sophia, who is currently training in the state lightweight quad. Followed by Mika, who has won this race before.
Many a time.
Yeah,
correct.
to my knowledge.
Lucy Kittle, absolutely going to power through. I know her personally. She's waiting for a podcast, but that doesn't matter.
Commentating will have to do for now.
Yeah, she'll have to supplement her podcast.
She'll be able to hear us from here.
Yeah, that's all she needs.
Go, Lucy.
So I honestly do believe potentially Adelaide Uni could take it today, but it's too early to call.
It is
We've
really
got
too
some
early
very
to call.
strong crews here today, and it looks rather even.
Oh, I do believe her lane. The furthest lane to the right, just for simplicity's sake, appears to be in front a little bit.
Lane 3 with Adelaide Uni.
Yeah, you could say that.
Lane 4, it also looks like they're pushing up on them as well, so it looks like a very strong battle.
Definitely the first 2 lanes you want to look at here, if you want to look anywhere on the screen.
Most certainly. The lane 7 on the furthest left side also does look like they're pushing up nicely on the leading crews. This could be a very tight race, George.
I think, Josh, this is a bit of a reverse bell curve from a bit of a stark contrast from the last.
An inverse standard deviation, as they say. Or not standard deviation, standard distribution.
That's the pudding on top of the cake.
Well, I think we've got who's that? Who's fallen back? I believe it could be the third Adelaide Uni crew in lane 5 potentially, falling back now behind the umpire boat. It appears.
Yeah, it does appear. I gotta say, it appears the 3 crews of Adelaide Uni, Adelaide, and the furthest crew in lane 7 of Adelaide Uni, they seem to be
equidistant
in
from the line.
From the line.
So neck and neck, you mean?
Yeah.
For the viewers at home, yes. I couldn't agree more. But they're slowly moving maybe towards the 750 now. This is where the older crews may start to begin their push, or even begin thinking about their push.
Yeah, I have to say, actually, I think everyone sort of seems to rush it at the last 200 meters, really sort of bring it up. I think the 500 meter mark, that's where you do it. That's where you start your push.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's all about being the first one to go, and you don't want to burn out. But if you start shooting off beyond the beyond the field, you're really going to put some people off. It's all about that mental game.
I feel like when you're in front, you just have that extra bit of energy within you, just to really hold
confidence. Yeah. Adelaide Uni. It does look like they are in front of the Adelaide crew. Also, Adelaide Uni on the far side does look very tight as well.
Yeah, I think I believe it could be Adelaide Uni in lane 3 to win. These are my predictions, and the second Adelaide Uni crew coming second, and in third Adelaide.
I couldn't agree more, George. I think it's a very fair evaluation.
So, although we're coming into the last 250 here, it's just anyone's game.
It does appear that the closest Adelaide Uni crew might have quite a lead here on the one in second place. With
Oh, it's quite the battle, isn't it, Josh?
quite the battle indeed. Joe Malcolm's crew could take the title once again this year, with a nice strong lead, rowing quite well, quite long, and we have the other crew with Jemima Richter just potentially a little bit behind here, but it's very close, very tight, and
I believe
some great racing.
Joe Malcolm's crew seems to be crossing the line for.
Ooh,
first here.
potentially a boat length here. Ooh,
Oh,
very
I
nice.
believe so, Josh. Same as the last race, actually.
Most certainly. And the Adelaide crew coming across the line in third. And just waiting for a bit of open water here. Back to the Torrance crew.
And then the other Adelaide Uni boat.
Looking very good. Nice and strong across the line. Fantastic work from all in that race.
Yeah,
Well done.
looking good in this race, yeah.
And just waiting on that last Adelaide Uni crew to cross the line in lane 5. And here they come. Just finishing it off. Looking good.
Yeah,
And
nice.
all
There you go.
done. All right, that was the Open Women's Cox Quad for you. Next up, we have the
Schools 4, and that's the final. So they've rowed heats, these guys.
So this is the
School-
final for the
Yeah,
Schoolboy Coxed 4
So
of this
line up I've
race.
got for you there.
This should be a fantastic
Ah.
race. So we've already begun, but in lane 1 we have Adelaide High, lane 2 St Peter's College, lane 3 Unley High 1, lane 4 Norwood Moriata 1, lane 5 Pembroke School 1, lane 6 Prince Alfred College, lane 7 Scotch College Adelaide 1, and lane 8 St Ignatius SA.
Not to be confused with St Ignatius WA, who had come over a couple of years ago to race in the Renmark Regatta, I believe.
It did make things very confusing on the old time
Yeah,
sheets.
I'm glad I wasn't commentating that one.
That would have been very confusing, most certainly. Well, it certainly looks like they're all quite close together here.
I gotta say, it seems to be a reoccurring theme here, Josh, that I can't seem to tell who's winning off the first 500.
It's almost as if they're all pushing to their limit, pushing as hard as they can.
And that's
to
what
stay
we
in
like to
front.
see.
It's unbelievable, unfathomable that they would do this.
I couldn't even conceptualize such an idea.
No, certainly not.
I do have to say, after sort of being out of the boat for a season, you sort of forget the true pain that these rowers are pushing themselves to. The absolute limit.
Yeah, certainly by the 500, you're pushing. You're already starting to feel the lungs burn, but you got to push through. It's all about working hard through the season to lengthen that period of pain, being able to do it for longer, and that's all it's about.
And it does take a lot of talent to really push through that barrier, to really not be afraid to go through that wall of pain, as it were.
Most certainly. Now, if I were to take a gander and a quick guess as to who's winning, I would possibly say, I believe it could possibly be Pembroke, maybe, but it's very
Really?
early to say.
It is very early to say. It could be the warping of the camera, Josh.
Could be, but it does once again look a little bit like a bell curve.
I have to concur there, Josh. I think it's a bit of a central lanes are in front, and the outer lanes seem to be falling behind a little bit.
Potentially, the seedings might, prefer that central lane, giving that the central lane giving a bit more shielding from the wind if it is a crosswind. But
Although, in the previous race, Josh, as you can recall, the outer lanes actually won.
you could be correct, but I could be wrong.
Yeah.
I'll
could be.
take that. I'll
It's
cop it on the. I'll take it. Anyway, so we have potentially Pembroke still looking like it's ahead, but it's the central lanes that are truly making that push for first place.
See, they're coming past the 1K here, and Josh, it is truly anyone's battle. Anyone could really come out of nowhere and just steal the win. Even Kitesurfer, for example.
Most certainly. I think if you had to take a guess on who might win today, what would your guess be?
Well, assuming they don't move at all, I would say probably Pembroke.
Most certainly. It does look like they have a good little lead here on the rest of the crews, just looking out past the, just as they come through the 750. Potentially followed by PAC on the left-hand side.
Yeah, PAC and Unley. Unley looking rather handy in this race, Josh, wouldn't you
Very
agree?
handy. Very handy indeed.
Yeah, they seem to be sort of just behind that third place. Or just behind the second place, dare I say.
Dare you say?
Indeed.
How dare you? Anyway, well, once again, I think we've got the outer two crews on closest to the bank here in lanes 8 and 7, falling behind a bit here, fighting for those places in the bottom end.
It truly is a fight, Josh. A ruthless fight. A fight of the ages, some may say.
A duel of sorts. Of sorts.
Oh, wow, they really seem to be applying themselves here, just gathering speed constantly, not slowing down.
It's that rating. The rating looks very quick, very sharp, and it's all coming from that sharp catch that we can see from Pembroke.
I do agree. I have to say, if someone has a sharp catch, I just think that's a beautiful looking boat.
Most certainly. So in second place, that isn't Unley as previously thought. That's actually Norwood.
Morialta.
Looking very good. Very, very good. Followed by potentially PSE, and the fight for third between PSE and Unley is looking quite strong
It's
here
looking
today.
rather real.
And you can hear the cheers of the
Oh, I think
friends
Norwood
and
are
family.
pushing up a little bit on Pembroke here. Do they have enough space, though? Wow, that push is just really just initiated. They hit the turbo on that one, Josh.
They did.
I don't think they'll have enough time, though.
They could do it. Anything can happen in the last 250.
They are really building it. They've saved themselves for this moment. It's almost like they had one chance, one opportunity, and they've taken it. They've captured it and not let it slip. Oh, maybe they have let it slip slightly.
Oh, very close. Very close race indeed. Third place, Unley, pushing past PAC. Well done. Very handy work from Unley there today. And PAC crossing the line in fourth.
And then swiftly behind them is Adelaide High.
And Scotch.
Oh, and I believe behind them is St. Ignatius in lane 8. Really, they've just maximized the lanes here, Josh.
Oh, St. Peter's.
Yeah, guys, I should let me do the last two races, if that's all right.
That's
Okay.
perfectly acceptable.
Well, that's all from us.
Yeah, that was Josh and George live on air from the tower. Thank you very much for having us.
It's got a message they sent. Josh and George, who have been doing the commentary, guest commentary for a few races. And we've got just two more races on the program, and they should be beauties. The Schoolgirl 8s, we had heats earlier today, so this is the final, the top 8 boats from the 2 heats. And the men's 8, I'm been talking about it a lot, but I'm most impressed that we had 11 entries for the men's 8. So we've got 2 heats and a final of an 8-boat final for the state championship 8s. So in the Schoolgirl 8, the lineup is Adelaide High in 1, Scotch number 2 in 2, Seymour number 2 in 3, Seymour number 1 is in lane 4, Walford number 1 is in lane 5, Wilderness number 1 is in lane 6, Scotch number 1 is in lane 7, and St Peter's in lane 8. That's the lineup for the Schoolgirl 8 State Championship, due to start at 4:20, 4 minutes time to start time. This is going to be great racing for these schoolgirls. They've not had any racing for the first 4 or 5 weeks of school term, and all the school sport was banned by the health department. So they've had some racing today to make up for it. Let's hope they get the benefits from it with the next few minutes when they hit the water. Due to start at race 78, Schoolgirl 8s, 2,000 metres, start time 4:20. And they're underway. They're off and racing. And as you would expect in the early stages, there's no clear leader. What's good to know is it looks like all boats are off and racing safely. We used to have a 100-metre rule that if you had a breakage in the first 100 metres, you could stop and restart the race. And that goes back to the old wooden boats and wooden oars, which were a lot less reliable than our modern boats with the carbon fibre oars and the fantastic metals and materials we have in our racing boats. We very seldom get any breakages, so that rule doesn't exist in rowing racing anymore. But it's still good to know that they've all got a good clean start, all crews off and racing, and what a magnificent sight on this Alex Ramsey International Rowing Course to see 8 8s racing in very good racing conditions. The water is a little bit tricky towards the end of the course with a little bit of ripple on it, but it's almost a perfectly straight tail breeze on the course. It's not too strong. It's not blowing the crews along. They've still got to race and pull that handle and pull the oar through the water with all their strength and fitness and training and timing and technique to race at their best. And that's what these schoolgirls are doing now. This is the State Championship of South Australia, the Schoolgirl 8s, the final event for the state title for 2022. With Adelaide, that's Adelaide High, Scotch, Seymour, Walford, Wilderness, Scotch and St Peter's. And there's no recent form to go on because we haven't been racing this year really for the schoolgirls, so I've got no form to guide me. Perhaps the lanes are usually awarded the fastest heat winners in the centre lanes, and it would appear that the lane 4 and 5, which would be the middle lanes and faster crews, are certainly setting a pace. So the crew in lane 4, which is Seymour number 1, I think is slightly in front. And then Walford and Wilderness in lanes 5 and 6 are right on their rudder. I think Scotch are in striking distance also of those 3 boats. They do seem to have pulled away from the Seymour number 2 crew in lane 3. So they're through halfway, through 1,000 metres. I do think it's a lane 4 Seymour in front. So that's McCrow, Pocock, McNally, Wank, Duggan, Foster, Montgomery, Heeson with the Cox Davies from Seymour. They're setting the pace in this Schoolgirl 8s state championship. I got the rating about 38 strokes to the minute, so they got the rating exactly where I'd want it if I was coaching that crew. So they've following instructions perhaps quite well and certainly setting a mean pace. So it's Seymour. Alongside of them in lane 5, Walford would be their closest threat at the moment. Then Wilderness and Scotch are almost on level terms. Beautiful racing. This the pride of our Schoolgirl 8s, putting on a fine display of technical and technique racing. Beautiful racing conditions, beautiful rowing. All those boats, the bodywork, the timing, the technique is wonderful. They're all racing beautifully. In the closing stages, and it's still Seymour just in front of Walford. Those two are clearly in front of Wilderness and Scotch, who are locked together fighting for third, ahead of the second 8s. And it's coming down to a real stroke-for-stroke battle as they approach the finish line. The Walford crew are closed up the gap on the Seymour crew. Seymour starting to look as if they're taking a pretty serious effort now. They're stroke-for-stroke heading for the finish line. Oh, this is going to be a wonderful finish. We've got our photo finish on the judges' line. It's stroke for stroke, Seymour and Walford. What a beautiful finish by those two crews. And look at the battle for third and fourth. Scotch and Wilderness just battling in for third and fourth. A bit over a length behind the two leaders. And I'll have to wait for the official result to tell you who won there, because it was so close between Seymour and Walford. I gave you the Seymour names. The Walford crew names are Morrow, Young, Menz, Hamilton, Richter, Williams, Newman, Worth, and the Cox Restus. We'll just have to wait for the official results, because it was very close. That was the penultimate event on this race program today. If the men's 8 races is exciting as that, we'll be blessed with entertainment of the highest sporting level. Said St. Peter's College are the defending champions in the men's Open 8. They beat Adelaide and Adelaide Uni last year, fair and square. Adelaide Uni was second, Adelaide were third. Adelaide have got their gold medal Olympic and Alex Hill back, I believe, in the stroke seat of their 8. He hasn't been able to race in these state championships for several years because he was on living in camp in Canberra for 5 years for the build-up to the Tokyo Olympics. But he's back today racing in his home club, the Adelaide Club Senior 8. Alex Hill, Olympic gold medalist in Tokyo, stroking the Adelaide 8. And they're not starting favourites. The St. Peter's College crew are the defending champions, and they are certain to be right up there when this race is run. I believe they've got several of the crew back from last year that won all 4 titles that they could possibly win. South Australian Head of the River, the South Australian State Championship for the Advertiser Shield, the Open Men's State Championship, and the National Schoolboy 8s title. And several of that crew are in the boat today. So the lineup for the Open 8 is Torrens in 1, Scotch in 2, Saints in 3, Adelaide Uni in 4, Adelaide in 5, Prince Alfred in 6, Prince Alfred number 2 in 7, and St. Peter's number 2 in 8. Fantastic lineup. The Adelaide crew of Hill, Santon, Clements, Walsh, McGuinness, Nathan Bowden, who's rode for Australia in the men's 8, Matt Nielsen, James Price. I think every one of those guys has rode King's Cup or represented the state in some form. The Adelaide Uni 8, Powell, Francis, Ashman, Smith. Will Smith's been a member of a state team. Beale, Hamilton, King's Cuppers, Moore, Blackman, representative, state representative at least. So those two club crews very well credentialed. And I mentioned Alex Hill, the silver medalist in Rio Olympics, gold medalist in Tokyo, 2 times world champion in the 4, all in the men's coxless 4. In the stroke seat. And the coxswain is Elise Myatt. So Elise was a schoolgirl coxswain just last year, and she's now coxing the Adelaide men's senior 8. So good luck to Elise Myatt. Race due to start at 4:30. It's 3 minutes to start time. Mention the Saints crew: Osborne, Chipperfield, Harb, Balnaves, Henry, Nesbitt, Miller, Howard, the Cox, Scalzi. As I said, several names there that were in the award-winning, trophy-winning crew from last year. So I do have the official result of the previous event. The Schoolgirl 8 was won by Seymour. Seymour won the event from Walford. The time of 6 minutes 50.43. The winning margin 0.15. So 15/100ths of a second. The difference, the margin, according to our photo finish. A win to Seymour in the Schoolgirl 8s ahead of Walford. Wilderness were 3rd, Scotch were 4th, then it was Seymour 2, Saints, Scotch 2 and Adelaide. So congratulations Seymour, who are the winners of the Schoolgirl 8 State Championship of South Australia for 2022. Seymour in the time of 6 minutes 50.43, just 15/100ths of a second ahead of Walford. Wilderness were 8.74 seconds behind, and they were just 1 second, 1.05 seconds ahead of Scotch. Looks like we have a start in the men's 8. With the good news being that looks like they're all away safely. I just took the rating of the Adelaide crew. I got them at 41.5 strokes, so well into their first 500 metres or so racing. It's certainly on for young and old out there. I remember rowing senior eights on this course a couple of times. Only rowed here a few years. It's right at the end of my career when this course was built. We didn't have the boys marking all the lanes in those days, but it was always a great thrill to row. A couple of times I rowed in the champ senior eights. It's very noisy. It used to be a noisy race, lots of coxswains yelling out. We didn't have the electronic gear they've got nowadays, which I think is probably still pretty noisy. But it's a great sight to see this flotilla of 8 racing boats hurtling down the course. No one giving any ground to anyone, and in fact there is no clear leader. The boats are all within sight of each other, I would say, through 500 metres. Now that Scotch crew's going crooked. You shouldn't do that in an 8. What's going on? Crew in lane 2. I just clocked the Adelaide crew at 37 strokes to the minute, which seems to me that Alex Hill is in the driver's seat and the stroke seat and setting the sort of pace that he likes to race at. He races all his boats as fast as he can for as long as he can until he gets in front and then stays there. He's won the last 3 President's Cups in the single scull, the interstate sculling race. He's only been sculling for the last 4 years, and I don't think he's ever been beaten in a heat, semi-final or a final in his single scull. And he never sculled when his youth. He only started rowing in his sweep rowing career. So this is the state championship men's senior 8s, the open 8s, with I think Adelaide in front of Adelaide Uni.
Yeah, Adelaide and Adelaide Uni.
Here's Joe, yeah.
Right next to each other. I would actually call Adelaide about half a length in front at this moment. 750 metres to go. Alex Hill in the stroke seat of that Adelaide Rowing Club boat. It really is amongst the club men today. Club boys leading him from the start.
39 the Adelaide crew at the moment.
39. It is quick conditions out there, Mangs. And yep, looks like Adelaide Rowing Club pulled out to about a length lead over
Adelaide Uni 39.
Adelaide Uni
At 39. Adelaide Uni at 39 also. So congratulations, Joe, winning your quad scull. Well done.
Thanks so much. Oh, big lift from the Blacks, seeing that Nick Blackman in the stroke seat jack up the rate even more, coming through that final 500. I reckon they've pulled a couple of seats back on the Adelaide Rowing Club crew. It's really who wants it more for this last 250. They really are neck and neck. I will still call Adelaide Rowing Club half a length in front.
The senior clubs have made a point of getting their revenge on St Peter's College. They're just a couple of lengths further back, but Saints are leading the rest of the pack as they settle down now. Last couple of 100 metres to go. The Adelaide crew looking, both boats looking beautifully controlled as they up the ante towards the finish.
Yeah, true Hilly style in that stroke seat. He's absolutely ramping up that rate, pushing it
there
through.
There it goes again. He just went again.
We're going to sprint to the line, 100 metres to go. Adelaide Rowing Club, this is an absolutely sterling effort from them. They will take it to the line. Well done. Off. 3 strokes in it. Adelaide Rowing Club, half a length over Adelaide Uni Boat Club. Well done to those crews. It is always a fantastic event to see this rivalry go head to head.
And 2 lengths to St Peter's, who are very honourable, and they've stitched up the rest of the field. They've got daylight, more than a length to the next boats across the line. So what a wonderful race for the finale of the state championships. Congratulations, Adelaide.
Good row from Torrens there as well.
Winning the state championship. I'm going to sign off because I'm hoping to get story in the Sunday Mail. So it's over to you, Jade. You can sign off. Phil Mangelsdorf here. Hope you've enjoyed the broadcast. We start again at 8 o'clock tomorrow. And the women's 8 is the final event tomorrow.
I think we start 7:45. Racing starts at 8.
And it'll be the boys' Advertiser Shield Schoolboy 8 final tomorrow as well. So
Yeah,
look
and
forward to that.
And the Open Women's 8, Mangs. Open Women's 8.
Of course, the Open Women's 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I meant to say.
Thanks so much for tuning into day 1 of the 2022 South Australian State Championships. We want to say a big thank you to our sponsors. We've got, obviously, Wintec Racing, our major sponsor, partnered to this event. So big thank you to Wintec Racing. If you're looking for some new boats, hit them up. They've got special discounts for South Australian crews at the moment. We've got TAP Electrical, Low Farms, Largs Bay, Seaton Swim Centres, Fulham Funerals, Hayley Staltari, and obviously, again, shouting out our major sponsor this weekend, Wintec Racing. Thanks so much for joining us, and we'll see you again tomorrow.